Well, there aren't many who would have thought that in mid-November Nottingham Forest would sit in the Champions League places come the third international break of the season. A win today would confirm that and have them just a point off reigning champions Manchester City. Newcastle could propel themselves from the bottom half into a European space with a win as they search for some momentum in their season. However, Forest will be favourable opponents for the Magpies. They've won 6 of their last 7 and each of the last 3 here at the City ground. This week, Nuno Espirito Santo was named Premier League Manager of the Month for October, trying to avoid the curse that can sometimes come with that award. He's named an unchanged side from the win over West Ham. That includes also Premier League Player of the Month for October. Chris Wood, the former Newcastle striker, has scored in every single game he played in October. So their team in full. Sells is the goalkeeper. Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo and Morena, part of a back four. Those combined, the goalkeeper and defence, have helped Forest be behind for just 65 minutes this season, lowest in the Premier League. Yates and Dominguez in the midfield. Elanga, Gibbs, White and Hudson-Odoi, who scored in last weekend's win over West Ham, are part of an attacking three that sit just behind the goal machine at the minute that is Chris Wood. Eddie Howe takes charge of his 600th league game as manager this afternoon. What started with Bournemouth against Darlington in 2009 has taken him to the Premier League, even the Champions League. And for Nottingham Forest today, it is also an unchanged lineup from their win against Arsenal last weekend. So Pope's the goalkeeper, Livramento the right back, Hall's left back, Sher and Byrne the 2 centre-backs are both 1 yellow card away from suspension. Longstaff, Gimor Aish and Willock in midfield. Gordon and Joe Linton will flank either side of Alexander Isak, who's scored in both games he's played against Nottingham Forest. Well, ahead of kick-off this afternoon, a moment's reflection on Remembrance Sunday as we remember those who've served and continue to serve in the armed forces from the 2 world wars and many conflicts since. The last post will now play out.
Military Veterans Sergeant Matthew Gilmore and Corporal Ryan Knight. Nottingham Forest Football Club wishes to honour the people who have lost their lives in service. The last post will be played by Forest Forces veteran Paul Wright. And we ask you to join us in a minute's silence, which will start and end on the referee's whistle.
Two banners straight down from the stand to our left-hand side, lest we forget, in memory of the lads who have played their last game. A minute's silence for Remembrance Weekend. So Nottingham Forest against Newcastle in the Premier League this Sunday afternoon. Forest really are pulling up trees after 10 games. The Magpies remain grounded for now. Can they change that over the course of the next 90 minutes? Former Premier League striker Kevin Nolan is with us this afternoon as well. This could be a really enjoyable game. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon, mate. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I must admit, it's one which is, living in the city of Nottingham now, they're really looking forward to it. The fans have been, they're up for it. You can hear it, they've been absolutely fantastic and vocal. very vocal at the beginning, so really looking forward to it. But I think it's going to be a real good test for them and see where they're at, because Newcastle, they need to win, and I think it's more important for Newcastle today.
Well, a spotlight on two managers. Premier League Manager of the Month, Nuno Espirito Santo, and 600 games in management, league management for Eddie Howe this afternoon. Who will come out on top at the end of 90 minutes? Forest in red with the white shorts and red socks are from left to right in this opening half, and Newcastle, those thick black and white vertical striped shirts synonymous with the club, black shorts and white socks, are from right to left. Already Morgan Gibbs-White trying to make a nuisance of himself on the edge of the penalty area. Down goes Ryan Yates, the Forest captain, and that's given the home side an early free kick here.
Yeah, he's always good. I had JT at Notts County really early on in his career, but he's very good at them, very clever, gets them little nicks and goes down and gets you free kicks and corners and in the right areas. So, and he's going to be a danger as well at the set piece. So yeah, good start from Forest in the final third. We'll see what comes from these set pieces.
Anthony Elanga, former Manchester United man, is over this for Forest on the right hand side, 10 yards outside the penalty area. He bends it in, right-footed goalkeeper chose not to come. It nearly finds one chance and a second one, which Chris Wood was on the follow-up, edge of the 6-yard box. Body's been thrown in the way, the offside flag's up anyway. Dangerous opportunity that for Nottingham Forest. The initial header couldn't be guided on target. Chris Wood was ready to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's Ryan Yates who gets it. He is offside, but again, he's a nuisance in the box. He gets there. He has got that knack of getting a goal here and there. But yeah, good start by Forest. Newcastle now going to settle it down, try and settle this crowd down. As I said, they've been very vocal early on. What they'll want to do now, Newcastle, is quiet the crowd and work their way back into the game.
Well, Forest have just won one of their last 12 Premier League games against Newcastle, a 3-1 win at St James's Park last season. Chris Wood got a hat-trick in that game. It was away victories for both sides last year on respective territories, as Nick Pope sends the ball long over the halfway line towards this near side. That's Newcastle's left. Header from Joe Linton. Elanga on the halfway line gets right underneath that ball, heads it out towards the far side. Alex Moreno. Guimaraes back in control for Newcastle, who fumbled it forward, but not for much longer. Now it's Chris Wood's turn to cushion the header down out towards that left hand side, where Callum Hudson-Odoi will try and venture down the touchline. He can't. Newcastle though to the halfway line, lose it, get it back, a little bit scrappy and untidy from the Magpies.
Yeah, lots of turnovers at the moment from both Forest and Newcastle. Just need someone to sort of settle them down, sort of get on the ball and get this game moving. But at the minute, yeah, lots of turnovers.
Games involving Newcastle, fewest in the Premier League this season. 0-0 here after 2.5 minutes. 20 goals. They've scored 10 and conceded 10, Eddie Howe's side. Forest games aren't a million miles away, only 21 goals in those games, as a long ball is played forward. Ole Aina able to comfortably knock that back to his goalkeeper Matt Sells, and the goalkeeper, bit of a positive praise on him. He's part of that Forest change in the summer that has just seen them have a little bit more consistency at the back and a little bit more solidity too. And goals may win you games, but it's the defence that can propel you up the league. Here come Newcastle trying to break that Forest defence with a low ball from Willock, seen behind as it ran across the 6-yard box by Alex Moreno. Corner kick.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, when I was here in the Carabao Cup early on in the season, Willock was a real problem to me. He ended up going off quite early on, and that sort of derailed Newcastle, but he was a real thorn in Forest side, and you're just seeing it there, and that was where he was a thorn, going down that left hand side, and a great ball in, but well defended by Moreno in the end.
Scored after a matter of seconds in that League Cup tie. 1-1 it finished. Newcastle won on penalties. Corner far side then to the Magpies, in at the near post, headed away by Alex Moreno, and then hooked back in by Tina Livramento. Bounces, and Aina will just try and shield that from Cher, hoping the ball bounces over the line. It just slows up too much. Aina plays it off Cher in the end, wins Nottingham Forest, throwing deep in the corner inside their own half.
Yeah, I mean, poor ball. Lewis Hall won't be happy with the delivery. Obviously, it's the first man. Livramento, it's one of those balls when you're a defender, you're thinking, oh no, because you know it's not going to go out and you've got to sort of deal with it, but in the end Aina dealt with it really well, got himself a throw in.
Already been in the wars. His Under Armour a little bit ripped on his left arm there, just above the elbow. As Forest come down the right-hand side, ball takes a deflection, won't carry it into the path then of Anthony Elanga. Ryan Yates in on the back of Joe Willock, and that will be a free kick to Newcastle, right in front of the manager, Eddie Howe. Hands in pockets, the quilted winter jacket on. A little bit of a chill in the air of the East Midlands. Dan Burn, the captain of Newcastle, just moves it out towards this near side where Lewis Hall can find Joe Linton. Back to Hall it goes. Newcastle right to left in the opening 45 minutes. Dan Burn, not the only player one card away from suspension. Few of them out on the pitch for Newcastle. They share his one, so is Joe Linton. As Newcastle bend an early delivery in towards Willock in the penalty area from the right hand side. Forest are able to clear it away, and can they now set themselves free with Morgan Gibbs White up to the centre circle, clattered by Dan Burn. And now the attention will be on the yellow cards and possibly that game suspension that he faces if he is booked this afternoon. Referee just wants a stricken Newcastle player on the edge of the Forest penalty area, looked at as well by the physios. Huge boos around the City ground, Kevin Nolan. Should Dan Burn have gone in the book there?
Yeah, well, I think what it was, the boos are because he hasn't given him a yellow card yet. I think he will go back to it, but he's just checking on. I think who's down at the minute. It looks like it's Livramento who's down at the minute, and I think he said he's got an elbow, so something what they'll probably look at on VAR. But I think he will go back and give Dan Burn which will be a rightful yellow card. But I think he just wants to check that Livramento's fine at the minute.
No doubt then that it is a yellow card in your mind?
No doubt, no. He knew what he was doing, Dan Burn. He stopped the counter-attack. There was a real good counter-attack, and obviously Gibbs White. But here you go, as you said, here you go. So made the Forest fans happy anyway.
Hence the cheers in the background whilst Kevin was talking there. So that means Dan Burn misses the first game back after the international break for Newcastle United. It has taken him just 6 minutes to pick up that booking. The warning was there, and as Gibbs White tried to break free down the middle, he'd already wriggled past Bruno Guimaraes, and Dan Burn took one for the team. Yeah, of course, and that's it. It's just sort of stopping the momentum of an attack, because he knew that he was in a bit of trouble. You know, you've got Elanga then on one side, Hudson-Odoi with the pace they've got. That's where they're going to be a real threat. So Dan Burn took one for the team. He took a yellow card, but he's going to be suspended now. 0-0 then after 7 minutes here at the City ground this afternoon. Tino Livramento is still just receiving a little bit of treatment out there from the physios, which will be a concern. So already in the first 7 minutes they've got a centre back on a booking, and their right back for Newcastle has taken a heavy knock here as well. Yeah, I think what's happened is he's come together in a sort of contact with Ryan Yates. He's sort of saying it was a loose elbow, but when you actually look back, it's not. He's just, Yates has caught him, but it's not meant, if you know what I mean. So he's not happy, obviously, because he's gone down. He's got a thick lip, bit of blood on there, but it's what you have to do, and you take them. Well, the referee has wanted him to go off. He pointed over to this near side where the dugouts are, which is actually the opposite side to where Tino Livramento needs to be in his right back position. So he has gone off the field, but he's in line, ready to run straight back on at right back on that far side. So Nottingham Forest here, 0-0 as they are, have a free kick. It is a high line from Newcastle, 20 yards away from the ball, and that's it. Yeah, very high line, and this is something what you'll see with Newcastle. They do have that high line, so something which Forest will try and negate by going wide, which they tried and failed. Murillo chasing sent the ball over towards Elanga on this near side, and it was just out of play for a throw-in straight away. A waste of a free kick from Nottingham Forest. 9 minutes played, 0-0. Manchester United against Leicester. Your commentary on BBC Radio 5 Live this afternoon. We've also got Spurs against Ipswich on the BBC Sport website and app. More Premier League football than anybody else on 5 Live. And if you haven't heard this week, BBC Radio 5 Live has secured the new audio rights deal with the Premier League for even more commentaries than ever before over the next 4 seasons. So make sure, if you haven't already, got the BBC Sounds app downloaded, and that's where each week you'll be able to hear those commentaries. Dan Burn in possession, just outside his own penalty area, near side the left of Newcastle in this first half. No real major chances for either side yet. Certainly got no goalkeeper called into action as Aina will chase the ball ahead of Joe Linton on this near side and then go down as he played a quick triangular bit of play. No foul given. And a throw into Newcastle, midway inside the Forest half, near side their left.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention Milenkovic. I think he's been a real good addition. You mentioned Matt Sells and the clean sheets that the keeper at the minute, but he's been a real good addition. He's got a real good partnership with Murillo, and you see him there. He's just put the ball out to play after trying a 1-2 with Iona, but he's been massive. As you can see him now, he's really commanding, getting them up, keeping that back four high line, and making sure that his teammates are with him. So been a real massive addition for Forest this season.
And the 4 clean sheets so far in the Premier League this season already equalled their total number of clean sheets from last season. They have really sorted that out. Here come Newcastle though, looking to breach. Sent away, low ball in from the right hand side. Now Chris Woody's back trying to help out his team. It's pinged out towards the near side. Joe Linton will be first to it, lays it back to Lewis Hall. Joe Linton through on the left-hand side. Aina will go with him. Joe Linton to the byline, sends in a deep cross over Anthony Gordon at the back post. It might fall though kindly for Joe Willock, who shifts it onto his left foot, gets the shot away. Wide of the left-hand post. Sells was just a passenger on that one, flat-footed on his goal line. Thankfully, from Forest's perspective, it is wide of the left-hand post as we look at it. Yeah, good try, good effort from Willock again. As I said, he was a thorn in the side in the last game. Seems to be the one now who could unlock this Forest defence at this moment in time. I thought it was a poor header though from Hudson-Odoi. Tried to overplay instead of clearing his lines, and that sometimes that overplay give them the best opportunity of the match. He's certainly Newcastle's brightest moment. Joe Willock at the minute looking lively. Again, Sells' clearance is poor, and that allows Newcastle to take control just outside of the centre circle. Anthony Gordon, though, tackled by Nicolas Dominguez and cleared by Forest. Newcastle here, last couple of minutes or so. We've played 12 minutes, it is 0-0, but last couple of minutes, getting more control, the Magpies. Yeah, just starting to gain a bit of control. As I said, it was a bit scrappy in the first half, lots of turnovers, but now they're starting to pass the ball around, starting to find spaces, and also on that turnover they're finding real good chances. So yeah, just starting to get a hold of the game, Newcastle now. Eddie Howe here is down on one knee inside his technical area. I'd have thought pitch side. You're a coach, Kevin, it's a bad enough view to see what's happening across the pitch anyway. Why on earth would you go even lower? No, I think he was probably disappointed because it was a bit of a shanker of a ball, but it ended up going to Joe Linton from Shah. But I think he went down, but yeah, when you're at that pitch view, it's so different to when you're watching it out here. You see everything, but yeah, it is difficult. But as you say, him dropping down on knees not going to help him. Yeah, Pep Guardiola does that as well, I've noticed at times. Completely lowers any limit to be when it's wrong as well, though. Someone's done something wrong. Nothing yet going too wrong for Newcastle. 0-0 and in control of the possession on a ground that they are favourable on. They've won the last 3 visits here to the City ground. Can equal their longest top flight away winning streak against a single opponent, which is 4, which they also did against Nottingham Forest back in the early stages of the 20th century. 4 away wins in a row at Crystal Palace across the mid-90s and noughties, and also have 4 away wins in a row in the last 5 years at Fulham as well. Dan Burn in possession, just to the left-hand side of the centre circle. Goalless so far at the City ground. Flicked on, looking for the run of Alexander Isak that never came. Here's Newcastle's opportunity to defend now as Hudson-Odoi gets it out towards the left-hand side on the touchline, brings it infield, nicely done. Here's Morgan Gibbs right, central. Trying to get Forest forward, but didn't really have the options out there. He's passed it short instead. Now onto this near side right. Elanga back to Aina. Forest here, after not seeing much of the ball for the last 5 minutes or so, and now just enjoying a steady period of possession. Yeah, I think it was really important that they didn't sort of let Newcastle gain momentum, and that's what they've done. They just took the sting out of Newcastle. Newcastle now lying deep in their half in sort of a mid to low block, and Forest just knocking it about and just trying to gain a bit of ball control and get the game back into their hands. Here's Ryan Yates. Aina. Elanga by the touchline in front of Eddie Howe. Espirito Santo, long navy coat on, knee-length coat, arms folded, watching on the Premier League Manager of the Month for October. He's only lost 1 of 9 against Newcastle. That's a wild ball fired from Morgan Gibbs-White out to the right-hand side. It was nowhere near Anthony Elanga, and that's given Newcastle a goal kick.
Yeah, really ambitious ball, but he just got it completely wrong, and that's why it's gone for a goal kick and nowhere near Anthony Elanga. But he apologises right away. You knew the intention was there to try and get Elanga one-on-one, getting at Lewis Hall.
It's goal kick for Newcastle away to our right-hand side. Nick Pope, one of only 2 players in the Newcastle squad to play every minute of every Premier League game so far this season. Dan Burn the other. And Dan Burn may continue that record today, but with his yellow card, that will soon end. He'll be suspended for the first game back after the international break. Trying to find Hudson-Odoi on the left-hand side, unsuccessfully so. So Nick Pope back in possession. Dan Burn to Lewis Miley on the near side, Lewis Hall rather, on the left-hand side. And now forward come Newcastle up towards the halfway line. Long ping ball out towards this near side, looking for Joe Linton, just floats too close to the chest of Ola Aina. Elanga nearly tying himself in knots, and Willock is making himself a nuisance. Alexander Isak is there to help him out as well. Willock just away from the corner of the Forest 18-yard box. Guimaraes back through to Willock again into the penalty area. A little shuffle and a turn, sends it up to the back post. It might fall for Anthony Gordon, who on the volley let the ball drop but smashes it over the crossbar. Wasted chance for Newcastle. It is still 0-0.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's them winning it high up in that final third. Aina with a poor pass. Willock got hold of it. Isak, nice little bit of play between Willock again. Lovely feet, lovely turns Milenkovic, who's been really good, but made him look really slow there. And a lovely little ball. Gordon should do better, at least hit the target.
Not scored since September in a 1-1 draw against Manchester City is Anthony Gordon. Lewis Hall heads that out of play. It is a little flat around the City ground at the minute.
Yeah, I said earlier, I think this will suit Newcastle, because the Forest fans have come here expecting they want to win the third in the league. They've got big ideas now. They want to be in the top 3 again. They want to be a point behind Man City come the end of the day. They're expecting it, so they're sort of just waiting for it to happen. And I think they're going to have to keep getting behind Nottingham Forest and making sure that they're with them. So yeah, good for Newcastle, not so good for Forest at the minute.
Maybe this is their chance to make some noise. Chris Wood, with his back to goal, just plays it back to the edge of the centre circle. Forest have now worked it out to this near side right. Elanga with Hall and Joe Linton in close proximity to him. Aina can't feed the ball through. Willock with the interception, comes off the Forest right back last. So that's going to be a throw into Newcastle. 0-0, 17 minutes played. No goals in any of the 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League so far.
Yeah, it was a good little bit of possession for Forest, and Aina was a bit sloppy again. You know, he had an easy pass out to Elanga and then go sort of try and work a 2v1, but he doesn't try to go inside and gives the ball away, and then obviously has to then kick the ball out to give Newcastle back possession. So yeah, just a little bit sloppy by Aina over the last couple of minutes.
Chelsea Arsenal to come from 4 o'clock. There's been some big games in the Premier League this weekend. This is one of them. Newcastle looking to climb up the table, currently in the bottom half after the weekend results so far. Nottingham Forest could end the weekend and head into the third international break of the season in the Champions League places. The top 4 before the start of play today was Liverpool and Manchester City, that you might expect. And Nottingham Forest in third. Brighton, with their win over Manchester City yesterday, hit the heady heights of 4th. Newcastle coming forward. Guimaraes pokes it through for Joe Linton. The 2 bleach blonde dyed haired players in Newcastle United working together. Here's Sean Langstaff. Bruno Fernandes has put Manchester United a goal up against Leicester City for the first goal in the 2 o'clock kickoffs this afternoon. Ruud van Nistelrooy's final game in interim charge of the Reds as well, before Ruben Amorim officially starts tomorrow. Nice work down the far side by Hudson-Odoi, gets to the byline, swings across in. Anthony Elanga was winding up his left boot to connect there. Nicked away by Newcastle, but Forest have managed to win it back, keep it alive. Here's Aina onto the right of the penalty area, feeds in a narrow ball for Yates, who will try and squeeze it across goal. Pope smothers, claims the double deflection, corner kick to Forest given.
Yeah, Hudson-Odoi does really well, doesn't he, on that left hand side, gets the ball in. Guimaraes with the head. Willock can't keep it because the Nottingham Forest players drown them out. He got him out. Dominguez then regains the ball, gets it out to Aina, and it's a lovely little ball, lovely little pass, his best pass, and better from him, which gets Yates in behind the back four, and Nick Pope has to come out. And
so from the near side, the right, Anthony Elanga with this corner, right-footed, out-swinging delivery in at the near post. It will drop to Aina though, with the header away from Newcastle on the corner of the penalty area. Elanga has stayed out wide. He fakes one cross. Oh, he's caught really late by Joe Willock there. I think he'd actually kicked the ball further than he could reach Anthony Elanga, but it was the speed of which Joe Willock collided, clattered into him, and that's given Forest a free kick just outside the penalty area.
Yeah, that's one of them. Joe Willock's gone and he's obviously committed, and Elanga's just got there, knocked it through his legs, and as he's gone to go round him, Willock couldn't get out the way, but he's not going to let him go past him anyway, so he's going to take one again, as we say, take one for the team, but in another yellow card. Elanga was just too quick for him.
20 minutes played, 0-0, but another good chance from a set piece for Forest to take the lead here at the City Ground. Elanga preparing for the delivery again. It is a yard outside the box, if that, 5 yards from the byline, out on this right hand side. Newcastle have everybody back. Elanga dinks it in, header is down and in, and Nottingham Forest have taken the lead, pouncing in the 6-yard box, downward header, and Nuno's men continue their fine run. They lead. The header comes from Murillo. It's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 0.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic little bit of play earlier on with Elanga. He gets the free kick, it's in a dangerous part, and it's about getting across your men, and that's what Murillo does. He's on the move. Newcastle got a real high line, but he gets across his man, and that's what he does. Because he's on the move, there's no chance for the defender. He's attacking it, and he attacks that ball, and it's a fantastic header. But they are having a little bit of complaint here. Nick Pope's going running out. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to work out what he's moaning about. But for me, it's a fantastic goal, fantastic run by Murillo, great ball by Elanga, and a great goal.
The only thing I can think he's complaining about, Nick Pope, is the initial corner, of which then resulted in the free kick, because he wasn't happy that it had gone out for a corner. But how about that? Nottingham Forest in the Champions League places, enjoying their football this season. Right-footed from Elanga on the free kick, downward header from Murillo inside the 6-yard box. He really pounced on that, and Forest lead.
Yeah, exactly what they would have wanted, what this crowd expected. You can hear them now, they'll be up. This is what Newcastle didn't want. So it's really important now, the next 10-15 minutes, Newcastle try and get themselves back in this game, make sure that it doesn't go further behind, and try and silence this Nottingham Forest fans, because when these get going, this team really does bubble.
Well, the City Ground has now come alive. Newcastle had kept Forest quiet for a large part of this first half so far. We're at the midway point, and it's Forest who lead by 1-0. I guess the message from Eddie Howe is actually probably continue as you were.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that's it for Newcastle. They're probably now got to open up a bit more, but what I will say, as you can hear, it's going to electrify in the atmosphere in here now, and these fans will be right behind Forest. They'll sit now in that mid block and be ready to pounce with the likes of Morgan Gibbs-White, Elanga and Hudson-Odoi on the side for them counter attack. So really important now that Newcastle remain focused and get back into their game plan.
Yeah, the sound reverberating off the corrugated metal roofs. This stadium steeped in history with its I was going to say 4 individual stands, but the one behind the goal to our right hand side does sweep onto the far side, the Brian Clough stand that is. Newcastle advancing deep into the Nottingham Forest half on the right hand side. Forest 1, Newcastle United 0 on a really big day in the Premier League, and what this can do for Forest heading into the international break. I guess almost they won't want the international break given the momentum. Long range shot, saved by Sells. It came from Guimaraes. He had to leap in the air. The Nottingham Forest goalkeeper diving down to his right hand side, parries it away. It's gone out for a corner.
Yeah, again, it's them regaining the ball in the final third, Newcastle. That's where they've looked the most dangerous, and then they've had the nice little bits of play in between with a lovely little bit of movement and play. Willock just lays it off to Guimaraes, who tries to then bend it with his left foot into the far corner. Nice save from Sells, but one you'd expect him to make.
Needed him at full stretch almost, the Belgian. 2 clean sheets in his last 5 games. He's keeping one for now. Back heel comes, low ball in. The corner initially works short between Hall and Gordon. Cleared away by Forrest, and Newcastle now have to settle for a throw-in. They're a goal down. 24 minutes played at the City Ground this Sunday lunchtime. Floating ball out to the right-hand side. Here is Cher, controls it, takes it past one nicely. Now needs to find an option. He probably didn't expect to find himself in that position. Ran out of ideas. Throwing given to Newcastle on the far right-hand side.
Yeah, it's the typical centre-half when you're up there after a corner and you remain, and the momentum of the attack stays on, and then you find yourself up there and you get a bit of a nosebleed, but does well, gets them a throw-in in the final third, which Newcastle have been really dangerous when they've got in there.
Forest lead by a goal to 0. They've scored the opening goal in their Premier League games for the 10th time in 11 matches this season. That's a league high, as you'd expect. Can they hold on to it? Newcastle trying to get back level in this game. Joe Linton on the left-hand side to the corner of the penalty area, right-footed, in-swinging ball. Looking for the player in the middle there. That was Sean Longstaff. He was the most advanced of anyone in a black and white shirt. Newcastle see the ball cleared away though by Forest, who have it in the left-back position with Alex Moreno. He sent one for Hudson-Odoi to chase. Cher now back in his centre-back position. Should be able to mop that up. Gives it to Nick Pope. Here's Dan Burn inside the Newcastle penalty area, away to our right. 1-0 to Forest. 20 minutes to go in this first half. But it is Newcastle. We mentioned going back to as they were, getting that control back in the game. And since going behind, they've done that.
Yeah, I think they've got ball control, but what they aren't doing at this minute in time is sort of getting in behind Nottingham Forest, which is what they're trying to do here now with Joe Linton. But what I will say is that Forest have now gone into that mid to low block, and they'll be ready and happy to do that and hit them on the counter. So really important time for Newcastle now not to overextend.
Aina wins the ball back, and Elanga tried to feed in Morgan Gibbs-White, and Forest would have been off there, but Newcastle intercepts, and it's their turn now to maybe, with Forest out of position, work something. Willock left of the penalty area, will try and pull it across goal. The bodies are back for Forest, behind for another Newcastle corner.
Yeah, Joe Willock again. He's been the thorn. He'll be the thorn on the side, as I said, in that Carabao Cup, just on that left-hand side, and he obviously sees that he can be a problem to Nottingham Forest. Does well. Should probably do better, in fact, because he sort of turns Yates inside out, but just doesn't get the right contact, but gets the side of the corner.
Enjoying a run of games, Joe Willock. It's his 9th Premier League appearance of the season. He only made 9 across the whole of last season, slightly hampered by injury. So Newcastle corner. Some Forest fans aren't happy with something they've seen in the penalty area. Anthony Gordon over this one near side the left. It is a left-footed in-swinging delivery into the heart of the 6-yard box, but headed away. Hall tries to win the first ball out of the box. Does that, but only heads it to Moreno. And clears it down this near side. Hudson-Odoi can't get there. And here is Hall again for Newcastle United, who trail Nottingham Forest by a goal to 0. Reminder, Manchester United lead Leicester 1-0. Still Spurs 0. Ipswich 0. You can listen to that on the BBC Sport website and app. And if you want to listen back to that goal from Nottingham Forest, you can rewind and play that back on BBC Sounds right now. Murillo's header has given them a 1-0 lead. Anti-Elanga free kick, crossed in from the right-hand side. Murillo's down a header was in. Maybe it's Newcastle's turn to score from a set piece. They've just won one. A free kick, 10 yards outside the right corner of the penalty area.
Yeah, I mean, they just had the corner there, Anthony Gordon. There was a lovely floated ball in, which Dan Burn just got under. It was really close with it was a real good run, but he's just a bit too high for him. So now Newcastle's starting to put a little bit of pressure on Forest. Forest has now got to start trying to regain the momentum back and get back into the game, but real good opportunity here for Newcastle.
Gordon is over this, as is Lewis Hall. It'll either be the right of Gordon or the left boot of Hall, you would imagine. Forest have everyone but Hudson-Odoi inside the penalty area. Even he's on the edge of the 18-yard box. In goes the free kick. Joe Linton rises highest, gets under the ball, but in doing so heads it simply over the bar.
Yeah, just a bit different. I was talking about Murillo earlier. When he's coming, he's still coming onto the ball there. Joe Linton's sort of going. He's already in there and ends up jumping to try and head it, and that's why it ends up with coming off the top of his head and going over the bar. But with Murillo, he was coming onto the ball, so his run was still coming, and that's why the momentum took him where he could use the head to get it down.
Nearly half an hour played. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 0. That's the voice of the former Premier League striker Kevin Nolan with us on 5 Sports Extra this afternoon. Elanga chested it onto the chest of Lewis Hall and Newcastle, and the Magpies back in control. It has finished in the Championship, the Steel City derby. The bragging rights are with Sheffield United. This afternoon they have won by a goal to nil over local rivals Sheffield Wednesday. Here it is Forest who lead Newcastle by the same scoreline. Dan Burn just knocking it to his right hand side, almost on the halfway line for Fabian Schär. Using Anthony Gordon, bypassing Livramento, back into the Newcastle half. Burn has fired that down the middle. Any touch that Isak was going to get was always feared to be heavy. And now Elanga in on the right hand side, fed through by Chris Wood, who's still trying to wait for the penalty area. Elanga with the shot that takes a deflection, loops to the back post. Easy catch for Nick Pope, who instantly wants to set Newcastle on their way and give Gordon the chase, but it's goalkeeper to goalkeeper. It bounced into the Forest penalty area. Matt Sells gathers.
Yeah, exactly what I was speaking about. You know, on that counter attack, and you're seeing Chris Wood just come off his man, Dan Burn, plays it inside Lewis Miley, gets Elanga out, he gets a one-on-one, tries to get a shot off. That counter attack, which is going to be a real big thing for Newcastle to keep their eye on, and also it's probably going to be the biggest thing for Forest going forward.
Dominguez onto the left-hand side, Gibbs White trying to force it through a gap and find Alex Moreno, who advanced forward from left back, didn't work successfully. Newcastle back in control. 14 minutes to the break. It's Forest who lead by a goal to nil. Guimaraes over the halfway line, just allowed a little bit too much space for Forest fans' comfort, and smacked away in the end by Dominguez, intercepted by Livramento. Here's Anthony Gordon. He's got 2 on the overlap of him on the right hand side, uses one of them in Longstaff, and just played back towards Guimaraes on the corner of the penalty area. Here's Livramento. Crossing is a good one. 3 Newcastle players on the edge of the 6-yard box, but no one can get a header on it. Back comes Elanga to defend. Newcastle will have a corner.
Yeah, another good little bit of play from Newcastle on that right hand side. Good ball in. They dealt with it well, Forest, but what they can't do is start letting Newcastle gain this momentum and start putting balls in the box. What they've got to do is try and get the game back, and it's really important over the next 10-15 minutes, certainly going into half time. But another corner for Newcastle, who have started to look dangerous on these set pieces.
Well, Anthony Gordon's going to take this corner near side the left, in front of the Forest fans in the stand to our left hand side. Gordon, 2 arms raised in the air again, right footed delivery, headed up in the air, certainly not away. Dan Burn's going to get there first, and then the volley comes in from Isak, blocked by a defender, didn't quite come back to the Swede, and now Forest trying to break away with Hudson-Odoi. It's won fairly by Hall, knocked down by Guimaraes. It'll come to Longstaff, didn't want to take on the shot there, near angle, saved by Sells, right hand side, needed to be, away by Murillo. Is that Dan Burn in there taking the shot on for Newcastle United?
Exactly that again. The centre half finds herself still up there off the corner, ends up going. Lovely bit of play between Joe Linton and Longstaff, but he laid it off, and it was to Dan Burn's right foot instead of his left, and that's why we didn't see probably the outcome of it in the back of the net. So really disappointed they didn't get a goal there, Newcastle, but a good little bit of play.
Yeah, he went for goal on target, needed a save from Sells. Here's Joe Linton on the right hand side. Have him and Gordon swapped, or is that just a leftover from the corner a few moments ago? We'll wait and see a little bit longer on that one. Joe Linton now on the right for the minute, Anthony Gordon on the left. 12 minutes to half time. Newcastle chasing an equaliser in this game. They trail by a goal to nil. Here's Willock towards the left corner of the box. Will move back infield. Has the overlap of Lewis Hall. Uses him. then gets it back, rolls it under his right boot, arcing ball towards the back post. The header isn't the best one from Moreno, gives Newcastle a chance to cross in from the right hand side. It might fall for Guimaraes in the penalty area. The cross came in from Joe Linton. Guimaraes twisting and turning on the right hand side, back out wide. Joe Linton fires it in, takes a deflection, Sells punches away almost on his goal line, hooked away by Elanga as well. Little bit scrambled this from Nottingham Forest. Newcastle have the ball.
Yeah, I mean, Newcastle now have pegged them in, and it's really important that I was talking about Forest trying to gain momentum back, trying to get the ball. You can hear this crowd now trying to help them out, but it's just been a little bit sloppy, as you said. Moreno with a bit of a header, which give them a little bit more chance to attack, but this is where they're going to hurt them on the counter attack. If not, see the counter attack's over and keep the ball going.
Here come Forest right hand side, ball pinged across to the near for Elanga to run towards the penalty area. Still Elanga, step overs, plays it back post. Hudson-Odoi was waiting, but the ball never came to him. Morgan gives White to, it was well past Chris Wood. It was behind Chris Wood, in fact. Here's Ola Aina for Nottingham Forest, who now again just need a little moment of calm, because it has become all about Newcastle United once again. Ryan Yates, right hand side, feeds it into the channel for Elanga, tries to snatch in the cross, but he can't, it's blocked off. And here's Guimaraes, and Newcastle will now move it away. Cher needs options, he's just holding out his palm saying come on, help me out. Willock sees it out of play, Nottingham Forest throw.
Yeah, Ryan Yates has done really well. He stopped the counter attack from Newcastle then after Elanga went on. He stopped that with Willock. Then he's just sort of closed the game down a bit, just made it all go a bit more slow. What they need now, and just to try and gain that momentum, gain that control back, because at the time Newcastle are now starting to try and gain momentum. They're getting the momentum. Forest have got to try and claim it back, and that's what they've done here, and it's really good play by Ryan Yates to do it.
Ball boy hands Aina a towel so he can wipe the ball, dry it off, get the best grip possible. This is a long throw in towards the near post from the right hand side, headed away from the Newcastle defence. Taken on the chest though, from the ball that pinged back up into the air by Aina, and Forest have the possession just outside the centre circle. Nicholas Dominguez to Moreno, and out towards the far side touchline, where he'll play a quick one to Moreno and get it back. The Spaniard signed from Aston Villa in the summer, left back today for Nottingham Forest, who lead by a goal to nil. 9 minutes to half time. 5 Sports Extra live from the City Ground on BBC Radio 5 Live. You've got United, who lead Leicester by a goal to nil, and on the BBC Sport website and app you've got commentary of Spurs against Ipswich, where the Tractor Boys have just taken a 1-0 lead. Here come Forest, looking for Chris Wood on the left hand side of the penalty area. Low ball in, seen behind. It will be a Forest corner.
Yeah, really good little piece of play there, and it started as we spoke about earlier with Ryan Yates, and now you know, just gaining a little bit of control, got the ball, playing it in their half, being in Newcastle's half. A lovely ball by Murillo, which Moreno done really well to flick on and then get on into his own flick on, which gets them now a corner. And obviously they've been really good at the set pieces this afternoon, so again another worry for Newcastle, but really good from Nottingham Forest over the last minute or two.
Sammy Smodics with that goal for Ipswich, by the way, who lead at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs, who had a difficult game Thursday night in Galatasaray. Corner comes in, headed by Gibbs White, who was attacking the near post but flicks his header on high over the bar. It remains Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 0.
Yeah, again, first contact from Nottingham Forest, so they'll be pleased by that. But again, he got there and he was already in there, so it's sort of, that's how he hasn't, the momentum wasn't taking him onto the ball was sort of coming onto him, and that's why you see it go high and wide.
So Nottingham Forest leading. They haven't beaten Newcastle since the 9th of May 1987, when Colin Foster and Stuart Pearce scored here at the City Ground. Paul Gascoigne scored for Newcastle. A 2-1 win for Forest that day, just one of their last 11. Forest have a miserable record, but they are winning here, and it's a win that will keep them third in the Premier League over the international break, unless Newcastle can find an equaliser here. The answer is no. Livramento trying to feed it into Longstaff, who'd made the run into the right of the penalty area. Cleared away, out for a Newcastle throw with 7 minutes to half time. 5 Sports Extra live from the City Ground, overcast City Ground, mild enough given that we're almost in mid-November. Here's Anthony Gordon for Newcastle. Again, the City ground just hushed a little bit with Newcastle in so much control. Gordon can't find Longstaff inside the penalty area, and again Forest will try and break away on the counter-attack. In fact, they've worked that brilliantly with Gibbs White and Chris Wood combining now. Anthony Elanga right hand side, slows up his run, stops the ball dead on the right hand side. Chris Wood had made his way towards the edge of the penalty area. Here's Gibbs White, here's Ola Aina.
Yeah, again, the counter-attack, it was over, and they realised that, Forest, and that's really good, because now to gain momentum, they want to keep now the ball, keep trying to play, get that momentum back off Newcastle, but that's where they're going to be the biggest threat, on that counter-attack with the front four, what they've got today.
Here's Cher just striding across the halfway line. It's about 10 yards inside the Forest half, then just knocks it into the centre circle for Dan Burn. Lewis Hall, Joe Linton back on the left hand side, so that was only a temporary switch. Hall bends it in, headed away by Milenkovic, who is one of those impressive sets of summer signings from Fiorentina. Challenge goes in, Newcastle free kick just outside the penalty area on the right hand side. In fact, very, very similar position to where Elanga fired in his free kick from Murillo's header, which gives Forest this 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely little bit of play. Newcastle went from left to right. Clearance comes out to Livramento, and he has a lovely little bit of link-up play with it was the 36 Longstaff again. Lovely little 1-2. Gets him down the side, and Hudson-Odoi does well to sort of track his man, but then gives a silly free kick out just outside the box. So dangerous position for Newcastle. Forest starting to get worried, and you can hear the anxiety in this Forest crowd as well.
Livramento just holding the bottom left side of his back as he clambers to his feet. 5 minutes to the break, and it's Nottingham Forest holding on to a 1-0 lead, but a dangerous Newcastle free kick. Can they do from this set piece what Forest did a little bit earlier with that goal from Murillo? Gordon over it, hands on hips, right hand side, 5-10 yards from the byline, a yard outside the box. Gordon whips it in near post, didn't get any height on it, and invited Forest to be able to clear it, which they did with Moreno, who I think caught that a little bit wrong. He was hobbling for a minute. Sells though, catches it in the penalty area, and Forest trying to go into the Newcastle half with a little bit of momentum. Taken away from Anthony Elanga. Newcastle back in control.
Yeah, it was actually Lewis Hall who was taking the free kick and trying to whip it, so it was a bit different. Elanga went out with the outswinger, they went with an in-swinger, but he just didn't get it right. Lewis Hall is poor play.
Anthony Gordon just nutmegged by Olaina as Forest get to the halfway line. He's ball in field into the centre circle, takes a deflection, still carries on into the path though of Morgan Gibbs White. Here's Murillo, Hudson-Odoi advancing. Wood gets himself into the penalty area, laid back Gibbs White. Now he's going to send it to the back post for Chris Wood. Dan Burn read it well, heads it away. It'll drop for Ryan Yates, 30 yards from the Newcastle goal, and he's looking back towards the halfway line as well. Forest leading by a goal to nil. Manchester United have got a second. Bruno Fernandes again, his second of the game as they lead Leicester by 2-0. Commentary on BBC Radio 5 Live of that one. Here come Forest, laid to the corner of the penalty area. Gibbs White, is he going to go for goal? Headed away by Cher on the edge of his 6-yard box. Isak's going to be under a little bit of pressure here from Murillo. Wants to try and get the pace, the Swede, as he breaks away and does, evades the challenge, the sliding challenge of Murillo. Gordon fouled. Forest felt they could come forward there. Anthony Taylor had other ideas. Newcastle free kick.
Yeah, he bought the foul really well there, Anthony Gordon. He realised that he kicked the ball back to Forest and was going to put them on a counter-attack. Yates had just given him a little kick on the ankle, and he went down really easily. But yeah, bought the foul, and it was a foul, but something what he didn't really need to do, Yates.
2.5 minutes to go of this first half, plus whatever is added on. Here is Joe Linton, right corner of the penalty area, just outside it. Bruno Guimaraes now lays it off to Livramento. The cross has got to be a good one, headed away by Ryan Yates, who I really can't think of many blades of grass he probably hasn't covered so far this afternoon. Willock, as the ball is pushed out towards the left-hand side, dances up against Aina. Now Willock down from behind, may appeal for the penalty that'll never come.
Yeah, he seems as if he thinks it is a penalty, but here you go.
Forest on the counter with Elanga. He's just slowed it up a little bit. Wood was trying to get in a promising position from one end to the other. Here's Hudson-Odoi, and it has just now calmed down a little bit. Slowly, Willett gets to his feet and jogs back into his own half. Forest have the possession out on the far side left as we look at it in the opening 45 minutes, of which now only 90 seconds remain. Forest leading. Here's Moreno out to that far side again. Gibbs-White, Hudson-Odoi, and Dominguez all on that far side touchline. Ipswich have just doubled their lead at Spurs, by the way. BBC Sport website and app for that one. Forest have given it away. Isak coming forward, fancies his pace. He's round one, past two. I think Murillo just about recovered that well enough. Isak goes down, but Murillo won the ball.
Yeah, I mean, poor play again by Forest, just a bit of sloppiness, and Isak went one-on-one with Murillo, tried to knock it one way and go round him, and Murillo doing what good defenders do. Got his body in the way, kept the ball, and then gets them out of it. And it's been really good for Forest over the last 3 or 4 minutes, getting themselves in a good place. And now you see this is what they want, Forest. They want to stop the game. They want it to get a bit nasty. They want it to be all stop and start, so that they can get into that half time with the 1-0 lead.
A little bit of handbags between Morgan Gibbs-White and Joe Linton on that far side. A little bit of pushing and shoving, which
you see the Forest fans love it, because Milenkovic gets over there, Ryan Yates gets over, they're all pushing and shoving, and it gets this crowd right behind them again. So yeah, as you say, handbags, but crowd are loving it.
Go on, and as a player, did you just rush over to be involved in
well, you always wanted to be involved in that, and I was someone who always wanted to be involved in that and all the carnage. But yeah, it's always handbags, and you just laugh about it at the end of the game. But yeah, something which is better for Forest than it is for Newcastle at this moment in time.
You know, it's given Forest a free kick on that far side, their left, midway inside their own half. We're about to find out how much added time, 3 minutes of it for Forest to hold on to this lead, as we get a replay of that Willock incident where he wanted a penalty that was never given. Seeing it second time round, change your mind, Kevin?
Yeah, I think it would have been soft if he give it, but it's one of them with it, Mike. I feel that if he does give it Anthony Taylor, then he ends up, it wouldn't get turned over. Whereas, because he hasn't given it, he won't turn it over. It's one of them, it's just in between. Because he does get the ball, Willock, and he does get the contact first, but I think he probably would have given a free kick outside of the box, but he's not going to give it for a penalty, I don't think, at this moment.
Yeah, well, we are told there's a high bar in the VAR booth this year in terms of overturning official decisions. I think Southampton might have something to say after that, after yesterday.
Well, yeah, I think there's been a few shady ones, hasn't he, over the last few weeks. I think going back to the West Ham Man United one as well, you know, when they've turned it around. So, yeah, I think, as I said, I think if the referee gives it, it wouldn't have been overturned. Because he hasn't given it, it's not going to be overturned. So yeah, just one of those, and right in the middle. Elanga
takes it on his head, now moves out to this right hand side, wants to take on Joe Willock, just passed it to Joe Willock in all seriousness on that one, and Anthony Gordon gives it back to the former Arsenal man, who digs under the ball, sends it out to the far side, bounces once, and on the second bounce it's out of play for a Nottingham Forest throw-in on the halfway line, far side, their left, 90 seconds left of added time.
The second biggest cheer since the goal, I think, is it's Joe Willock kicking the ball out, so shows where the Nottingham Forest fans are at the minute. They want to see half-time and want to see the 1-0 up, the lads going in 1-0 up.
And we get a replay of that Murillo header, just got his way in between Lewis Hall and Alexander Isak, who was just a passenger. Once it connected with Murillo's header, you always fancied it to go in. It did go in, and that's how Forest lead by a 1-0. Newcastle in possession. Hall, that's a better ball out towards the right hand side, although Joe Linton's got a little bit of holding off to do. He's able to do that, get the turn, goes up to the halfway line. He's fouled on the return by Morgan Gibbs-White. Those two are enjoying a little bit of spice about them in this the end of this first half.
Yeah, he does so well, Joe Linton, to get the foul. He had two people on his back there, and he was able to wriggle out of it and then get aside. But in them little situations, and you know, you've got to get hats off to Eddie, because when he come in, he was a number 9 playing up front. Now he's in that midfield or that right hand side, left hand side role, but he does that so well. You've got to give him credit for that.
One final charge for Newcastle, maybe. Willock, Hall, left hand side, this for Eddie Howe's side in his 600th game as manager, and it's not looking like a happy one for the minute. But Cher, is he going to hit that from 30 yards? He is. He's driven that, hits the legs of Dominguez, bounces away. Forest clear it up. Seconds remain of this first half. Chris Wood and Dan Byrne both race to the ball. Byrne slides it back to Nick Pope, takes a little tumble as he does so. Then the half-time whistle goes, and Nottingham Forest, who are enjoying the season of their lives so far in the Premier League, riding high in third, and will be staying there as it stands, because at the break, Murillo's goal is the difference. Nottingham Forest lead Newcastle by a 1-0.
Yeah, and I think probably on the overall play, they probably deserve it because they've had the probably better chance, if you like, in terms of what they've done and looked more dangerous. But Newcastle will probably feel a bit aggrieved that they are going in 1-0 down, probably, Mike. But for me, Forest have got that momentum now. They scored the goal. They've sort of lulled Newcastle into a sort of low block and let them play, and then they're going to try and hit on the counter-attack. So it's going to be really interesting now to see what Eddie does at half-time now to sort of counter that and try and get Newcastle being more authentic in that final third, because at this moment in time they've got to the final third quite well, but they've not really troubled Matt Sells in goal.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? Newcastle, more control, more possession, just need to be more clinical. That's been their problem this season. Only scored 10 goals across their 10 Premier League games so far. Forest, okay, their games aren't featuring a load of goals. In fact, second fewest in the Premier League behind Newcastle United. But Forest are taking their chances, which is something Newcastle haven't. Yeah,
and it's opportunities. Set plays are massive, and you see, and we talked about, Newcastle have had plenty of set plays. But they haven't had the quality of ball, and that's where it's been different in the first half, because quality ball by Elanga, real quality run by Murillo gets them a goal. They just haven't had that for Newcastle. Newcastle have had just as many, free kicks and corners in and around the box. So that's what they'll be looking at. They've got to get better. The standard in that final third has got to come higher if they want to get the goal and win this game.
Plenty more from Kevin Nolan, the former Premier League striker, with us on 5 Sports Extra this afternoon. As Nottingham Forest lead Newcastle by a goal to nil at the break. Murillo's goal separating the two sides. Let's hand you back to the team on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Nobody picked up Murillo, who powered his header past Pope. 1-0. Newcastle have impressed as well, though. Willockburn and Guimaraes all forcing saves from Matt Sells. Gordon and Joel Linton have had chances as well. But as things stand, Forest are on their way to making it 4 wins in a row. They continue to impress. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 0 at half-time.
No doubt where the biggest first half story, though, has come so far today. It's at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Henry Moran.
At half-time, Spurs 0, Ipswich 2. For the 5th time this season, Ipswich have the lead. They've yet to convert any of them to 3 points, but what a chance they've got today. Spurs started brightly. Johnson and Solanke getting good opportunities, couldn't make the most of them. Ipswich kept on working, though. Sami Smodic, brilliant finish with an overhead kick when the ball looped up. Big questions in the Spurs defence, though, about who was willing to fight for that loose ball. More questions around Ipswich's second. Lost possession, a quick break, and after a scramble involving Dragosan, Liam Delap scoring from virtually underneath the crossbar. Spurs shell-shocked, boos around the stadium. Ed Sheeran, wearing a very fetching sheepskin jacket, is absolutely delighted. Spurs 0, Ipswich 2.
It's the 6th time in their 11 Premier League games this season that Ipswich have led. 6th, and they have still yet to win a game, so I suspect their fans won't be getting carried away just yet. Wales would desperately love a victory themselves. They're playing Fiji at the Principality Stadium in the Autumn Nations Series. Molly Stevens.
Yeah, whereas Wales 14, Fiji 13. Just a point in it now. Fiji came out of the blocks brilliantly in this second half. Wales caught offside, so they take the penalty. They're about to bring the cavalry on, Wales, by the looks of it. A complete change in the front pack of what has been an absolutely crazy game of tries, no tries, yellow cards, red cards. We've seen the first incident of a 20-minute red card used in this game. That is the first from World Rugby, something that's being trialled at the moment. Wing Semi Radradra was sin-binned, and then it was upgraded to a 20-minute red card. So all sorts going on here, but at the moment, Wales 14, Fiji 13.
And a reminder, at 4:10 you'll be able to listen to Scotland versus South Africa from Murrayfield on 5 Sports Extra. In the Championship, a West Brom heading back into the top 6. Rob Law.
It looks like that, Steve. West Brom leading 2-1 at Hull. They're hanging on to a lead that would move them up to 4th as things stand and bring an end to that 6 straight draws in the Championship. They've been clinical. Hull haven't. It's been as simple as that. The goals, Carlin Grant and Josh Madger, 2 in 5 first half minutes to put Carlos Corberan's side in control. João Pedro with a header that give Hull some hope just before the break, but Hull really should have been level in the second half. A header from Regan Slater that was forced wide. Hull piling everything forward in the final few moments, but still Hull 1, West Brom 2.
Already today, Sheffield United have moved back into second in the Championship table after beating Sheffield Wednesday by 1-0 in the Steel City derby. And in the Women's Super League, it's finished Liverpool 0, Chelsea 3. So Chelsea is second in the WSL, 1 point behind Manchester City, but having played a game less. 6 wins from 6 in the WSL under Sonia Bonpastor. Amongst other things, we'll take you to Stamford Bridge for the first time today. Remember, Chelsea-Arsenal in full on Premier League Sunday at 4:30 after the news on 5 Live with Richard Foster.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Premier League.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Russia and Ukraine have carried out their biggest drone attacks against each other since the start of the war. Ukraine's Air Force says Russia launched 145 drones, attacking all parts of the country. It says it shot most of them down. Russia says 34 Ukrainian drones were destroyed as they approached Moscow. Dr. Samuel Romani is from the Royal United Services Institute.
Obviously, the Ukrainians are trying to bring the war to the Russian people. The election timing, though, is interesting because it does show that the Ukrainians are willing to try to strike various ammunition depots in Bryansk and chemical facilities and energy facilities, maybe before there are peaceful negotiations, to degrade Russia's ability to rebuild in the short term.
King Charles has led the nation in 2-minute silence in remembrance of men and women killed in conflict. Tens of thousands of veterans joined the King in paying their respects at the Cenotaph in central London. The Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel, has defended comments she made about Donald Trump after the Capitol riots in Washington in 2021, saying they were absolutely right and fair. She was Home Secretary at the time and said Mr. Trump's words directly led to the violence. More than 200 bosses of hospitality firms have signed a letter to the Chancellor warning that plans to increase employers' national insurance contributions could damage the sector with job losses and businesses closing. Those extra NI plans were announced in the recent budget. And more than 100 heads of state and government are gathering in Azerbaijan for the COP29 climate talks, which start tomorrow. Critics say that holding the conference in a major oil and gas producing country undermines the message that economies need to move away from fossil fuels.
Good morning, 5 Live Breakfast with Rick and Rachel. I would like to take this opportunity to offer you my congratulations on 3 years in my company.
It is incredible.
Well done.
There are some nice messages. I discovered you 2 years too late. Never mind, says Linda, I'm here now.
Welcome, Linda.
5 Live Breakfast.
With Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
Greg in Plymouth says congratulations to you both. I was unsure of Rick initially. Some days I still am.
It's not an uncommon opinion, that one, though.
No, the thing about me, Greg, is I will grind you down. I grind everyone down in the end.
5 Live Breakfast.
It's weekdays from 6 on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sports
with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Half-time whistle in the Women's Super League. Crystal Palace lead Everton by 1-0. India Page Riley, New Zealand international striker. With that, nothing for the New Zealand international striker Chris Wood for Nottingham Forest against Newcastle so far, but it doesn't matter. Forest lead Newcastle by 1-0. Second half commentary on the way on 5 Sports Extra. Spurs 0, Ipswich 2. You'll be able to hear that on the BBC Sport website, and here on 5 Live we'll be back to Old Trafford shortly, where Manchester United lead Leicester by 2-0. In the Championship, Burnley winless in their last 4, about to get underway in their game with Swansea at Turf Moor. Sani Rudravajula.
Hi Steve, Burnley in the playoffs. Their mid-October beating of Sheffield Wednesday feels a long time ago, but Scott Parker keeps faith with the side that drew a blank at West Brom, with Leeds loanee Jayden Anthony having a goal controversially ruled out. Zian Fleming's up top. He was the last player to celebrate a goal for the Clarets 4 games ago. 2 swaps for middling Swansea. The experienced Joe Allen returns with Josh Tymon at fullback. Miles Peart-Harris, borrowed from Brentford, scored his first in a 1-0 over Watford. He starts along with Serbian Zan Vipotnik leading the line.
In the Scottish Premiership, after Aberdeen beat Dundee 4-1 on Saturday, Celtic need to get a win themselves to go back to the top of the table. They face Kilmarnock at Rugby Park. Kenny Crawford.
Good afternoon, Steve. Rugby Park's a venue which often has a big say in the eventual destination of Scottish silverware, so 3 points is definitely not a given for Celtic. Brendan Rodgers' side lost here in the league and the League Cup last season. Kelly beat Rangers on this patch a fortnight ago, but with that wonderful win against Leipzig midweek, you'd think there'll be a sizable spring in Celtic's step today. One player who won't take any steps for Brendan Rodgers' side this afternoon, though, is defensive rock Cameron Carter-Vickers. He's rested as a precaution. Striker Kyogo is a sub. Liam Scales and Adam Ida come in. Derek McInnes' Kilmarnock are without the injured Stuart Finlay, Danny Armstrong and Bruce Anderson is benched, while Joe Wright, Liam Donnelly and Marley Watkins are the replacements. Kick off in a couple of minutes.
Rangers face Hearts at 5 o'clock as well in the Scottish Premiership. Back to the Principality Stadium, Wales, Fiji, Molly.
Yeah, Fiji are in front. Sorry, Steve, we were about to see another try then, but it's been pulled back. Wales 14, Fiji 16. The first time Fiji have been in front in this match. Penalty after penalty. Caleb Muntz behind the boot of them. Wales 14, Fiji 16.
About to get underway in the Women's Super League in the game between West Ham and Leicester. Chelsea have extended their perfect start after beating Liverpool 3-0. After the game, Betty Glover spoke to Chelsea boss Sonia Bonpastor.
I feel good. I'm so proud of my players. Great performance again tonight. Good results. I think we are in a good dynamic, and that's always important for the confidence.
Big win. Were you really happy with the performance? Was there anything that you would have wanted to have done differently?
Just after the game, it's more difficult for me to analyse. I will be analysing the game later tonight or tomorrow. But you always have some points you can improve in the game. I think maybe today we started a little bit slower than usually the game, but we were able in the bigger picture during the 90 minutes to control the game, which I'm really happy with.
Next game you've got Manchester City in the WSL. How tough do you think that's going to be?
Yeah, tough game. You know, City have a really good team. They are also in a really good dynamic with good results. So, yeah, it will be a very nice game for everyone, for both teams, the fans and the people who are going to watch on TV. So, yeah, when you are a football fan, you just want to be part of that games. So, yeah, that's not the next one because we still have a Champions League one in the middle of the week. So we will focus on that, but for sure we can't wait to play that game.
Sonia Bonpastor. Chelsea's men are at home to Arsenal in our 5 Live commentary at 4:30. Correspondent John Murray is there for us. Afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Steve.
There is a lot to get into here.
Yes, there is.
Let's start with the question marks over Arsenal purse. Oh, go on. What do you want to start with?
That's exactly what I was going to start. I was going to say that's where we should start.
Perhaps?
Declan Rice is exactly where we should start because I'm sitting up in our commentary position in the main stand. But we've had pictures up here of the Arsenal team coach arriving outside, and that is the news that I think Arsenal fans will want to hear is that Declan Rice did get off the bus and has walked through the avenue of supporters that they now have, which is quite new this season, outside Stamford Bridge and into the stadium and to the dressing room. So he's there. Declan Rice is there. As we know, he's going to be playing with a broken toe. Will receive the treatment that he needs to be able to allow him to do that. So Rice is here. Odegaard is here as well. Clearly one of the questions is, will he be in the starting lineup? Will Rice be in the starting lineup? And also the two players who went off in Milan on Wednesday night with head injuries, Kai Havertz, who cut his head quite badly, he's here. And also Mikel Merino, who went off at half-time, who's involved in the 2 penalty incidents that were involved in the match against Inter and didn't come out for the second half. Mikel Arteta said he wasn't feeling right. Well, he's here as well, so I am assuming that they are all available for selection.
Do you think Declan Rice will play with a broken toe for England as well?
I would be less certain of that.
We shall see. Let's hear from the Chelsea manager, Enzo Maresca. He was asked after a really positive start to the season, the narrow defeats they have had to Liverpool and Manchester City, whether the only thing they're missing is a statement victory over a title-chasing team.
I think there's a lot of positives.
For sure, I would like to win this kind of game. But since we start, I always said the same, that for sure I analyze the result, but first of all, I analyze the performance. Hopefully we can win Sunday, we can win that kind of game. Liverpool away, the performance was very good. We didn't deserve to lose, even City. The good thing is that we are there. We are there, and you cannot see big difference when we play this kind of game, and this is the most important thing. For sure, I don't have doubt if it's Sunday or it's next game, but for sure we're gonna be there and win this kind of game, no doubt.
And if they do, they'll only be a point, John, behind Manchester City.
Yes, and also they'll have opened a gap between themselves and Arsenal, who are currently just below them on goal difference in the Premier League table. And I've seen quite a bit of Chelsea so far this season. And since they lost here to Manchester City, where they give a good account of themselves, that was on the opening weekend of the season, it is just 1 defeat in their last 9 Premier League matches. And that was at Anfield against Liverpool. So they're 2 defeats against Manchester City.
You can hear Chelsea against Arsenal on 5 Live from around about 4:30 this afternoon. We're getting ready for the second half. the Mull of Kintyre. Loud and proud from the Forest fans. They lead by a 1-0 as we get ready for the second half. No changes by either side at the break. So we remain with Sells in goal, Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo, Morena, the back four for Nottingham Forest, Yates and Dominguez, with Alanga, Gibbs, White, Hudson-Odoi and Wood as the rest of their team. Forest in this second half are now right to left, red shirts, white shorts and red socks. Their opponents Newcastle, Pope's their goalkeeper, Livramento, Sher, Byrne and Hall, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock, with Gordon, Isak and Joe Linton. They are left to right, thick black and white vertical striped shirts with the black shorts and white socks. Attacking the end where their away fans are housed on the bottom tier of the stand to our right hand side. And Newcastle, who had the control and the possession in the first half, are looking now to chase a goal which get them level, and maybe it comes with Isak drifting in from the right hand side, lays it into the edge of the D for Willock. Ball might break through for Joe Linton. Away by Forest in the end. Newcastle, once they'd got in on the right hand side, never really had full control of the ball, and that allowed Forest to clear it. Here is Sher, picks it up, gives it to Dan Byrne, alongside myself, Mike Maine, the former Premier League striker, Kevin Nolan.
Yeah, good start from Newcastle. Isaac gets himself in around that right hand side of the box, just plays it behind Willock, so we're unable to come onto it, but really positive start from Newcastle. But Nottingham Forest sitting into that low to mid block now and waiting for that counter.
Joe Linton, right hand side, Livramento on the overlap. Joe Linton has dug a deep cross in there. Sells lets it go, it bounces on the byline, then bounces back and arcs back into play without fully going out. So Dan Byrne now has it for Newcastle. Willock, again the City ground, just setting itself down ready for the second half. It was at large times in the first half comfortable yet frustrating watch for Forest fans. They had the goal advantage, but they never really had much of the ball. Here's Livramento, clever little turn actually from him, trying to play it onto the edge of the penalty area. Just a shame that Longstaff wasn't on the same wavelength.
Yeah, it was a nice little ball in that corner run, what you're expecting Longstaff to give. He just stopped, and Murillo was able to intercept and put it out. But Newcastle, first couple of minutes, really established themselves and gone right in full control. So really important for us now to try and get a little bit of control back on the ball, because Newcastle, it's been all Newcastle at the beginning.
Yeah, Newcastle won here in the League Cup on penalties earlier this season. Finished 1-1 after 90 minutes. And they're trying to get the same scoreline again, as Aina's got a little bit of defending to do up against Isak. Eventually just allows the Swede to take control of the ball as he moves out of the penalty area and out towards the far side. Here's Longstaff to turn. He'll get more central as well, but then runs out of room and clatters almost into Nicolas Dominguez. Forest now send the ball away. Hudson-Odoi takes it on the outside of his right boot up against Livramento, into the middle for Morgan Gibbs-White. Wood is calling for it. Gibbs-White just flicks the ball behind him on the turn, and Forest try and keep the possession, but in the end Dominguez sends it forward, not quite as joined up there. It runs into the penalty area away to our left hand side, and Nick Pope can just comfortably knock it away from his penalty area.
Yeah, they're all willing Morgan gives White to shoot Wendy from about 40 yards. He didn't fancy it, went back to Dominguez. They give the ball away, and now they've just gone into this low block again to mid block. So really encouraging signs from Newcastle, but Forest sort of on that counter attack have got to be a bit more potent.
Longstaff flicks it with the outside of his right boot on the edge of the penalty area, and Isak was caught just a little flat-footed there and meant he couldn't get his run to charge through on goal. He would have had one-on-one situation there. As it was, it runs on through and Sells collects.
Yeah, nice little bit of play, good thought, good thinking from Longstaff, but Isak just wasn't on the same wavelength, and obviously that's why Sells is on the ball.
He would have been onside as well, Alexander Isak, who scored in his 2 appearances against Nottingham Forest. 34 Premier League goals for him, same as Robert Lee. And he's now trying to close down on Solano and Cisse, 2 iconic names for Newcastle United in the Premier League, who got 37. Cross it from the left hand side. Sells, I thought, could have gathered. He sort of arms that away out towards this near side. It bounces off his forearm and actually took it away from the Newcastle player in Joe Linton, who's on the right of the 6-yard box. Here's Guimaraes, bending shot. outside of his boot, looking for the top left-hand corner. Hit it first time of asking. It goes high and wide, but only fractionally so.
Yeah, nice corner run from Lewis Miles on the opposite side. Lewis Hall on the opposite side. Gets a really good crossing. As you said, I think Matt Sells should do better, but he gets a hand on it, takes it away from Joe Linton. But then a lovely little bit of 1-2 with him and Guimaraes with his right side of his outside of his foot. You think, well, from our angle, it looked like it was going into that top corner, but just goes over the bar.
Would have been a sensational goal from Bruno Guimaraes.
Absolutely fantastic finish it would have been, yeah.
As we get that clawed save from Matt Sells, he was coming off his goal line, did enough. It was a vital touch, really. Otherwise, Joe Linton is looking at an equaliser, and he might still be here because Newcastle with Willett come forward and the shot. Joe Linton was peeling away to the right-hand side. Longstaff's header is weak and poor. He's smacked away by Ina. Forest have no control.
No, and this is what I was talking about earlier on. At the beginning of the second half, Newcastle really took the ball by the horns and got it.
They're going to make the changes as a result here. Forest, I think Nuno Espirito Santo realises they need to get more time on the ball.
Yeah, and it will do. Anderson, obviously his old club coming back on. He'll want to go and show them what he's about. And I think it's going to be one of them where they try and claim the game back off Newcastle, because at this moment in time Newcastle are fully in control, although not really getting to that final third and doing what they want and getting that goal.
Former Newcastle man Elliot Anderson enjoying life at Forest. He has 3 assists in his 10 Premier League games so far for Forest, as many as he got in 44 for Newcastle United. He's going to come on. Never scored in the Premier League either for Newcastle, yet to score for Forest, but plenty of time to correct that. Also going to come on Jota Silva for his 10th Premier League appearance of the season, and all 10 will have been from the Forest bench. Spurs have one back, so it was a surprise scoreline at half-time with Spurs trailing Ipswich by 2-0. Well, they've just found a route back into the game. Now Tottenham 1, Ipswich 2. Joe Linton, Longstaff can look goalwards as well. Right hand side, Livramento, low cross in. Murillo, the goal scorer of Forest, to give them that 1-0 lead. Slides in, sends it away. Joe Linton bends in across from the right hand side. Early delivery, headed away as well, that one. Comes to Gordon now on the left. Him and Hall combine. Hall just a little infield from Bruno Guimaraes, who now moves to the edge of the D. Lets Longstaff take over. Isak moving into position. It is. But now Forest on the break. Newcastle so high up the field. Forest can steam away on that right hand side. It is an opportunity across goal, and Pope saves with his legs. What a chance, what a foot race that was. And all the way down the field was Dominguez running, and his shot met at the near post by Nick Pope.
Yeah, it was a fantastic challenge by Ryan Yates again to win the ball back, and then a lovely little bit of passing to get Dominguez out. He'd just come on from his injury, so that's why Dan Bain wasn't aware of him.
Newcastle low crossing from the left hand side, blocked. It's going to be a corner kick.
Yeah, this has been probably the best spell for Newcastle, but they've got to be really, really aware of Newcastle's threat on the counter, and that's what you've just seen there. Dominguez come on, showing no signs of that injury he just walked off with, runs down the side, and it's a good save by Nick Pope. But this is probably best time for Newcastle now, and the best spell of their game.
Dominic Solanke's goal's been ruled out for handball, so it is still Tottenham 0, Ipswich 2. Corner to Newcastle, far side. Their left, right in front of the Newcastle fans, who'll try and suck that ball into the back of the net if they can. The corner hooked up into the middle of the 6-yard box, headed downwards from Longstaff, in off the post on the rebound, and Alexander Isak scores again against Nottingham Forest. 3 appearances, 3 goals, and it is Forest 1, Newcastle 1.
Yeah, he is Johnny on the spot, and this lad, he's a fantastic finisher, as you see there. I don't think it's him who gets the first contact, but he's there and he's ready, he's aware, he's waiting for the ball, anything to drop in and around him, and he passes it in. This has been, as I just said, Newcastle's best passage of play. This has been the way they've got on top of Forest, so it's really important now Forest try and gain momentum back. But for Newcastle, they're well deserved in this second half. How they started for the last 10 minutes, they've been the team who looked more likely to score.
Corner came in from the far side. The initial header from Longstaff was blocked off. It rebounded straight to the feet of Isak, who pulled the trigger hit the right-hand post. It comes off the inside of the post and nestles into the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, 2 set-piece goals, and you can see the staff, they're complaining. Staff are complaining about a push, but I think it's there's no push there. Well deserved equaliser, and it sets this game up now for me for the next 35 minutes.
And it comes just after Domingos' chance at the other end, down the right hand side, saved by the legs of Nick Pope. That would have made it 2-0 Forest. Up the other end, Newcastle go win a corner and score from it.
Yeah, and that's been it. We thought that Forest going into the second half, that's going to be their biggest threat, was the counter-attacking threat. But to be fair, when you're looking at it now, I'm not too sure what they're looking at.
They're looking at
I don't know why they're looking at it in big detail, because I thought it was a goal right away. I didn't think there was much there to see. When I'm looking at the VAR now as well, I don't know why we're waiting. We should be getting this game back on. The VAR shouldn't be getting involved with it.
Yeah, goal stands. It was a matter of the heads went up initially. Longstaff, they're just wondering whether Forest header pushed it down on Longstaff's arm. You can't give a handball for that. They haven't. It is Forest 1, Newcastle 1. 10 minutes gone in the second half, and Forest, who are readying a double change with Jota Silva and Elliot Anderson, well, there's been a pause and a moment reflection of that from Nuno Espirito Santo, who's now just sent them back to the bench for now as he rethinks his team here.
Yeah, it's one of them when you sort of you've got that 1-0, you've got the advantage, and you're looking at it and you're thinking, right, we'll make the change now to keep this 1-0. Now it does a change in his head, and that's what we're looking at now. We're seeing it. He's asked them to go back into the dugout. He'll have a chat with his team, and as you see now, he's calling them up, and you'll see whether that change is going to be the same.
So 1-1, Elanga just holds off Lewis Hall on that far side. Forest right, gets to the corner of the penalty area, low ball in, it's behind Morgan Gibbs-White, who seemingly apologises for making the run too soon as well. Now Isaac and Murillo eating up ground. Murillo stumbled as he got to the edge of his own penalty area, allows Isaac control of the ball, recovers brilliantly, the Forest centre-back, and Isaac goes down. Nothing given by Anthony Taylor, the referee. Good recovery for Murillo,
fantastic. I've just seen his pace for the first time really with him and Isaac going at it.
Guimaraes, edge of the D, heavy touch, and it just cost Newcastle an opportunity. But as they turn over play, Forest, they come across the halfway line with Gibbs-White. He's got Elanga to his right hand side. The ball was too close to Lewis Hall on the edge of the penalty area. Steps across, but then he can only give it away. So Forest still have it alive here. Gibbs-White, Elanga, a little calming in the play. Anderson and Jota Silva are about to come on in a moment for Nuno Espirito Santo. He's decided that change is still relevant, still going to happen. Forest with possession midway inside the Newcastle half. Murillo digs under it, headed down and away by Dan Byrne, and Joe Willett inside his own half, central position, tries to feed it out to the left hand side. The run was made by Gordon, cut off by Aina, and here's Nikola Milenkovic to send Forest back forward up towards the halfway line. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 1. Premier League Sundays on 5 Live and 5 Sports Extra, plus the BBC Sport website and app this afternoon. And he's bouncing on the long ball up towards the byline. Ooh, got a little touch off Lewis Hall, but the linesman on that far side has flagged, so it will be a Newcastle free kick anyway for an offside against Elanga. And here come those Forest changes then. First of all, Elliot Anderson on for Morgan Gibbs-White. And the other change, as the former Newcastle man comes onto the field, is going to see Callum Hudson-Odoi replaced by Jota Silva.
Yeah, he's gone ahead with the changes, what he's thinking of now. Getting Anderson on, trying just to grab something back into this game now, I think, in Nuno Espirito. But it's been really good for Newcastle. What Forest can't do is now become wasteful with the opportunities that they're given, and that's what I think, and what we're seeing is that Morgan Gibbs-White on that counter there, he gives the ball back to Lewis Miles. Sorry, I keep calling him Lewis Miles. It's because I'm getting wily. Lewis Hall, he gives it cheap, and what they've got to do, and that's why they've probably brought on Jota and now Anderson to try and get that quality on the counter, because they feel that's something where they can hurt Newcastle.
And Lewis Miley is on the bench for Newcastle United this afternoon.
Yeah, that's why I keep looking at his name.
Lewis Hall, the current left back for Eddie Howe's side, in his 600th league match as manager this afternoon. The Newcastle boss, what started with Bournemouth losing 2-1 against Darlington in January 2009, has led him to the Premier League, to the Champions League a couple of years ago as well. As throw-in is given to Nottingham Forest on the halfway line. Nottingham Forest, who have won both of their last 2 home fixtures. They only won 3 of their first 14 at home under Nuno. They did lead this afternoon until Alexander Isak fired for Newcastle back level. Only the 11th goal in 11 games that Newcastle have scored this season. Conceded 11 as well, including the one today from Murillo in the first half. The hour marks here, and it's Newcastle and Forest locked at 1 apiece at the City Ground in the East Midlands. Forest came into today with exactly the same record as their East Midlands rivals Leicester City had in their title-winning season. 1-5 drawn, 4 lost, 1 after 10 games. Cross comes in from the right-hand side, deflects off Bruno Guimaraes, so that's going to be a corner to Forest, far side the right.
Yeah, I mean, it's another good run by Ryan Yates. I think he's been probably the little spark in the Forest team today, and he gets it down that right-hand side, gets his team a corner, and then you see him willing the crowd and get behind us. Come on, get behind us, because they need this crowd if they're going to try and win this game, keep this momentum going, what they've got, and, you know, fantastic to think that they're third in the Premier League at this moment in time with the points.
A win secures 3rd spot heading into the international break. Corner headed down from Ryan Yates. Nick Pope catches on his goal line.
Yeah, again, Yates is in the mix of it again. I said he's a threat on set pieces, and he just does everything right. Yates, he never sparkles. He's never one who takes the limelight, but he just does all the jobs really good, and he's real threat off set pieces. And as you see in that other day,
one of the longest serving players at the club, if not the longest serving player with them since 2018. Ryan Yates scored in that big East Midlands derby win against Leicester a few weeks ago. The 3-1 win for Forest. Guimaraes has just emerged with the ball here over the halfway line to the left of the centre circle. 1 apiece as needlessly the foul given away by the man receiving all the praise a moment ago in Ryan Yates.
That's him again though. He's stopping the play, stopping momentum for Newcastle, getting Forest back into the shape. And you see, he just, as I said, he's a clever footballer, Ryan, and does it really well, and does well to stay out of the book as many times as he should, really.
Chris Wood forward, poor ball, won't find Jota Silva making the run on the right-hand side. Share for Newcastle, 10 yards inside his own half to Tino Livramento, the right back. Share again, Dan Burn. There are plenty of substitutes warming up. Down on the touchline away to our left-hand side. 2 of a Nottingham Forest persuasion, 4 in the black shorts of Newcastle. We can see with the green bibs on, one of them Sandro Tonali, Jacob Murphy watching on as well. Players who can have a big impact. Jacob Murphy heading into today, the only player with multiple assists for Newcastle so far this season. Chelsea Arsenal on the way from 4:30. BBC Radio 5 Live, BBC Sounds for that one. More Premier League action on BBC Radio 5 Live, and if you haven't heard this week, new audio rights deals means that 5 Live will bring you more Premier League commentaries than ever before over the next 4 seasons. And if you're just tuning in, you've missed that Alexander Isak equaliser for Newcastle. You can listen back via your smart speaker. It can rewind, so you can find that goal, those big moments, probably rewind about 10 minutes or so for that Isak equaliser. Your phone is where you can access BBC Sounds on the app. You can also access it on your smart speaker. Simply say to your device, play Radio 5 Live or 5 Sports Extra, and it will do just that. Long ball forward by Newcastle. Bounces once, twice, and into the hands comfortably of Matt Sells.
Yeah, poor ball by Newcastle. It's just gone a bit dead at the minute, the game, and nothing really happening. So it's really important now with these next 5 minutes for one of the teams to try and establish themselves as they want to take this game, as you see now, counter.
Joe Linton, right hand side, he has the overlap of Isak. Isak will send it to the back post. Gordon's header is goal bound, but it was slightly over him. He was always backtracking, he was always trying to arc the neck muscles, and it's a comfortable catch in the end for Sells.
Yeah, it's a lovely little dink ball into the back post, but Gordon's already in there, and as you say, when you're not coming on, the momentum's not with you, you've got to try and get it with the neck muscles, and obviously wasn't enough to beat Sells.
Forest just on the halfway line. Anderson playing now against players he once used to train with, but he just holds off Fabian Schär. Can't get past Joe Linton though, loses the ball inside the Forest half. Here is Isak, pulled to the ground, was he by Ryan Yates? Yes he was, and there is the yellow card.
As I said, I predicted, I think, one foul ago that the yellow card would be coming. He knew what he was doing again, obviously getting himself, giving Newcastle a free kick, but Anderson done all the work. He really done well, keeping shot off him, and then he tried to then go into a battle with Joe Linton, which was needlessly. He should have just played the ball off and got himself back into the game. But then he gives the ball away, and it gives them an opportunity then to break, which is going to be a real problem for Forest if they're going to allow that and lose balls in the mid to defensive third. But free kick now for Newcastle.
Looking to go in front, Newcastle have won 6 of their last 7 against Nottingham Forest. 25 minutes to go in this game. Forest 1, Newcastle 1. Manchester United lead Leicester 2-0. That's available for you right now on BBC Radio 5 Live. Tottenham trailing Ipswich by 2-0 at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That's on the BBC Sport website and app. So this Newcastle free kick, central position, midway inside the Forest half. I mean, it's not out of shooting range, this one, is it?
No, I think that's what they're just deciding now, whether it's going to be a direct shot or whether they're going to work something. But knowing Eddie Howe and his team, they'll have something up their sleeve to maybe get out wide. You've seen Anthony Gordon going out wide there, so is it one way they're going to try and look for just a different move, as you see?
Yeah. Gordon peeled away, Hall finds him, cross comes in, Sells punches away, Longstaff wants to be first to it. Newcastle will claim a penalty. They'll be lucky if they ever get a second look at that, because steaming up the field now is Jota Silva, out towards the left hand side, coming to this near side of the field. Byrne recovers, Byrne gives away the free kick. He's already on a booking. I don't think the referee's going to make it a 10-man game for Newcastle United. Jota Silva fouled. The Forest fans have realised Byrne made the foul and he's on that yellow card.
He's a lucky boy, I think, and Ryan Yates is actually pointing it out to Anthony Taylor as the captain now, saying, you've just booked me for the same thing. You know, he stopped the momentum of the counter-attack. Dan Byrne's already on a yellow card. Would it be a soft yellow card? Probably. But is it a yellow card? It is, by the laws of the game. So he has got that one wrong, I think, Anthony Taylor, and that's why they are aggrieved, or they feel aggrieved, the fans and the staff and players of Forest.
So it will be a free kick to Forest. The yellow card stays in the pocket of Anthony Taylor, where Dan Byrne is concerned. Dan Byrne is already going to miss their game against West Ham after the international break, having picked up 5 yellow cards in the Premier League this season. Sandro Tonali is ready to come on. Elanga is going to take this free kick. He's just had a word with Alex Moreno here about this free kick. What a Forest got up their sleeve to try and take the lead again midway through this second half. Right footed from Elanga into the penalty area, headed away by Byrne. Willock's header is not a good one. It's out to the left of the D. Still alive here. Jota Silva trying to twist and turn on the edge of the penalty area. He can't. And now Anthony Gordon emerges with the ball, and he's already up towards the halfway line. 2 go with him. Alexander Isak, who just brushes past Dominguez, lets the ball run onto Joe Willock right at the penalty area. Willock looking for Isak, slams it down and wide of the right hand post. What a chance for Alexander Isak and Newcastle to turn this game on their head. Willock, great cross, Isak in space, firing low across the ground and wide at the right hand frame of the goal. 1-1.
I'm just waiting for the net to bulge. I wouldn't expect, I would have put my mortgage on everything there. That opportunity falling to Alex Isak there in the middle of the box on the volley, and I'm just expecting the net to ripple, and it hasn't. It's just gone wide of the post. Lucky for Forest, but there Jota, on the edge of the box, got to do better, got to release the ball earlier, and he gets caught. Anthony Gordon was absolutely magnificent in getting himself and getting his side up the pitch, and with a lovely ball out wide, nice little dink by Willock, and you just expect him to score, and he just hasn't.
Joe Willock's cross to Alexander Isak for that missed opportunity for Newcastle United was his last. Sandro Tonali comes on in his place. 5th substitute appearance of the season for him.
There you go, Yatey again, waiting the foul when it's needed. Just get that little free kick, goes over, gets Forrest, try and get momentum back for them. Then he goes down, he'll sit down for 40-50 seconds now. Just get Forrest back into the game and where they want to be. Just real good with his game plan all the time. Really good captain, really good lad as well.
There was a booking for Rui Barbosa, one of Espirito Santo's assistants, that came from the aftermath of the challenge from Dan Byrne.
Yeah, he got the yellow card out for the wrong person, I think. He got it for one of the staff, who was right to protest, because we all believed that it was a yellow.
Forest free kick. Elanga sends it into the penalty area, headed away by Cher. The drop down ball is collected back by Nottingham Forest, so the possession remains with the home side, one apiece at the City Ground with 20 minutes to go in this game. Here's Murillo, Forest scorer from the first half, before Isak cancelled things out. Moreno, and now Dominguez inside the centre circle, just pushes it out to the right hand side. Forest in their red shirts are from right to left in the second half, sent down the line, and Hall, who started at left back and started this move off, has continued his run. They tried to find him again. Aina steps across to cover, Sells under it first time, sends it up and away to the halfway line.
Yeah, great defender by Aina, showed his pace and his power there, and gets it back in control for Forest. The Forest fans wanted an handball against Lewis Hall, but it was just too much really, because it just popped up and hit him. But getting better for Forest. This is better from Forest, starting to try and gain control and get back into and play the game in Newcastle's half, because a lot of it's been played in their half this half.
Forest, who are looking for 4 straight wins for the first time since April and May 1995. Only twice in Premier League history have they had a longer run than their current 3 matches. One of those being that April and May 1995. They did go 5 in a row from March to April in 1995. That season they finished 3rd in the Premier League. Here they are again on the cusp of heading into the international break in 3rd position, behind only Manchester City and Liverpool. They have to win to make sure that'll happen. Here's Elanga, left-footed crossing deep towards the back post. Pope came off his goal line, saw it all the way. Chris Wood's gone down off the ball as that cross came in from Elanga from the challenge of Dan Byrne. I think that's just the coming together of 2 people who wanted to attack the near post.
Yeah, he's not going to get a penalty certainly for that. He went down a bit too easy for my liking really.
Ramon Sosa about to come on for Forest. Here's Isak out towards the right hand side, where Joe Linton into the penalty area. Joe Linton, bending shot in the back of the net, and Newcastle United have turned it around in the second half. Joe Linton with their second goal, bending it around the goalkeeper, and Forest's fine start to the season has been rooted by Newcastle this afternoon, who've come here. They've got a good record against the home side and have proved it once again. Brilliant goal from Joe Linton, his first since August, and it's Forest 1, Newcastle United 2.
Yeah, them fans are going absolutely wild behind that goal, because it's a lovely counter-attacking move. Goes into Isak, plays it out to Joe Linton on this right-hand side, and as he dips in, Livramento makes a really good run on the outside, which takes the left back Moreno away. He's allowed then to come inside and just with his left foot just curl it, and it comes into the inside of the post and into the goal. Fantastic move from Newcastle and great goal.
What a remarkable turnaround it's been from Newcastle, who throughout the game have had the control, had the possession. Forest in that aspect have always been second best, but this is a side with form that came in with such high spirits today, and now the City ground is flattened.
Yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, on the balance of play in this second half, Newcastle have got what they deserve. But what we're talking about is that Forest were looking for that sort of counter-attacking edge, and they haven't showed it in the second half. What they've got to do now is gain that control back and get back to where they've been playing really well. They haven't got balls in the box. When they have got into that final third, the quality hasn't quite been there yet. So it's really important now, really big 20 minutes coming up for Forest to try and get themselves back in this game.
Isn't it amazing how football can just turn? Forest have just made a substitution to bring Ramon Sosa on. The man he replaced, Nicolas Dominguez, missed a chance at 1-0 to put Forest 2-0 up. Newcastle went up the other end and scored their equaliser, and now it's the Magpies flying high 2-1 up.
Exactly that. That's the differences in football.
Handball possibly against Dan Byrne. It'll come to this near side. Here is Sosa, low shot drilled against the legs of Fabian Schär. It bounces away out of the penalty area. Forest chasing that equaliser now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and Dan Byrne, the Forest fans are on him for everything, so they've got to be really careful. Eddie Howe's got a decision to make here. Does he keep Dan Byrne on the pitch, or does he take him off just to make sure that he doesn't get that yellow card, that extra yellow card, because it is building up, and that's what he'll use the yellow card for next to the Andy Taylor.
Forest now and their fans trying to swing the momentum in their favour. Here's Sosa again, looking lively since he's come on. Elliot Anderson, the former Newcastle man, sends one into the penalty area, but really poor. And that is an easy catch on his goal line for Nick Pope.
Yeah, Anderson's just dropped back in now with Ryan Yates as Dominguez has gone off. Sosa's come onto this left and Alanga into that 10 role. So it's going to be interesting now to see what Newcastle do. They'll try and take the sting out of this game now, but they'll be ready because, as you can see, with Joe Linton one side, Gordon and Isaac as the front three, they're going to be real threat on that counter-attack now.
Out of play it goes for a Newcastle throw on this near side. And close to their penalty area. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 2 with 15 minutes to go. As Nuno's men have been bettered by Newcastle this afternoon. I think that is fair to say. Down the line it goes. Who's that off last? I think that's off Moreno, giving his reaction there. He didn't give anything. He didn't hide that. There was no poker face from Moreno. It was a shrug of disbelief that just things aren't falling Forest's way.
No, that's what you're sort of seeing. To be when you look at Moreno's reaction then when it come off, and it was like, oh, not again. One of them. So
he wins it back from the throw-in though. Forest trying to bumble their way forward with Elliot Anderson. Yates to spray it out to the right hand side. Jota Silva allows Aina to take control of the ball. Right foot across towards Chris Wood, and just before the Forest striker was the Newcastle goalkeeper, who performed a little juggling act in the 6-yard box but got there ahead of the Forest striker and clutches onto the ball with big relief.
Yeah, he used all his frame there, didn't he, Nick Pope? It was a lovely little dink ball to that far post, and then Nick Pope just comes out and he just takes it off Chris Wood's head. But yeah, really in control of that.
Nottingham Forest behind. They have trailed for the fewest minutes in the Premier League this season. Only 65 minutes have they been behind before today. Arsenal next up on 116. The timings mean that Forest will still have that record for now. But each minute and second that ticks by is another one that they are losing in order to get level. Tottenham have won back against Ipswich at home at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So it's Spurs 1, Ipswich 2. Newcastle here look like they're about to ready Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for Harvey Barnes. Let's just seen Joe Linton sit on the 18-yard box, whether he's getting cramp or he's tight somewhere. So that might be Harvey Barnes to come in for him. I'm just looking at it now, and I'm looking at James Ward-Prowse for Nottingham Forest warming up. Is he one where you get him on the pitch because you have them set pieces and for his delivery just to give them something, because Newcastle will look vulnerable and Nottingham Forest look good on the set pieces. And it's probably one way they'll get themselves back in the game.
Nottingham Forest throwing 10 yards inside their own half on this near side. Eddie Howe just has a word with Harvey Barnes, Newcastle's joint top scorer this season prior to today with 3 goals. Isaac's got one that takes him on to 3 as well in the Premier League. Forest down the right hand side. The turn by Ramon Sosa out towards Silva. The 2 substitutes combine. It's Silva's cross in, attacked by Elanga. And he just couldn't get enough on his head. Had he done that, Forest might have had an equaliser. Did he take it? Oh, and then just waiting for it was Alex Moreno on the stretch. He couldn't connect with it either. Fractions for Forest.
Yeah, great ball in by Jota. Elanga just couldn't get his full head on it. So goes to the far post.
Jota and Silva allows Ola Aina to take control on the overlap of the right hand side, and then Aina tried to push it back through to Silva.
That's what I'm talking about, Mike. Just them little moments there when you're on the and you're trying to gain momentum. They're the moments what have got to be right, and that's where Forest have been a bit sloppy. They've give the ball away needlessly, and when you've got that pass on, Aina should not miss that pass there, and that should give them the momentum now to get into the final third and get another cross into the box, because as you see, when they cross into the box they cause Newcastle problems.
Moreno fractions away. Just seen a replay. That's just one where the body just can't react quick enough.
Yeah, it's one of them. Alanga gets that nudge on and it just takes it away probably from Moreno, and he just can't get there. So he's half a yard out.
Gordon's down on the far side receiving some treatment. He went down as soon as the ball went out of play. Just seems to be holding his left leg there, is he? He will be replaced. Harvey Barnes is going to come on in his place. The board for that has already been shown. It's just how long Anthony Gordon stays down for here. 10 minutes to go, just over in this game. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 2. Nuno Espirito Santo, in conversation with his assistants, has to find a way to get Forest level. Chelsea and Arsenal will be strangely looking favourably on this result.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, I'm just looking at it there, and I've seen Eddie Howe have a word with Gordon before, so he probably knew he was coming off. A little bit of gamesmanship, I think, went down, get the momentum back, take it out away from Nottingham Forest, and then get Harvey Barnes on to try and hit these on the counter with his pace on that left-hand side.
A point for Chelsea and Arsenal would see them both move above Forest and Brighton on goals scored. Chelsea would have a better goal difference. Arsenal would go above Forest on goals scored. Forest 15 to Arsenal's 17.
Yeah, a massive game that this afternoon. Now, when you look at this, if this result stays the same, you know, whoever comes out the winner on that goal, and you want to be in that top three if you're going to be title contenders. Arsenal certainly. So, but it's not going to be no main feat trying to beat Chelsea. So, really interesting afternoon.
Back underway, and Ramon Sosa's just committed a foul, leaning too hard in on a Newcastle player on this near side. Newcastle's right. So 30 yards from goal, Sandro Tonali, who swipes away his fairly long brown hair, right-footed, delivers that poorly into the penalty area, and Jota Silva can volley it clear of the box for now. It'll come back at Forest though, because Newcastle in possession with Guimaraes, floated up towards Isak's header, and then Bernard stayed up, and now it's his turn to appeal for a foul on him as he goes down, but nothing given by Anthony Taylor.
Yeah, pretty similar to the Wood challenge earlier on when Dan Burns was involved on the opposite side, and the Forest fans went up, and now they're booing Burn for doing the same. So yeah, good fun really.
You love it. Yeah. Kevin Nolan living his best playing days from the commentary box on that one, I think. The former Premier League striker with us this afternoon on 5 Sports Extra. Ashley Smart speaking to players as well, if you're just about to get home. All BBC Sounds too. 5 Live, the home of Premier League Sundays, and bringing you over the next 4 years more Premier League football than anybody else. As the stretch comes from Yates, and then Aina on the far side touchline. He just about kept that in on the white paint on that far side. The cross in is a poor one from Jota Silva. Newcastle have it with Guimaraes just outside their own 18-yard box. Yates tries to come in from behind. Newcastle have worked that away quite well there, and forward they come with Tonali over the halfway line. He's got options to his right and left. Here comes the overlap from Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes slows it up, then gets it on his right foot. Low shot in, and that's the game for Newcastle United. And Eddie Howe's 600th league match as a manager. The double fist clench from the Newcastle boss. Harvey Barnes sneaks it in at the near post, and in this second half, Newcastle have utilised complete control. Forest have been stalled after their fine start to the season. It is Forest 1, Newcastle 3.
Yeah, it's a lovely touch by Harvey Barnes just inside his own half, where passes it to Tonali, and then he gets it. I said about his pace on that left hand side, you've seen it there. He got up with Tonali, who's on the left hand side. He then takes it inside, threatens to come inside on his right foot as if he's going to play what we've seen with Joe Linton going to that far post, and sort of hits it towards this near post and dummies Matt Sells. It's a fantastic finish, but a lovely little touch there for him to play to Guimaraes, who then goes to Tonali, and now as you see Harvey Barnes one-on-one against Milenkovic, he just takes it inside and then just wrong foots Matt Sells. Great finish.
Yeah, Sells fell to his backside. I wonder if he could see less than he wanted to of that ball, but squeezed in between the right leg of Sells and the base of the left hand post. Harvey Barnes makes it 4 goals for the season for him in the Premier League, and the sub's done it.
It's the old Ole Gunnar Solskjaer finish, isn't it? Through the legs of the defender. That's what he always used to say. That's what he trying it. Always takes the keeper by surprise. But a fantastic finish, and what you see Harvey Barnes do a load of times, not only for Newcastle but for Leicester as well.
Taiwo Awoniyi about to come on, as is James Ward-Prowse. But the danger is for Nottingham Forest that this game has gone away from them. Forest 1, Newcastle 3. Manchester United also have 3 now. Alejandro Garnacho has put them 3-0 up against Forest East Midlands rivals Leicester City. So both East Midlands clubs in the Premier League this afternoon suffering by 3 goals. Cross comes in looking for the near post, and Alex Moreno It's cleared away by Newcastle. Out towards the far side it comes again though from Forest. Substitute Elliot Anderson, not a happy game against his former club that he left in the summer. Here's Ola Aina. Anderson tries to get the turn. Elanga will drop the shoulder. Elanga might be able to get across in here looking for Chris Wood, but again, for the second time in a couple of minutes, Nick Pope able to gather ahead of the Forest striker at his near post.
Yeah, starting to get good crosses in the box now, but just that one there was just too close for Nick Pope. Dan Bain with a fantastic clearance here just earlier on when Aina put the ball in. Yeah, but Forest, better from Forest, good reaction. We should just see now Ward-Prowse and Wanye coming on. Can they bring a little spark for them and get them back into this game, because something needs to be done.
The ball with Guimaraes just outside of the centre circle. Now it's moved to the left-hand side of the field for Newcastle, the far side as we look at it. In the closing stages then of this game, Forest led in the first half. In the second half, 3 goals from Newcastle United. Might see them take all 3 points. They have a great record here, heading for their 4th win in a row at the City Ground. Spoils were taken by the away side in both games last season between the pair. It could get even worse here for Forest. Cher got forward and it needed Murillo to intercept the 2 number 5s.
Yeah, playing a 1-2 with Isaac. He played it into Isaac and then went going, and Isaac gave him it back. Murillo had to step in, but yeah.
Nosebleed territory for Fabian Cher on that one.
Nosebleed territory, yeah.
Here come Forest again. They get one now. We're in for an exciting finish. But each second that ebbs away is one that benefits Newcastle United. Here's Moreno. He's got past one in Livramento. His cross comes in. Cleared away by Newcastle. Murillo drifts that one towards the penalty spot. Downward header by Elanga. Away from Newcastle again. Here's Anderson moving to the far side right of the field. 4 minutes to go. Newcastle leading this one by 3-1 on Sports Extra. Aina was lining one up there, I think, from 30 yards, thought better of it. Here's Ryan Yates just shifting the ball away from the edge of the D. Now it will be the long-range driver from Milenkovic, blocked off, always ambitious. Jota Silva goes in, always stretching for the ball. And Anthony Taylor says that's going to be a free kick to Newcastle. He goes in behind of Tonali.
Yeah, good defensive work and shape from Newcastle there. Made it go back, keep going back. They couldn't find anything. Forest were trying to find that ball in between the defenders, only showing them outside. Milenkovic has to step in, and then he's hitting a shot from 30 yards, which Nick Pope will be happy with and happy to deal with. But Tonali gets out there, blocks it, and then he buys a free kick. Tonali from Jota, overstretched.
So Elanga and Moreno are the 2 that depart as Taiwo Awoniyi comes on, as does James Ward-Prowse, absent from the side against his former club last week in that 3-0 win for Forest over West Ham. Ward-Prowse takes his place on the field of play. 2.5 minutes to go. Forest 1, Newcastle 3. Away it goes from Nick Pope on that free kick from just outside his own penalty area, up towards the Forest box. Forest in control. Sosa. Was Tonali last? No, was Sosa last. Double deflection. So, free kick, throw-in rather, right in front of Eddie Howe, the Newcastle manager, on this near side, which is Newcastle's right. Newcastle finding their scoring boots. They came into today's game averaging a goal a game. Well, they've just dragged that average up a little bit, leading by 3-1, 3 second half goals this afternoon. Livramento loses possession, not for long, because Elliot Anderson couldn't get control of it either. Sean Longstaff sends it out towards the far side left. Here's Guimaraes inside the centre circle, and goes down. So another free kick to Newcastle, one that they'll take their time over.
Yeah, of course. Now they do want to see the game out. Guimaraes keeps hold of the ball probably a bit longer than that, and Yates all over him trying to win the ball back, just getting a bit desperate now. But that's the second time Anderson's been dispossessed in his own half, and they were able to switch it, Newcastle, and then get control back into the game. Anderson's come on, he looks a lot more frustrated figure because he's not been able to get into the game.
Well, Forest had every right to come into this game feeling confident. Their fans certainly were. Newcastle have quietened them down a little bit this afternoon. Some fans just heading for the exits a little early, not believing that their team will get back into this game. We're into the final minute. Newcastle leading by 3-1, plus whatever's added on. There'll be a little bit. We've had a couple of injuries for the referee Anthony Taylor and his officials to sort out. Michael Salisbury, the fourth official, about to show us in a few seconds just how much added time. Ball back with the Forest goalkeeper Matt Sells, who's in sky blue this afternoon. Nick Pope's been in green for the 90 minutes. Traditional colours are the red of Forest and the black and white of Newcastle on the outfield players. Sells out towards the left centre-back position of Murillo, who will bring it forward up towards the halfway line. 7 minutes, so this isn't done yet.
No, and I thought it was going to be high because the amount of subs we've had as well. So yeah, a real big 7 minutes now for Forest. Can they get a goal back and start putting a bit of pressure on Newcastle? But at this moment in time, Newcastle in control.
Oh, header over the bar from Dan Burn. Cross came in from Aina on the right hand side. Awonyi was in there. Chris Wood not quite ready to pounce on that occasion. But this is a set piece here.
I can't believe James Ward-Prowse is not on the set piece. He's the best set piece taker in the world. Why isn't he taking it?
Yeah, he's waiting on the edge of the penalty area because this corner is going to be taken by Elliot Anderson. Ramon Sosa just jogs into the penalty area. In it goes, near post, headed away. Tonali read it well, and it will be a Nottingham Forest throw-in instead. It's come back out towards this near side. Aina, who is the long throw specialist, isn't going to have time to wipe the ball on a towel. He wants to get this into the penalty area. The first minute of 7 has elapsed. Forest 1, Newcastle 3. Aina throws that towards the penalty spot. A long searching throw. Awonyi will race out towards the far side up against Lewis Hall. Ward-Prowse tries to deliver an early cross in. That's blocked off by Harvey Barnes, who is the man who's put Newcastle 2 clear in this game. Aina mops it up. It's into the centre circle for Murillo.
Yeah, big moments now for... But again, there you go, Mike. That's the quality there. You know, James Ward-Prowse wasn't able to get the crossover. Really good block from Harvey Barnes, and then Murillo just giving the ball away now and giving momentum back to Newcastle, who can go on the counter.
With Tonali, right hand side, Isak goes with him down the inside channel. All over the back of Isak is Elliot Anderson. A goal in the Scottish Premier League to tell you about. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 1. And Tonali tried to play that off the feet of Milenkovic, didn't happen, so he's just effectively kicked that out for a goal kick. 2 minutes of the 7 have gone. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 3. Chelsea Arsenal on 5 Live from 4:30. Now the closing stages of Manchester United against Leicester, where United lead 3-0 on 5 Live right now. A grandstand finish at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, where Spurs are trailing Ipswich by 2-1. What a result that will be for Kieran McKenna's side. Milenkovic on the near side touchline brings it infield. Now the ball in the centre circle. Nottingham Forest trailing Newcastle by 3-1. Out towards the far side touchline it goes. Now Ryan Yates, who just tries to dart past Bruno Guimaraes, actually comes back down the touchline. Infield it goes to James Ward-Prowse, who's not had that chance to deliver a dangerous ball into the box. That is a long-range strike from Murillo, who's claiming a deflection. Nick Pope had a little skip in his step. It was always rising, but like an arrow, it flew towards goal, 40 yards out, if not more, and just over the crossbar.
Yeah, desperate times, isn't it? And he's come from 40 yards out, but Nick Pope, seen it all the way, just knows his angles and just lets it go over the bar to waste a little bit more time now and see these minutes out.
I've seen worse strikes from 40 yards. Murillo's already got one today.
I've probably done a few of them, mate.
I didn't want to name names. The ball out for a throw-in on this near side. 7 minutes of added time shown. We've had 3.5 of those. Here's Anderson with the throw-in near side, the left for Nottingham Forest, who are trying to find a route back into this game. There is still a little bit more time. Here is Milenkovic just to the left of the centre circle. Those Forest fans that started to leave saw 7 minutes added on, just stayed in their seats for a bit. Now as time goes to show just 3 minutes remaining and Forest needing 2 goals, they are now once again heading for the exits. Joe Linton He's pulled down cheaply by Anderson. No need for that. Free kick given. No card given.
No card given, no. But I said earlier, he'll be feeling it, obviously, against his old club. Very frustrated since he's come on, lost the ball a couple of times, not been the usual quality what he's shown and what I've seen from Anderson, but he'll just be really disappointed that he's losing to his own town club and his club, you know. So been a frustrating day for Forest, but one they can sort of, when they're looking back and they look over it, how they've started in the last 11 games, it's been a fantastic start, and that's what they've got to do.
Yeah, that'll be it, won't it? It'll feel deflating tonight. But when you look in the perspective, to be third after 11 games is better than any season they produced on the return to the Premier League. Here is Jota Silva crossing from the right hand side. Wood will go to the back post, heads it into the middle of the 6-yard box, too close to Nick Pope. Gives Awoniyi no chance, and it will be a comfortable gather for the Newcastle goalkeeper. 2 minutes to go, and with that latest stalled attack from Forest, it is yet a signal for more to leave the City ground.
Yeah, I think that everyone's give up hope now, and they're trying to get home, get to the exits and get themselves home. And as I said, though, but they've got to be proud of this for Nottingham Forest side. They're a good team. They've done really well this season, you know. And Newcastle are no mugs. They're going to be there or thereabouts in Europe this year again. You know, beat Arsenal last week. So plenty to be proud of at Nottingham Forest at the minute. But today hasn't been their day.
Yeah, good result for Newcastle, takes them up to 8th in the Premier League, 18 points from 11 games. They are only a point off Nottingham Forest. That, from 3rd down to 9th, separated by a point. It is going to be a really interesting Premier League season. Speaking of Ilkay Gundogan last night, who said, as Manchester City remain, at their peak, others are catching up, others are playing well, others are closing that gap, and maybe we're seeing that now in the Premier League. Liverpool out in front, 5-point gap between them and Manchester City. Then there's a 4-point gap as it stands between City and Forest, but Chelsea could go within 2 points of Manchester City, as could Arsenal, depending on what they do 4:30 this afternoon. Live commentary on 5 Live coming up at that one. Headed away by Shai, early delivery into the box from Forest on the right hand side. Bruno Guimaraes gets up to the edge of the centre circle. We're into the final 30 seconds of the 7 minutes that were added on, and Newcastle here suddenly had 3-on-1. Harvey Barnes into the penalty area. Harvey Barnes sends it behind the goal, and that really would have crowned off a wonderful second half for Newcastle United. He didn't goal kick.
Yeah, it was a lovely counter-attacking move, and Isaac again finding him. And Harvey Barnes, he should actually just roll it down the side, and Tonali will be there for a simple tap-in. But obviously feeling good. I said he's going to be a danger with his pace coming down that left-hand side, and you've seen it there again. Should hit the target though. That's the only thing I'll call him out on. But great move from Newcastle. Forest just probably want it to be over now.
Alexander Isak gets a standing ovation from the Newcastle fans. I say standing ovation, they were stood up anyway. They have been throughout most of the game.
Yeah. Oh, they won't be sitting down. Never. Unbelievable fans.
He's off. He's replaced by William Osula, who comes on for his 4th substitute appearance of the season. There goes the full-time whistle then. Nottingham Forest beaten at home in a rout of a second half for Newcastle United, who had control throughout the game, really. They were behind with Murillo's header in the first half, but Alexander Isak, Joe Linton and Harvey Barnes, the substitute in the second half, have helped Eddie Howe's side to 3 points in the manager's 600th game in charge. Manager of the month curse for Nuno Espirito Santo. His side beaten just days after winning the award. No goals either for Chris Wood, who got October's Player of the Month award. His first stalled game without a goal in 5. But truth be told, Newcastle deserved the win that they've got at the City ground. They're into the top half. Forest remain 3rd for now. But with that Chelsea-Arsenal game to come later, that will change. It is, at full time, Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 3.
Newcastle Falcons have their second Premiership Cup match of the campaign. They are at home to Doncaster. Kicks off at 3 o'clock. As I say, the Falcons won at another Championship side, Caldy, last weekend, but their Consultant Director of Rugby, Steve Diamond, says today might be a step up.
Yeah, it will. And I don't, in the competition in the early stages for the Premiership clubs, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you put 60 on them, and the competition's not worth doing, and if you win by 10 points, then there's not a huge difference between the two competitions, as in the Premiership and Championship. This week will be different. Again, Doncaster have had some close defeats. They're a good side, they're well coached, they've got a really passionate owner, and we'll be taking them seriously. We've got a good training week set in front of us starting today, and you know, we need to perform at home.
Indeed they do. So that's a 3 o'clock kickoff. Like I say, commentary of that one on the BBC Sport website and app with Dean Gray. So that is where to head if you want to listen to that. A couple of other bits and pieces in the basketball, the Men's Super League. It is Newcastle Eagles away at London Lions at 4 o'clock today. And in ice hockey in North Division 1, Whitley Warriors away from home as well at Widnes at 5:30. In Rugby Union's Autumn Internationals, 2 big games today as well after England beaten by Australia in an absolute cracker at Twickenham yesterday. Wales take on Fiji today. That kicks off in about 30 seconds time actually at 1:40, and Scotland take on the world champions South Africa at Murrayfield at 4:10. And Mark Cavendish, the most successful cycling sprinter in history, ended his career today with victory in the Tour de France Criterium in Singapore. The Isle of Man rider triumphed in a sprint finish to bring a successful curtain down on what has been a magnificent 19-year career. But Nottingham Forest against Newcastle United will be our focus from the City Ground. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson, it is all yours again.
Thanks very much, Colin. Good job you were there to pick up when our technology failed us. But we're back live from Nottingham, from the banks of the River Trent, as the warm-ups continue ahead of the 2 o'clock kickoff. Newcastle with an unchanged team, but with Jacob Murphy and Matt Targett back on the bench. We were enjoying a trip down memory lane with John Anderson. Oh, you weren't enjoying it so much.
No, couldn't remember it.
Journalist Martin Hardy from the Times. You were just about to, I think, deliver not quite the punchline, but the payoff to your story, Martin, just before the
I'm not sure where that finished, but I think you mock technology, and technology will have the last laugh.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, to kind of go in a circle to where I started talking about that game way back in '85. Chris Waddle was unplayable. And
he was brilliant.
Scored his hat-trick in the first half, which drew the attention of clubs like Tottenham, who would sign him a couple of years later. In that period, the club had unbelievable players like Chris Waddle, like Peter Beardsley, and like Paul Gascoigne, and you knew they were going to sell them. It was a matter of time. Michael Walker, a journalist from Northern Ireland who lives and works in the northeast, had a great phrase when Kevin Keegan was there, and he said the direction of travel changed when Newcastle started signing players like Alan Shearer. You were bringing great players back to the region. The frustrating part of all this is that we're not quite sure what Elliot Anderson would have done for Newcastle, but I certainly think he would have developed, and it's a potential star player that the club didn't need to sell because they have the money. That's what's frustrating about PSR. They don't need to sell Alexander Isak, they don't need to sell Anthony Gordon, but the problem you have is they have a turnover of £250 million, and Tottenham, who are signing players like Dominic Solanke, who Newcastle quite like, and Brennan Johnson from here, have a turnover of £550 million. So they are taking the players that Newcastle would have taken. That's why, to come right the way around, this team is very dependent upon Eddie Howe, because whoever I speak to, whether it's a player, a coach, an ex-coach, will tell you the level of coaching is so good and so intense that he makes players better. And the proof of that this week was Lewis Hall, who a lot of people were probably writing off last season, has had a brilliant start this season and could be the England left back for 10 years.
Absolutely. Well, Martin, thanhanks very much for coming back on. We've enjoyed chatting to you.
Pleasure.
Just remind us where
I'm not sure about that.
Well, you're going to have a look at that career record, Ando, and see if it.
You could have given us a heads up. I might have been able to get one or two.
You yourself forgot it.
Yeah, we did rather spring that on you.
We did, yeah.
Where can we read your work? Where can we follow you?
If you go to the Times online or buy a copy of the Times tomorrow, covering football and generally sport in the north, but essentially a lot of Newcastle United as well. And as ever, it remains a fascinating club to follow.
Sure does.
Cheers, Martin.
Martin Hardy, great to speak to you live on BBC Radio Newcastle. So the team that plays against Forest this afternoon: Pope in goal, Livramento, Cher, Byrne, Hall, Bruno Longstaff, Willock, Gordon, Joelinton, Isak. It's unchanged, and we expected it to be unchanged. Ando, after what they were able to do against Arsenal, even though some of the substitutes that came on, Tonali in particular, did have an impact, but it was always likely that he would stick with that 11.
Yeah, look, I think it would have been harsh on anybody had they been left out after the performance against Arsenal last weekend. I think everybody played their part. It was a great team performance. a lot of real good individual performance as well. A few eyebrows were raised when we seen the starting 11 before the Arsenal game. A lot of people thought that Tonali would start, especially after his performance against Chelsea in the Cup in the midweek, but that wasn't the case. The three boys in midfield were great because the balance just looked better, because they give you something different. Willock gives you something different. Good carrier of the ball, good athlete, gets you up the pitch quick. No surprises at all that he's named an unchanged starting 11.
The bench: Dubravka, Tonali, Barnes, Targett, Osula, Murphy, Almiron, Kelly and Miley. And Nottingham Forest also unchanged, only 4 points behind Manchester City after their dodgy run, but a little bit further back from leaders Liverpool. You may have seen the statistic during the week. Forest have the same record after 10 games, which is 5 wins, 4 draws and a defeat, that their East Midlands neighbours Leicester did during their title winning season. But what Leicester didn't have was Liverpool, who've opened up, or another team, such a big lead. But 3 Premier League wins in a row for Nuno Espirito Santo and his players, and it's Matt Sells in goal, their regular first choice keeper, the ex-Newcastle man, the Belgian international. Ola Aina at right back, Nikola Milenkovic, and the exciting Brazilian Murillo, who just gets the ball and just goes with it and charges up the pitch. Can help Forest sort of break through the lines and progress up to the final third. Talented player, very popular at the City ground. Alex Moreno on loan from Aston Villa at left back. Ryan Yates, the captain, and Nicolas Dominguez in central midfield. Anthony Elanga, previously Newcastle target, and an attempt made to get him on transfer deadline day, unsuccessful. Callum Hudson-Odoi on the left. Both Elanga and Hudson-Odoi scored in this fixture last season. Morgan Gibbs-White is back from suspension and injury, played last week, starts again behind the big man Chris Wood. 8 in 10 in the Premier League, 5 in his last 4. The Forest bench today: goalkeeper Carlos Miguel, who played in the cup tie in August, also named as substitutes for Nottingham Forest this afternoon. Morato, Nico Williams, Elliot Anderson, Taiwo Awonyi, James Ward-Prowse, who's on loan from West Ham, Jota Silva, Ramon Sosa and Willy Bolly. We're going to hear from Eddie Howe shortly. 15 minutes to go until kick-off. The players making their way back into the changing rooms. Newcastle substitutes: Tonali, Osula and Barnes, the last to leave the field, along with John Ruddy, who's travelled as the spare player, the extra goalkeeper. Let's hear a little bit from the Forest camp, because Chris Wood is the Premier League Player of the Month, and Nuno, the coach, well, he also won an award last week. He was named Manager of the Month.
Compliments and players having the recognition is good, but it's also the moment to stay on track and believe that what we've been done, or what we did before, doesn't mean anything if we don't do it again on Sunday against Newcastle. This is what we are thinking about. Newcastle, it's going to be so hard. Such a good team, such a good players, coming from a good result on the previous weekend. City ground, buzzing. So this is what we are looking forward to. Very good team, very good squad, immense quality, very good manager. Tough match.
Forest boss Nuno, do you think they can keep this going, John Anderson, or with Arsenal, Manchester City, Manchester United in 3 of their next 4, that maybe it will sort of level itself out after the really good start that Forest have made?
Look, they've had a good start to the season. You can only beat what's put in front of you. You know, you're saying they've got what they've got coming up, but you've got to remember that they've already gone to Anfield and won this season. You know, nobody else has done that. Nobody else has been able to beat Liverpool. So all you can keep doing is I suppose the oldest cliche in the book, isn't it? Take one game at a time. You know, take one opponent at a time, and come the end of the season, see where you are. You know, but they've had a very, very good start. There's no doubt about that. they are where they are. They deserve to be there because of the results that they've had so far this season. Whether they can keep it going or not, only time will tell.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds live from the City Ground ahead of Newcastle United against Nottingham Forest. It was a draw here in the League Cup in August before United went through on penalties. In the Premier League this season on their travels, not a lot of success so far. 2 draws, 2 defeats and only 1 win in 5 Premier League away fixtures.
Our away performances have been a slightly mixed bag, so the consistency hasn't been absolutely what we want it to be. I think the Fulham game's a standout negative for me, where we didn't perform at any level. I think the other games we've seen really good bits within the games, and then some inconsistent moments within the same game. And I think to win on the road, you have to have that solidity and that energy and everything that we always speak about in terms of our best performances. We need to see there right from minute one, especially against the teams that are in form and doing well. And Nottingham Forest, every time we've been historically, the atmosphere there has been electric, and we expect no different. This will be a really tough examination of our away form and our mentality when we go on the road.
Nottingham Forest away on Sunday. You've already played them at the City Ground this season in the League Cup. They're having a great season, aren't they? 3rd in the Premier League table as it stands.
Yeah, they are, and I think Nuno deserves huge credit for the job that he's done. They have, I think, recruited really well in recent transfer windows. I think they've added some really good players to their squad. They've got a way of playing that really works for them and very tough to play against. I think you can see from their defensive record this year how strong that is and what a test that's going to pose to us to try and score against them. And I think that's given them the platform then to score at the other end. A really solid defensive base with really good pace in wide areas and threats in the forward positions.
And Chris Wood was a very valuable member of your team and your squad, but during his 12 months playing for Newcastle, he didn't give you the goals that he's been able to score for Nottingham Forest. But how happy are you to see him flourishing, having made that move?
I'm delighted for Chris on a personal level, because I think for me it was never lost how well he played for us. He did everything but score. In terms of his positive performances were so important in our efforts to stay in the league, especially that first season when he joined. The work that he did, the unseen things, the bringing other players into play. I think if you asked his teammates that played with him in that season, they'll say Chris was one of the reasons that we changed our position in the league and was able to win consistently. But he just didn't get the goals that then elevated his performances, or probably got the wider world seeing what a transformation he played in our team. But he was very selfless, he was very team orientated, and that's why now on a personal level for him, he's getting the individual accolades that his goals are bringing him, and I'm delighted for him personally. A great lad, great attitude. I think he had a really good time with us, and really pleased to see players go on and do well.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Eddie Howe speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle on Friday. Today, this game is the 600th league match of his managerial career. The first was back with Bournemouth in the late 2000s, a 2-1 defeat by Darlington away from home. Eddie Howe, the Newcastle United manager, naming the team that is unchanged: Pope, Livramento, Cher, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Longstaff, Willock, Gordon, Joelinton, Isak, Sean Longstaff. This will be today a 6th Premier League start out of 11 matches this season. Whenever he has started in the league this season, and Newcastle haven't lost, the other 5 being Southampton, Bournemouth, Spurs, Wolves and Arsenal. You can interpret statistics and records in different ways, but maybe that tells you something. Eddie Howe might say to you that there is a better combination and maybe balance about the midfield when he is in the team, and he tends to pick him when he's available.
Yeah, look, I think it's all about balance, Razor, to be quite honest. You know, a lot of people thought when Tonali came back that the midfield 3 would be Guimaraes, Tonali and Joelinton. You know, good players in their own right, good individual players, but just because they're individually good doesn't mean that it's a combination that's going to work. I don't think it's a combination that has worked so far this season. I thought the combination against Arsenal, Willock, Guimaraes and Longstaff worked very, very well. I think they complemented each other. I think that's what you've got to do. You build partnerships, and I think that partnership in the middle of the pitch of those three worked very, very well against Arsenal, and he's kept faith with it again today.
The teams make their way onto the pitch, led out by referee Anthony Taylor, who's from Cheshire. He did this fixture last season. His last Newcastle match was the 4-1 win at Burnley in May. The Newcastle substitutes and staff make their way across towards the bench on the right-hand side of the halfway line. Eddie Howe among them. Friday marked exactly 3 years since Newcastle United brought Howe to St James's Park.
When you look back at the 3 years as a whole, I think back to loads of positive memories, lots of good feelings, and so pleased with how it's gone. I'm so thrilled to still be sat in the position and still dreaming of what may lie ahead. You always want more, you're always not entirely satisfied because we haven't got the one thing that we wanted when we came in, which was a trophy. That's the dream, that's still the dream, and it's still driving us,
So an anniversary for Eddie Howe at Newcastle United this week. 3 years in charge for the Magpies manager. Stands in black with thick coat on, pitch side, hands in pockets in the technical area as the players take off their maroon and black training jackets to reveal black and white stripes, black shorts and white socks for the outfield players. For Newcastle today, Pope in green and yellow, and Forrest red shirts, white shorts and red socks, and Sells, the goalkeeper, in light blue. There are now movements towards the centre circle. Events to mark Remembrance Sunday are taking place around the country, and shortly there will be a period of reflection here at the City Ground. Nottingham Forest, Sells in goal, Aina Milenkovic, who came in from Fiorentina in the summer and has done well, Murillo, Alex Moreno, Yates Dominguez, Gibbs White, Elanga, Hudson-Odoi and Wood. And the Forest bench, Carlos Miguel, Morato, Williams, Elliot Anderson, Awoniyi, Ward-Prowse, Jota Silva, Sosa and Bolly. And now Newcastle line up to the right-hand side at the back of the centre circle. Nottingham Forest, the other side. Players huddled together just as they did at St James's Park before the game at Arsenal. Newcastle United now joining Nottingham Forest in paying their respects to the armed forces.
Forest Forces Veterans Programme alongside serving personnel from the Mercian Regiment and military veterans Sergeant Matthew Gilmore and Corporal Ryan Knight. Nottingham Forest Football Club wishes to honour the people who have lost their lives in service. The last post will be played by Forest Forces veteran Paul Wright. And we ask you to join us in a minute's silence, which will start and end on the referee's whistle.
BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sounds and NUFC TV. Now Newcastle United and Nottingham Forest players go into a huddle. Some final words from the two captains. Bruno Guimaraes of Newcastle United speaking to his players. Ryan Yates of Forest. And the Magpies unchanged. Pope in goal. Livramento, Cher, Byrne. They're both on 4 yellow cards in the Premier League. One more means a suspension. Hall at left back in the England squad for the first time ahead of going on international duty with the senior England team. Bruno, Longstaff, Willock scored after 18 seconds here in the League Cup in August. Gordon, Joelinton also on 4 bookings, and Isak up top. We're underway. Nottingham Forest play the ball back, and Newcastle now have a throw in at left full-back. Lewis Hall on the near side goes to retrieve it. United kicking as we look from right to left towards the Trent end. Forest win it back edge of the area through Gibbs-White. Bruno looking for Joelinton, and a foul by Joelinton, and that took 25 seconds.
Yeah, could have let play go on, couldn't he? Thankfully he didn't. Langer looked like he was in around the back.
No punishment for Joelinton, but a free kick on the wide right for the home team. And lining up on the edge of the penalty area. It's not quite 10 yards from the edge of the box. Joe Willock stands near the corner of Newcastle's 18-yard area. Nick Pope, a couple of yards off his line. It's lifted in by Elanga, and it's there to be won in the 6-yard box. And then Chris Wood with a powerful shot driven towards goal that went behind, but there's an offside flag up, so Newcastle won't have to defend a corner. But Chris Wood hit that with some venom.
Yeah, he did. It was a good block. Hall put his body in the way of it. He didn't know the offside flag was going up.
Made a couple of big blocks last week, didn't he, Lewis Hall, against Arsenal? Another one there. It was from the initial free kick. It looked tight, but maybe there was a player in the middle, possibly Yates, just ahead, and he actually won the header. Down for Wood. Newcastle's bench, by the way: Dubravka, Tonali, Barnes, Target, Osula, Jacob Murphy, Almiron, Kelly and Miley. Pope, after 2 minutes, up the pitch it goes. Joelinton header on, can't find Isak. Aina slices his ball into the middle of midfield. Elanga, then that goes backwards towards left back Alex Moreno, heads it over halfway. Cher comes to nod on. Bruno for Longstaff, laid off to Gordon, lifted forwards towards Isak, 10 yards inside the Forest half, but the home team have got it. And Gibbs-White to Hudson-Odoi, dispossessed by Gordon, drops his shoulder, goes on the outside of Gibbs-White, made decent progress. Alex Moreno won it, and now Newcastle have it back. Livramento to Cher, just in front of the penalty area. Dan Byrne, cross it comes to Lewis Hall for Newcastle, who dropped 12th in the table after results yesterday. They'll go up to at least 9th, but possibly as high as 6th with a win, and if other results go their way. As long as they avoid defeat, they won't drop a place. Cher, diagonal ball, Aina, comfortable header, back to Sells. Second best defence in the Premier League, Forest. 7 goals conceded in 10. Matt Sells, the man in between the posts for all of them. Longstaff in the middle of midfield to Joelinton. Good ball around the corner for Willock, and here's the running and the progress that Joe Willock likes to make into the penalty area, looking for Gordon, and it's hooked behind by Alex Moreno.
Great break, great ball as well. Moreno couldn't take any chances, had to put it behind.
That is what Joe Willock gives Newcastle, and does so well. Gets on the charge, and they can't live with him, they can't keep with him. Strong, powerful, quick running, and a really good left-footed whipped cross in.
Yeah, it was into a great area, wasn't it? Stuck it into a real good area.
Lewis Hall's gone across to the far right-hand side. to deliver the corner kick flat to the near post, headed out by the first defender. Livramento hoists it back up, and it's bounced in the box. Aina has got Cher at his back. He's had to keep it in, the Forest defender. Now plays it against Fabian Cher and wins a throw next to the corner flag. 0-0.
Yeah, just squeezed them in, didn't let him out. Forest get a throw in, but it's level with their own 6-yard box.
5th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. Wood header up the line. Hall plays it against Elanga, kept in by Gibbs White. Hall wins an important header, touched it back to Dan Burn as Forest were trying to get away up the near side. Then a foul on Willock, close to the touchline next to the Newcastle technical area. And free kick given by Anthony Taylor. Assistant referees today, Gary Bezic on the near side, Adam Nunn on the far side. Michael Salisbury's the 4th official. VAR is Tim Robinson. Ball at the feet of Lewis Hall. Now Joelinton. He's got the yellow ball. It is orange boots. Plays it back to Hall. Burn, 10 yards square, the back of the centre circle. Cher up the line. Gordon's dropped in. Then an angled ball to Isak. They could be in Newcastle. Isak, right hand side. Crosses into the middle towards Willock. Livramento got a barge at the edge of the box. No free kick. Stayed down Livramento as Forest now get into the Newcastle half. And Gibbs White is brought down by Dan Burn. The referee has given the free kick, and no booking for Dan Burn, that Newcastle will be very, very pleased and are possibly a bit fortunate with. But Livramento hasn't been able to get up since that earlier challenge at the start of that move, and they've sent on a member of the medical staff to check on him. Was it a foul on Livramento firstly, and is Burn lucky not to get booked?
I think he hasn't booked Dan Burn because he knows he's made a mistake. He should have given the free kick.
It's Ryan Yates.
Had his back to him, didn't he?
I don't know if he's caught, just maybe caught him with his arm around the chin or something. I mean, across the face, isn't it, as they challenge for the ball, Ando?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's a yellow card all day, isn't it?
For Burn?
Yeah. But I think because he's...
Now, there is a yellow card, but is it for Burn or is it for somebody, possibly Bruno, for dissent? We'll need to have that confirmed. But Anthony Taylor has brandished a yellow card in the direction of... It appears to be a player in black and white. I think it is Dan Burn eventually.
Took his time, didn't he?
Dan Burn has been yellow carded, so will miss the home match against West Ham 2 weeks on Monday after the international break. Now Tino Livramento has a facial injury. It's around the mouth. I think there's some blood. He hasn't been given a new shirt, but the clear contact. Why would the referee not blow up when Yates collided with Livramento?
He obviously seen nothing in it. It looked a free kick all day long, didn't it?
And he's got the wounds and the scars to prove it. He's looking in the direction of the referee and with an expression of disbelief and a shake of the head. Livramento. We're in the 8th minute. It's 0-0, but there's been a stoppage because of the arm in the face of Livramento and the treatment that he has needed. Now normally you are supposed to go off for 30 seconds before you come back on. He's jogging back towards his position. I don't know if he will be told
going off, isn't he?
To go off and then come on. So he's going off where he would expect to come on. But not only have they had a player caught around the face, didn't get anything. Forest break, Dan Burn gets yellow carded and is now suspended, and they have to defend this free kick next to the centre circle with a player less. So than they should have. 11 v 10. Forest, Murillo clipped out to the near side and it's gone straight out. Left-footed from the centre back.
Strange free kick, wasn't it?
Elanga couldn't keep it in.
Strange free kick.
Still 11 v 10. Livramento not back on. Hall to take the throw. Gordon's dropped in at right back. Throws it up the line to the chest of Joelinton. That's gone backwards. Dan Byrne's got Chris Wood on his shoulder. Plays it to Lewis Hall. Back to Byrne. Big clearance from the big man. Up the line towards halfway. Livramento's on the field. And a couple of headers in midfield for Forest. Now centre-back Milenkovic. He's a big boy, 6'5".
Yeah, he's a big fella, isn't he?
International with Serbia. Sent it up the right wing and then out of play. Hall to Byrne. Bit of space into the box to Nick Pope. Closed down by Wood. Byrne starts to come forward slowly, trying to find Joelinton with a clipped pass. It's beaten him, and Ola Aina, the full-back, is able to take a touch, play it to Milenkovic. Wanted a return ball, went down. Nothing given other than Newcastle throw after it went out.
Just seemed to lose his footing, didn't he?
Referee tells Aina to get up.
Yeah.
Hall to Joelinton on his thigh. Elanga behind him. Back to Byrne. Share in the middle. That's where it goes. Livramento gives him an angle. That's the option that Share takes. 15 yards from halfway. Bruno back towards Livramento. And they get the free kick for that, Newcastle. He's obviously trying to make it up to them, Anthony Taylor. Quickly taken. Bruno to Gordon. Livramento on the outside. Gordon up the line for Livramento. No offside. Low ball into the middle. Cleared first time. Share helps it forwards again. Hudson-Odoi across the pitch, straight to Joelinton from one wing to the other. And Newcastle have it back. Hall, nice ball through a gap for Joelinton towards the goal line. Hangs up across, it's too high for Gordon. Hudson-Odoi's header straight to Willock in the box. Joe Willock, left-footed shot, just wide. Willock cut inside.
He's had a strange couple of minutes, Hudson-Odoi, hasn't he?
Got the effort away, Willock, just inside the penalty area. Matt Sell's always happy that was going wide, and indeed it did.
Yeah, I mean, just a strange header from Hudson-Odoi, straight back into the danger area. Just a couple of seconds earlier, he played one, a weird volley across his own 18-yard box as well.
No goals yet at the City ground. 12 minutes on the clock. Forest playing it out from the back straight to Longstaff in midfield. Bruno up to Gordon, close to the edge of the penalty area. Play won back for Forest by midfielder Nicolas Dominguez, and now from the back of the centre circle after a clearance, Dan Byrne to Nick Pope. Hall inside to Byrne. And there's a bit of room for Byrne to work into. Reaches the middle of United's half. Share back to Byrne and then over to Share again. Now the diagonal ball. Willock moves out of the way, leaves space for Joelinton, who takes a touch with his right foot on this near Newcastle left wing. Back to Hall. Longstaff free in the middle. Hall drops his shoulder, goes on a run, then plays it to Longstaff, centre of the Forest half. Good ball to bring in Livramento. Takes a touch, low cross straight at Murillo, who clears.
Yeah, poor ball, wasn't it? Good break again. He got on his bike, Livramento, got into a good area, but he just picks out the first defender.
There's plenty of space for them on that far side. The two fullbacks, two attacking fullbacks involved in that Newcastle move. Now Livramento with the throw. Gordon goes backwards and sees the ball thrown into his path and stabs it to Fabian Schär. Inside to Byrne, over to Hall, 10 yards from halfway, up to Willock, closed down by Elanga. Willock touches it on to Joelinton, could get it back, dragged back by Joelinton, who then comes inside. Hall, Joelinton again, 30 yards out. Longstaff in the centre. Bruno takes a touch. Gibbs White makes him go backwards. Share on halfway. Now Byrne onto Willock. First time to Byrne. And in there, half Newcastle next to the centre circle. Longstaff makes a forward run from midfield. They find Gordon instead with the pass around the corner towards Isak. But Nottingham Forest have won it back. And Chris Wood, tidy play out on the left. And Alex Moreno plays it up the line, then they come into the centre to Morgan Gibbs-White. Came back last week after missing 2 matches. The England international player Newcastle been linked to before. I know you like him, Gibbs-White.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Anderson, don't you? play just off the striker in the hole. Creative, scores goals. Forest possession, still 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Helped on by Wood, Livramento wins it. Tried to beat a couple of players, but tackled by Dominguez in the middle part of the pitch. Now central midfielder Yates is almost at centre-back, receives the ball, passes it to Aina on the near side. The Nigerian international who scored. Did you see his goal?
Yeah.
West Ham curled it into the top corner from the edge of the box. Very well taken. Gibbs White, nice turn in midfield, then went for the Hollywood pass. It's gone for a goal kick. Good skill, but not the ball that Wood through the middle or Elanga out wide was hoping for. It was between them.
Yeah, it was in no man's land, wasn't it?
What do you make of the opening period, Ando?
It's been quiet, hasn't it? Both sides really feeling each other out. Not a great deal's happened.
0-0. Here comes the goal kick from Nick Pope. Joe Linton header forwards. Isak was in the centre. Milenkovic had time then to take a touch and then thump it forwards. Wood tries to knock it down. Longstaff put pressure on Dominguez and Newcastle have it back. Livramento to Pope. And here's Byrne. 5 points from their 5 away games this season in the Premier League before today. But against no club of Newcastle played more Premier League away matches without losing than against Nottingham Forest. This is the 7th such fixture. 3 wins, 3 draws from the other 6. Isak pinching it back in the final third on the near side, linking up with Willock. It's behind Hall, but Bruno's got it. Now for Willock just inside the box. This is dangerous. Joe Willock on the turn. Delivers a lovely ball which drops for Anthony Gordon. And Gordon on the volley over the top. Willock
Wasn't easy, to be fair.
Looked like he was in a tight spot, then spun beautifully. Left-footed cross that the defender Murillo headed up, but took it away from Longstaff, and Gordon hit it, but he lashed at it.
Yeah, it was an important touch by Murillo. He needed to get something on it. They were queuing up behind him. And it's just fallen for Anthony Gordon, but to be fair to him, the angle's all wrong, isn't it? Couldn't get over it.
The turn from Willock, though, was really sharp. Really good. Forest's throw on halfway. Aina. Back to Milenkovic. Murillo available inside. Cross it goes to the Brazilian. Up the line, Hudson-Odoi, first chance to attack really. Woods dropped in, 30 yards out, pushes it back to Dominguez. Now they look for Gibbs White onto Yates. And Aina now for Elanga, 20 yards out on the right wing. Aina blocked by Willock. And then Newcastle get a throw. Good work by Joe Willock, who started well this afternoon, but still goalless at the City Ground on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Fabian Schär with the ball at his feet. Dan Burn now brings it into the centre of Newcastle's half. Plays it to the left. Hall on for Joe Linton. Bang on halfway. Back to Hall. Livramento drifting forwards up the far touchline. They go inside to Schär, then find Livramento on halfway, finding Gordon with his pass, back to Schär. Joe Linton makes a run in from the left wing into the centre forward. Willock's come wide left. Lewis Hall's got it now. Isak drops in near the front of the centre circle and plays it to Willock. Inside to Hall. Good movement from Newcastle. Players interchanging. Bruno makes the forward run from midfield now, but it's short to Isak. Back to Hall. Isak again. That's good for Willock. Looking for support, looking for an option. Has to come back to Hall. Inside for Bruno, 5 yards from the box. Stabbed wide to Joe Linton. Back to Bruno. Hall available as well. They miss him out and find Longstaff. 30 yards from goal. thought about lifting it in behind for Livramento's run, instead goes back to Cher. He tries to get Livramento away, but it's cut out by Nicolas Dominguez. And he sets Hudson-Odoi on his way up the Forest left. Gordon sticking with him towards the corner. Hudson-Odoi, cross into the middle, headed away by Bruno. Willock crowded out and had 3 on him, and the red shirts of Forest win it back. Aina, edge of the area, right hand side, slips it through for Yates. Pope comes and makes a block, and it's a corner.
Thought he'd overrun that. Thought the ball was too much on it. He did well to get anything on it. The Forest skipper, I mean, good little run. Hopes had to come out and had to get a block on it. Looked like there was too much pace on the ball, but Yates did well, just dug it out.
Had to make sure, didn't he? Nick Pope. Elanga with the corner, right-footed from the near side, header away by Willock. Aina, edge of the area, collects. Now to Elanga again. That'll be a free kick. Joe Willock has taken him down. It was one of those where the ball comes in and it's a really heavy touch, but because he gets there first, Elanga, Willock then gets the play and not the ball. He's never getting the second touch. It's going straight to a Newcastle player, which it did, but he was
it was a poor ball. It was a poor ball to him. He was sold short. Did well to get something on it. He's already committed himself to trying to win it. Joe Willock just takes the man out.
Free kick close to the side of the penalty area. Probably, I think it's about level with the 6-yard line. Like a short corner. Nobody on either post for Newcastle. 0-0. Players in the 6-yard box. And the cross from Elanga is headed in. And it's Murillo for Forest who gets to the ball first. And into the corner it goes. The free kick just teased in there, and a very simple header from Murillo across Nick Pope, and it's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 0.
So simple, wasn't it? Just lifted into an area, not too sure who's picking him up, but he gets a run on whoever it was. Nick Pope's got no chance.
22nd minute at the City ground. The defender Murillo with the header from 6 yards out. Everybody was back pretty much in the 6-yard box or on the 6-yard line. So to pick a player out there required accuracy from Elanga. A little bit of bend on the ball as it came in. And Murillo get across Joelinton, near side of Joelinton.
Nobody was picking him up.
Connected with the header.
Not too sure who's supposed to be picking him up, but whoever it was, he's got a run on.
Newcastle have to come from behind. They've kicked off. Gordon, 30 yards out. Livramento with him. Stabs it forwards to Livramento. Longstaff up ahead. Forest close off the space. And Livramento back to Cher on halfway. Nottingham Forest, third in the table. They've scored first in 10 of their 11 Premier League matches. The only one they didn't score first in is the game they lost. 1-0 here against Fulham. Joelinton got Elanga all over him. Free kick is eventually given. Near to halfway, Lewis Hall gets Newcastle restarted. Cher inside to Byrne, closed down by Gibbs White, onto Hall, back to Byrne, behind the centre circle, now for Cher in space in the Forest half. Every player in red behind the ball. Cher onto Livramento, wide to Gordon, up the line for Livramento. He slipped and it's gone out, but it gone out off a red shirt. United throw in line with the penalty box. Isak, 2 defenders to beat. Isak trying to wriggle free and squirm his way through, couldn't do so, clipped up the line. Gibbs White, far side of the pitch for Forest. Newcastle regain possession. Gordon looking for Isak, edge of the area. Willock back to Bruno, just outside the box. Bruno's gone for it, And Sells makes a diving save. It'll be a corner. Not a lot of power from Bruno, but it was heading towards the right corner of Sells' goal.
One for the cameras, wasn't it, the save?
Lewis Hall from the near side. We're expecting an outswinger. There's nobody there short. Dan Burn round the back, looking like he wants it. Hall instead rolls it into the box to Gordon, back to Hall, and into the 6-yard box where it's cleared. Gordon made a little run along the goal line from the centre, then a drag back to Hall that was nice, but Forest cleared. Newcastle got the ball back in play. Cher on the far side, beats his man. Cher into the penalty area, needs to pick somebody out, but tackled. It'll be a throw about 10 yards back from the corner. Forest lead 1-0. Newcastle trying to respond.
Yeah, it's been a good reaction to the goal, actually.
Livramento takes the throw, gets it back again from Gordon. Cher now for Byrne, he's in the centre circle. Furthest outfield player back, Dan Byrne, for Lewis Hall, and Joelinton 20 yards out, taking on Aina and Ilanga. Joelinton gets it back onto his right, clips in the cross. Murillo's header away, Byrne back into the middle. Milenkovic takes a big swipe at it and clears into the Newcastle half. Hudson-Odoi's got there before Livramento and kept it in. And the home side tidy it up. Now they look for Hudson-Odoi again, but Cher is covering, gets to the ball, plays it to Pope, and Byrne comes forwards. On for Hall. 26 minutes have been played. Newcastle are losing. Murillo's header for Forest. Cher for Byrne. They've had plenty of the ball at the back. And Hall looking for Joelinton. Willock's made a run. He couldn't find him with the pass though. Aina clears. Joelinton and Ilanga challenge for the ball. Yates gets involved. Joelinton using all his strength. Back to Hall, did well. Willock tackled by Aina, no foul for Newcastle. And Hall intercepts Ilanga's ball. Now they might have the chance to get away. They've got numbers forwards in this attack. Hall up to Willock. Now Willock into the penalty area, beats a couple of players. Joe Willock, good run, corner.
Yeah, needed to go earlier. Just got crowded out in the end.
So another corner kick. Hall on this near side. Joe Willock's been probably their most threatening, most likely player when it comes to creating something. Started very well. This corner to be taken by Anthony Gordon. Lewis Hall is next to the corner of the box. Willock by the D. Forest have everybody back to defend. So it would need to be a really good ball in from Gordon. An in-swinger headed up and away from inside the 6-yard box. Hall looking for Gordon, but it's Alex Moreno, the left back, on the near side. Turns in the penalty area, clears it up the line. It's stayed in. Hall gets there and thought about going forwards to Bruno. Instead comes inside to Livramento, and Cher on for Isak, who's peeled out into space on the right wing. Inside for Longstaff. Gordon at centre forward at the moment, as Isak still has it in the wide position from the return ball from Longstaff. Livramento to Isak, nice spin. Now at the corner of the area, Alexander Isak trying to take on another player, almost lost it. Bruno down, free kick. Got nudged over. Just about 20 yards out on the right, close to the corner of the box. Newcastle free kick, good position. John Anderson, Byrne and Cher making their way into the middle.
Yeah, it's a couple of yards outside the penalty area, right level with the corner of it. Big boys have gone forward. Hall standing over it. Gordon's there as well. So
they could go with Hall's left foot or Gordon's right. Let's see. Hall runs over it. Gordon lifts it in. Joe Linton got underneath it with the header.
Yeah, it's a decent delivery as well, isn't it? It's played into a good area. Just gets underneath it. Just heads it straight up in the air, straight over the top of the crossbar.
Almost half an hour gone on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds, and Newcastle are losing 1-0 to Nottingham Forest. What have you made of the overall performance, John Anderson, and the way the game has developed?
We haven't seen that intensity, have we? That pace isn't there.
It's a question Eddie Howe has asked often when it comes to away matches. We heard him talk about it before kick-off, why they can't quite show that when they go away from home.
There hasn't been a real tempo to the game, has there?
No. Also not from Nottingham Forest either.
No.
Byrne approaching halfway, ignored Isak, who was available through the centre. Got into a deeper position, Isak. Fabian Schär now to Byrne. Looking for Isak, who has absolutely lashed it at him. And it's a heavy touch from Isak. Forest break away. Elanga into the box on the near side. Elanga left-footed shot, took a big deflection off Lewis Hall, looped up, caught by Nick Pope. Big kick, quick kick from Pope. Looking for Gordon. What a ball this could be, but it's bent in to the box, and Sells makes the claim.
Yeah.
It initially,
good idea, right idea.
Initially had two defenders worried and facing their own goal, but too central from Pope. Dominguez plays it against Willock, but it rebounds for Gibbs White on the left. So Nottingham Forest, who lead 1-0, stay in possession. Newcastle have won it back. Gordon for Willock. Now they've got to get players forwards. Longstaff across midfield to Bruno. Away from two red shirts. Coming out wide left on halfway. Bruno Guimaraes drops his shoulder, comes back into the middle. Oh, it's a good run from Bruno. He's still going, and Elanga's won it back. Then Joe Linton gets a boot to the ball, and then Livramento now for Gordon. Just outside the area. Gordon could take it on himself. Gives it instead to Longstaff. Longstaff coming back with it. Bruno wide to Livramento. Takes a touch. Lifts the ball into the middle. Big header away from Forest. There were three black and white shirts there. Hall has it and wins a corner off Elanga.
Yeah, good pressure.
You fancied Gordon to have a go, though.
I thought he was going to hit it. Yeah, it opened up for him.
In the 32nd minute, Gordon with Newcastle's latest corner as they try to draw themselves level. Byrne near the penalty spot starts to make a move. They've got Gibbs White with him. That is a mismatch. Gordon drives it to the back post. Sells came, the defender headed it in front of him. Byrne back in. Isak towards goal. It's blocked. And now a clearance. But Hall, fantastic Lewis Hall, absolutely brilliant, went shoulder to shoulder with Hudson-Odoi, kept Newcastle on the attack. Joe Linton down to Longstaff, back again, Longstaff, now a chance at the back post. Sells makes a save from Dan Byrne, right-footed, straight at the keeper, and then scrambled away and out for a throw.
Good play, good build-up play, good save.
They worked it really nicely. In fact, they have for the last two attacks. Hall brilliant in the build-up. Longstaff and Joe Linton, good combination in the box. And Byrne, well, it was accurate in terms of being on target, but not a lot of power behind the shot. Then a pass for Joe Linton on the right that he's done really well to keep in. And he's won a throw 10 yards out, quickly taken to Longstaff. Putting pressure on Newcastle as they try and draw with Forest level at 1-1, trailing to the Murillo goal here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Now Joe Willock with Gordon on the outside on the left. They've switched the two wingers at the moment. Willock still got it. Byrne remains in the penalty box. Willock whips it in. Not a good header from Forest. Alex Moreno straight to Joe Linton. His cross takes a touch. Bruno's got it in the box. Still Bruno back to goal on the turn. Bruno back through for Joelinton. First time cross deflected. Sells is struggling but manages to punch it clear. That was dropping under the crossbar, and Sells looked like he was in real trouble but just got it away. Under pressure from Willock.
Can't get out for us, can they?
Newcastle still in possession. 1-0 down. Longstaff up towards Byrne, who stayed up there. And good turn, Alex Moreno, edge of the box. Really good turn. And now they can try to get away. Nottingham Forest, left-hand side. Hudson-Odoi curls it over to the right wing for Elanga. Wood in the middle. Gibbs White at the back post. Elanga into the box. Livramento in the right place to clear from Elanga's cross. And now Willock beaten to the ball by Yates in midfield, and Aina for Forest. Back to Milenkovic on halfway.
Yeah, a couple of decent passages of play. Keeper got lucky.
Yates with the ball to Elanga in the box, cross blocked by Newcastle. Bruno finds Cher, who's at left back. Now Willock, heavy touch, one back by Yates. Forest throw.
Yeah, it was a poor ball to give him in that area.
They've got somebody to dry the ball. Nottingham Forest for the throw that Aina is about to take. Looks like it's going to be a long ball lobbed into the box. Ola Aina. Wood near post. Cher at his back. Milenkovic has gone front post as well. Dan Byrne with him. Joelinton header away from Aina's ball into the penalty area. He gets it back, finds Dominguez in the middle of the United half. 10 minutes to the break, Newcastle a goal down. Back with Dominguez, and Forest slow everything down, keep possession on halfway. Newcastle keeping their shape. Ball goes wide left to Alex Moreno, who's made that left back place his own after coming in on loan from Villa towards the end of August. And they look for him with a ball in behind. He's nodded it forwards, trying to find Wood in the centre. That's good play, and Newcastle stab it behind for a corner.
Yeah, good little ball over the top, wasn't it? He just got a flick on it with his head. Good defending by Cher, needed to get something on it.
72% of the ball, Newcastle, but Nottingham Forest have scored the only goal. Corner kick, far left-hand side, next to the away section, or where the away section begins, and a line of stewards and some segregation, and Nottingham Forest fans. Brian Clough stand on the far side. Anthony Elanga, who's delivered one for the goal, sends in the corner, and Gibbs White got the last touch at the near post goal kick.
Yeah, got too much on it, didn't he? Ball whipped in near post. Gets far too much on it. Top of his head, high over the top.
Fabian Cher for Newcastle. Dan Byrne in the D, slowly making their way up to midfield. 1-0 down. Byrne has the ball just behind the centre circle. Wood came to close him down and slipped. Now Lewis Hall. Into Forest half. Isak comes deep, has a couple of touches, has a look around, lays it off to Hall, and now that's a good ball inside. Bit of disguise on the pass, and Willock back to Bruno, wide right for Livramento, 20 yards out. Angled ball into the box for Longstaff's run, cleared out for throw.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst idea in the world. Just not enough on the ball. They want to throw in level with the 18-yard box.
Livramento to take it. Gordon comes to get it, brings it down, nice touch. Gordon threatening to take on Hudson-Odoi, goes on the outside, spins, comes back inside, slipped it through for Longstaff, but cleared by Alex Moreno. And Gibbs White was the furthest player forward, leaves it for Wood. Forest now in the Newcastle half on the attack with Elanga, returns. So they've lost the momentum, but they've kept possession. Gibbs White to Aina, and again Morgan Gibbs White on the ball. Now Yates, foot on it. Back to Milenkovic. And over to goal scorer Murillo. 39 minutes. Gordon for Newcastle who've got it back. Longstaff on for Gordon again and back to Cher. Willock was free in the centre circle. Cher decided not to play it, carries the ball forwards, then has to come back to Byrne. His route suddenly was blocked off. Lewis Hall up the near side for Joe Linton, where they've had lots of space and a bit of joy. Newcastle back to Hall, chance to deliver across, which he does, headed away and out by Milenkovic, far side. Livramento's actually kept it in. Longstaff back to Livramento, good return ball. Tino Livramento down, edge of the area, free kick Newcastle. Livramento linking up with Longstaff, good play, and as he took a touch to break into the penalty area, he was sent over by Hudson-Odoi, and they've got a free kick.
Yeah, he just went to sleep, didn't he, Hudson-Odoi? Just let him run off him.
Got the decision that time, Livramento, when he didn't earlier in the half, edge of the area. Referee Anthony Taylor. No yellow card, was there?
No.
He's still chatting to Hudson-Odoi, but it's because he's putting him in position behind the spray that he has applied to the pitch. And what are Newcastle going to do with this? Well, Livramento looks like he's taken a whack there on the hip from the challenge. Has dropped back. Longstaff is closest to Lewis Hall, who's going to take the free kick. He just sticks it in there, it's flat, and it hits a red shirt, hit Alex Moreno, and Hall has kept it in. This time it's a better ball with more power behind it, but Sells comes to catch, clears it up the pitch quickly. And Livramento with a good header, then Cher for Longstaff. Newcastle in possession and on the attack again. But a lot of players have gone back to try and stop the counter-attack, so they lack the numbers here. But it's Gordon, and he's miscued that as he tried to find Willock, and Aina's got away. Ola Aina over halfway. Back to Gibbs-White, and now Murillo. 1-0 Forest, Hudson-Odoi. What can he do at this end? Back to Gibbs-White. Wood behind Dan Byrne. Byrne gets the header, clears the penalty area. Yates takes it down, gets the ball back on the floor, exchanges passes with Aina, and they roll it back into their own half. Forest. Eddie Howe, all on his own in the technical area, puts his hands behind his back, watching as Newcastle are defending again. Hudson-Odoi drops it back to the corner of the box. Gibbs-White, looked like a cross rather than a shot, headed away to Isak. He's come out left wing, Isak, and away from Murillo, and now Gordon back to Gordon, gets the decision, caught by Yates. Good job, because the pass was misplaced.
Yeah, no need to foul him either, Yates.
Newcastle playing again quickly. Bruno to Willock, Joe Linton right wing, Gordon still out on this left hand side. Longstaff central midfield through for
good ball.
Joe Linton in the final third. Only Isak in the box. Now Longstaff gets in there. Joe Linton delays the cross. Bruno corner of the area. 2 minutes or so till half time. Livramento chance to deliver, and he does. And Yates with the header away. Hall brings it down next to the D. Willock on the outside wide left. Hall finds him. Willock takes a touch, gets tackled. Hall wins it back for Willock, who throws himself down in the box, nothing given. And Forest play forwards. 3 defenders back, 2 Forest attackers. Elanga through the middle, looking for Wood. Elanga keeps hold of possession, wants to do it himself. He's got support now from Hudson-Odoi on the left wing. Newcastle losing 1-0. And they've got bodies back now as Gibbs-White and Hudson-Odoi play a few short passes, and Dominguez to Hudson-Odoi out near the touchline on the far side. If he'd gone with a quick ball, Elanga, Wood could have run onto it, but yeah. I don't know whether that's the sort of ball that plays into Chris Wood's strengths. They've given it away, Nottingham Forest. Isak all alone, 3 defenders, but good skill, and now he's on the move. Isak approaching the penalty area, goes around Murillo, and down Isak, but the referee says Murillo got the ball, despite Isak's appeals.
No chance.
And Forest bring it away, and then Newcastle make a challenge through Livramento, and Bruno has it back on the far right hand side. Then Forest regain possession, and it's a free kick. I think Bruno caught
him
Gibbs
in the
White.
stomach, yeah.
Joe Linton and Gibbs White now pushing and shoving, and another Forest player gives Joe Linton a barge. It's Yates. The referee needs to sort this out, and Joe Linton needs to avoid a yellow card because Dan Burn's already been booked and will be suspended against West Ham. They don't want to lose Joe Linton as well. 1-0 down, and the referee wants a word with Gibbs White and with Joe Linton, and hopefully just a word and no cards. Just take us back to when Isak went into the box, and you say no penalty.
No.
Just describe the challenge.
Well, he just slid in. Murillo just won the ball clean. Isak went over, but never a penalty.
Hopeful from Isak, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To appeal, you would think. I mean, Willock went down as well a few minutes ago, but was there anything in that for you?
Would have been soft, wouldn't it?
Minimum of 3 additional minutes at the end of the first half. Newcastle 1-0 down, but they've got it on the left wing in the Forest half. Gordon into Isak in the centre. Longstaff to his right, gives it to Longstaff slightly behind him. He plays it on to Joe Linton. Livramento in the box. Now he takes a tumble. It's a goal kick. And no appeals from Livramento, but a promising move that ends with not the best ball.
No, it was a poor ball. Referee's right there as well.
Forest 1, Newcastle 0. Colin White in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio will give us all the details on the other Premier League matches. There's 2 of them also kicking off at 2. Manchester United 2-0 up against Leicester at home, and Ipswich 2-0 up at Spurs. Goal scorers and what it might mean for the table. It will affect Newcastle if it stays like this. Coming from Colin, and a look at the rest of the days and the weekend sport at half time. We're into the additional period. Willock switches the play, but it's too strong for Joe Linton. Gave him no chance. He apologises. Willock and Hall have, I think, probably been Newcastle's liveliest players, maybe Livramento as well, but they're trailing to the Murillo goal in the 21st minute. The header from Elanga's free kick close to the box, and Nottingham Forest approaching half time. Their brilliant run continues. There's got to be more to come from Newcastle. There's got to be better. It's not at the level of the last 2 games, the home matches, which were undoubtedly better than what came before. Joe Linton, good strong play on the right side. Still time for another attack, and he's got a free kick. There's a minute to play, and Newcastle not hanging about, not wasting time, quickly taking free kick. Longstaff to Livramento near the touchline. Back into United territory to Fabian Schär. Hall on halfway, up the left wing to Gordon. He's now back on the side that he wants to play on. Hall goes on the outside. Gordon with a dummy comes inside. Willock spins, edge of the area, could give it to Hall again. Back inside to Willock and Hall once more. No room for the cross for either of them. Willock's got it again from Hall. Now Fabian Schär takes a touch, goes for the shot. It's blocked by Dominguez. It was a powerful strike from Schär. Dan Burn under pressure from Wood gets it back to the goalkeeper. It's up to the referee now. We've almost played the 3 minutes. There's the half-time whistle. Nottingham Forest with the advantage at the break. Murillo's header. Newcastle, John Anderson go in at half-time, a goal down.
Yeah, we haven't played with that intensity and that pace that we see at home. It's a little bit too slow. Forest allowing us to have it as well, getting a lot of people behind the ball and just looking to break on us. I think there'll be a few words said in that dressing room at half time.
Hasn't been much in terms of significant chances for Newcastle. Sells with a couple of saves and punches. The Bruno shot in particular. They have got into 1 or 2 good positions where the final ball hasn't been right.
Yeah, but yet again, we haven't worked the goalkeeper enough. You know, we've got ourselves into good areas. We've hit the first defender with a couple of crosses as well. We just need to play with a little bit more intensity.
Is there anything Eddie Howe could do, whether it's substitutions or changing
I wouldn't say.
things
I don't
around,
think he'd change anything at half time. I don't think so at half time. You know, I think he'll just say, look, we need to up the tempo. We need to play at a better pace. We're not asking enough questions. We'll give it 10-15 minutes, see how it's going. If things haven't improved, then you would think the changes would come.
Second half, live from the City Ground, coming up here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Murillo, the Nottingham Forest defender, headed in Anthony Elanga's free kick from 6 yards after 21 minutes. That is the only goal. It's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 0.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
We want your happy news, scientifically proven to make everyone feel slightly happier. Pizza in Sunderland, what's yours?
I'm well chuffed. My birthday is in about 2 weeks' time, and I figured out over the weekend that I'm not 49. I'm 48, so I've got 2 years before I get to 50.
You thought you were turning 49, but actually you're only turning 48.
That's correct. I had to Google how old I would be if I was born in 1976.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Newcastle United with a bit of work to do then in the second half. They are 1-0 down at Nottingham Forest at half time. We'll be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson for full commentary of the second half in just under 10 minutes time. It is one of 3 games in the Premier League kicking off at 2 o'clock, and the other 2 are 2-0. Manchester United 2-0 up on Leicester, Bruno Fernandes, and then a Christensen own goal. So Manchester United 2-0 up on Leicester, and they're not quite reached half time at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium yet, but Spurs would quite like it to be half time right now, I think, because they are 2-0 down at home to Ipswich. Sami Schmodics after half an hour, Liam Delap in the 43rd minute as well. So Spurs 0, Ipswich 2 at half time. It is Chelsea against Arsenal at 4:30. In the Championship, the Sheffield derby was won by Sheffield United. Tavon Campbell 5 minutes into the second half, giving United a 1-0 win over Wednesday. That moves them level on points with Sunderland at the top of the table, but Sunderland still top on goal difference. They're just getting towards the very end of Hull City against West Bromwich Albion, because that one kicked off at 1 o'clock. West Brom 2-1 up. That was a half-time score as well. Carlin Hearn-Grant and Josh Madja with West Brom's goals inside the opening 20 minutes. João Pedro got one back for Hull just before half-time. So 2-1 at the break and 2-1 in the 92nd minute as well. And the final Championship game of the weekend is Burnley against Swansea, that kicks off at 3 o'clock. In the Women's Super League earlier, Chelsea comfortable 3-0 winners away at Liverpool. Myra Ramirez and Guro Reiten towards the end of the first half. Aggie Beaver-Jones in injury time in the second half. So Liverpool 0, Chelsea 3. The one game that kicked off at 2 o'clock is 1-0 to Crystal Palace. Everton still without a win all season, and they are losing at half-time. Izzy Riley with Crystal Palace's goal in the opening minute. It's a 3 o'clock kickoff between West Ham and Leicester, and then Manchester United take on Aston Villa at the unusual 7 o'clock. 6:45 on a Sunday kickoff time tonight is the final WSL game of the weekend. And in the Women's Championship, all 3 of our teams in action today. Durham have already finished, and it was a 1-1 draw away at Southampton thanks to Molly Lambert's 85th minute equaliser. They were 1-0 down from the 20th minute onwards. That has already finished. The other games here are all 2 o'clock kickoffs. Newcastle United conceding in the final minute of that first half, so they are 1-0 down at Bristol City at half time. Birmingham lead 1-0 away at London City Lionesses. Gemma Lawley in the middle of that first half. Sheffield United 1-0 up at Portsmouth. Maria Farrugia, formerly of Sunderland and Durham, with Sheffield United's goal. And it's Sunderland 1, Blackburn 1 at half time as well at Eppleton. Katie Kitching, the New Zealander, had given Sunderland the lead, at Blackburn equalising in stoppage time at the end of the first half. And actually at Birmingham have now gone 2-0 up at London City Lionesses, and it's another former Sunderland player, Niamh Heron, scoring Birmingham's second in the 6th minute of first half injury time. So they haven't actually reached half time yet quite. And it's London City Lionesses 0, Birmingham City 2. So Sunderland playing in the Women's Championship today, and the men played in the Championship yesterday. They drew 2-2 at home to Coventry at the Stadium of Light. They were 2-0 up at half-time. Terrific goals from Wilson Isidore and Dennis Sirkin, but a disappointing second half saw them drop 2 points and record a third draw in the space of just about a week. But they are, even with Sheffield United's victory today, still top of the Championship, only just, but they are still top. After yesterday's game, their head coach, Régis Lebris, spoke to our Sunderland commentator, Nick Barnes.
Régis, at half-time, I think the feeling was there was only going to be one winner in the game, and it's sort of derailed after that.
It was a good first half, so I want to think like that, first of all. We started well with our strength and our qualities at home. In possession, I think our game was very interesting. We created many opportunities to score with 2 fantastic goals, I think. And probably during the first half, we felt that out of possession, it wasn't so adjusted. And I think the back three was difficult to press, and we struggled a little bit. And during the half-time, we tried to solve these problems, but the second half was totally different because we were not able to keep the ball under pressure. So it was possible for the opponent to exploit their strength, and probably against our weaknesses at the same time. So this second half is I can be disappointed, and I think the players are disappointed too. But at the same time, we want to think about our strength. We know that we can build on this strength, and at the minute we have to solve other problems that it wasn't possible to do it today. So it's a balance game, but probably we could be a little bit disappointed because we needed to win that game.
So that is Régis Lebris there after Sunderland's third draw in a week, now a fortnight before they play Millwall after the international break, but with a few selection difficulties, a couple of suspensions, potentially a couple of injuries as well. In non-league yesterday, Gateshead fell to a 3-0 defeat away at Kevin Phillips' AFC Fylde side in National League, but in National League North, South Shields held on despite a very late red card to beat Kings Lynn Town by 2-1. Paul Blackett in the first half, Kyle Crossley in the second. Hebburn Town beat 9-man Prescott Cables. They were down to 9 men after just 21 minutes, the away side, but they beat them 2-0, Hebburn, in the NPL Premier Division yesterday. Morpeth lost 2-0 at Macclesfield. Danny Elliott, the former Gateshead striker, scoring Macclesfield's first, and Michael Connor's first game in charge of Blythe Spartans was a 2-1 defeat at Warrington Ryland, so they are still bottom of that table. In the East Division, Consett were 2-0 up after 20 minutes, but eventually drew 2-2 at home to Sheffield FC. Dunstan survived a late red card to draw 0-0 at home with Grimsby Borough. Ashington were beaten 1-0 away at Belper Town, but there was a very good victory for Heaton Stannington, a 3-0 win over Ossett United, and manager Dean Nicholson was rather pleased to have avoided 3 defeats in a week and to have 3 different goal scorers.
It is, and obviously we've signed the 2 new lads yesterday, and Robbie's got himself on the score sheet, and we've looked really, really dangerous at times today. We hadn't scored in 2 games previously, which was a bit of a concern, but like I say, we are creating chances and just not putting them away, unfortunately. And I know it's a lot of people say that, and you hear it a lot, but it has been the case over the last few weeks. So it was good, like I say, to get the goals on the board. And again, they probably couldn't have complained. I think if it was probably 4 or 5 today, but we'll take the 3-0 win and move on from it.
And I mean, does the league table matter to you at this point? Because everything is so tight, and every league is like this, but you look at the East Division and it's like that as well. A couple of defeats and you plummet, a couple of wins and you zoom back up again. Is it almost not reflective even now, even though you've played 17 games?
Yeah, it's a tough one to try and work out. We played Sheffield 7 to 10 days ago, and they're right down there. And I'll be honest with you, probably one of the best teams I've seen. So it is a strange league. There's not much in it at all from Team 1 to Team 22. You just got to be on your mettle every single time you play. And the league table, realistically, at the moment, doesn't really mean a great deal. All we want to do is to ensure we get as many points as we possibly can. We're in that middle bunch at the moment. And we just want to, like I say, try and get up that league. If we can get away from that relegation zone, that's where we want to be. And we need to ensure that we can obviously continue the form from today.
So that is Dean Nicholson there, the Heaton Stannington manager. 4 teams we had in the FA Vase yesterday, unfortunately, and that was the second round, only one of them has made it through to the third round. So Blythetown beaten 2-0 away at Carlisle City, Brighton and Crockrook Albion losing 2-0 at home to West Didsbury and Charlton, Wickham losing 1-0 at home to Redcar Athletics, and North Shields, the only good news story, they beat Charnock Richard by 3-1 yesterday to be in the hat for the third round draw tomorrow. Their manager Brian Smith spoke to our non-league reporter Paul Dixon afterwards.
Brian, superb performance in the second half.
Class with it. Really good second half. Really impressed with the lads. It was just how it should be and how we've known it to be here for years. Digger. Second half was just we blew them away a bit. It was good.
So the form of your team over the last few weeks has been very, very good, and I know you love the FA Vase. You've been to Wembley, they've won it, and it's exciting times at the minute at North Shields. Good crowd here today, thoroughly enjoyed. Clapped you off the park there, winning 3-1.
Just changed a lot. It took a bit of time because it took ages in August. It's just a bad month and inconsistent in the team that we've got, but we've settled down now. I think it's since Shildon. There's about 15 or 16 games now. I think we've only been beat 2 or 3 times.
Spoke to your chairman before the game and he's absolutely thrilled the way things are taking off here at North Shields. He's doing a great job, isn't he?
He's brilliant. He's here every single day, grafting away, morning till night, and he's got a few good people with him helping him out, but they've changed it around a lot because it was in a really bad place in January.
Now, we had a few problems with the turnstiles, but the chairman's told me that that's been sorted out. I mean, you just want the people here to get right behind North Shields, don't you?
They are. They just got to get. We just need to get everybody together. It's slowly, you can see it there in the clubhouse now how busy it is, but we just need everybody to rally around it. The Vase helps, doesn't it? It just helps a lot.
It certainly does. And I mean, the draw's on Monday, and Collins just told us that North Shields in our area are the only team left, so we want you to progress as far as you possibly can. You've travelled away when you went to Wakefield twice when it was waterlogged, and you've had a great crowd and a great win today. Are you bothered if you're home or away?
Yeah, home. That'll do. Some of the lads might want a little trip away, but hopefully we'll leave that for a little bit later in the year with any luck. But home. We just want them to be home.
And really, you want to just go as far as you possibly can in the Vase. You've got great history with the Vase, Bri, and you know as well, you'll get them excited, won't you?
It brings everyone together, and the crowd's gone through the roof, as we know. So that's what this club needs now, is we need to get through a few rounds in the Vase.
Yes, if only it were as simple as that. But very best of luck to North Shields of the rest of the FA Vase. And like I say, they'll find out their third round opponents in the draw tomorrow. Right now, Newcastle Falcons have just begun their Premiership Rugby Cup match against Doncaster. There's commentary on the BBC Sport website, an app of that one with Dean Gray. In the basketball today, Newcastle Eagles men are away at London Lions. They'll tip off in an hour's time in the Super League. And in North Division 1's ice hockey, Whitley Warriors away at Widnes Wild this afternoon or this evening because it will be a 5:30 face-off for them. But we are heading back to the City Ground now for the second half of the Premier League game between Nottingham Forest and Newcastle United. Forest 1-0 up at the break. We will be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson in just a tick.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Players in the 6-yard box. From Elanga is headed in. And it's Murillo for Forest, who gets to the ball first, and into the corner it goes. The free kick just teased in there, and a very simple header from Murillo across Nick Pope, and it's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 0.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
The only goal at the City Ground. Newcastle losing after 45 minutes. A lot of the half-time discussion, Ando, and looking at some of the footage from the first half, has been about some of the challenges from Ryan Yates in midfield, including one where he caught Sean Longstaff quite high. And of course it was Yates who made the challenge on Livramento. Nothing was given. Play continued. Dan Burn then got a yellow card a few seconds later, which means he'll miss the next match. And also not the challenge on Isak for a possible penalty, but on Joe Willock. Yeah. People feel like they did have a bigger claim than it seemed at the time. None of this will necessarily matter too much if they come back to win, but there is some frustration.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a great deal of claims for a penalty. Was it on the Willock one? Nobody seemed to go to the referee or appeal for a penalty, but it looked like there was contact. To be fair, it was minimal, but you've seen them given.
Newcastle have kicked off the second half. It's a Forest throw on the near side. United shooting towards the right, towards the away end. No changes. Pope, Livramento, Share, Byrne, Hall, Bruno in the middle, Longstaff right, Willock left of him, and they've switched the two wingers, so Gordon is left wing, Joelinton now right wing, which breaks up that Joelinton-Willock partnership that has worked well and has been good today. Isak at centre forward. Livramento finds Joelinton. I'm sure he can do good work up the right side. Just like that, the pass for Isak gets away from his man. Isak, lovely shift. Then a ball played to Willock. Couldn't hold it edge of the area. Joelinton through towards Gordon, but cleared. Referee didn't touch the ball, but possibly got in the way. That was really nice from Isak. That's what we like to see. The way he glides across the turf.
Yeah, good feet.
Newcastle's bench: Dubravka, Tonali, Barnes, Target, Osula, Murphy, Almiron, Kelly, Miley. Very early in the second half, but promising attack. They try to come back into the game. 1-0 down. Longstaff to Joelinton. Another Newcastle attack underway. Isak in the box. Joelinton sends in a cross that sells. Let's run. It's actually stayed in, would you believe, on the far side, on the goal line. Gordon back to Hall. Stabbed backwards again towards Big Dan Byrne. On the move up the pitch, Byrne. And Willock plays it wide left to Gordon. Byrne is still up there as an extra forward player. Fabian Schär hanging back. He gets the ball now. Rolls it onto Livramento. Wide right to Joelinton. Inside for Bruno. Closed down. Livramento again. Turns it around the corner, but Longstaff didn't run. And Murillo clips it out for a throw. Eddie Howe grabs the ball, gives it to Joelinton. Newcastle playing quickly. Take a look at the Forest 11 when we get an appropriate moment, because Newcastle are still attacking, and it's Gordon on the far touchline. Back to Joe Willock. And back to Dan Byrne next to the centre circle. On for Willock, drops his shoulder, spins away from Yates. Lovely layoff from Isak to Willock, and he almost made his way into the box. Then the Forest clearance stopped by Isak, who's still got it in the penalty area and taking it out wide left. He's done so well there, Isak, under pressure. Gordon for Longstaff, close to the corner of the area. He's turned well, Longstaff, tried to beat his man, lost it. Bruno with a challenge. Joelinton putting pressure on Alex Moreno, and Murillo clears up to Hudson-Odoi on halfway. And this is Forest's opportunity to attack. Morgan Gibbs wide, just outside the area. Chops back inside. As he was on his way out to the right wing, then a through ball from Nicolas Dominguez, picked up, not picked up actually, collected by Pope with his foot, rolled out, and Longstaff. A lot of space for Sean Longstaff on the right side, into the middle to Bruno, across the centre circle for Hall. Newcastle, strong start to the second half. Can they make it count with something? Here's Anthony Gordon. Willock flicks it back to Hall. Longstaff in the D, through towards Isak.
Unlucky. It was a great little flick. Great vision as well from Longstaff to see it. He's just helped it round the corner, just got a little bit too much on it.
I don't think Isak expected it.
No.
It's on his heels. Well played, Longstaff. I think he was onside. Defender in the middle, Milenkovic kept him on. At least one defender kept him onside. And Isak gave Longstaff the thumbs up. It was really smart from the midfielder. Scored the winning penalty here in the cup tie. It's on it again, Sean Longstaff, centre of the park. Hall for Gordon. Back towards Hall. Fires over the cross. Sells has cleared it. Flicked it away, and Joelinton diving in at the back post. Just missed out. Livramento for Bruno. Close to the penalty area. Bruno gets it back from Joelinton. Goes for the bending shot. Joelinton. That would have been an unbelievable goal. Rolled it to Joelinton, corner of the area. First time return. Outside of the right boot. just over the top. What a try from Bruno.
What an effort. I mean, it's a great little 1-2, and then no backlift with the outside of his right boot. A lot of bend on it. Just that fraction too high. Good start in the second half.
Scored a great goal at the other end last season on the volley. That would have been even better. Unbelievable technique from Bruno. Fantastic football, so close. Offside against Nottingham Forest. Fabian Schär plays the free kick to Hall. Gordon onto Willock, and Newcastle can go at speed. Willock, edge of the area. Joe Linton to the right. Willock took the shot on and it's blocked. Longstaff with a header. Referee close to the ball again. That's the third time in the second half he's been in the way. Forest player down in the meantime, so the match has been stopped. And Newcastle will have a throw on the near side. They're going to have to make a change. It's Nicolas
Dominguez, isn't it?
The central midfielder. Elliot Anderson's coming on. Former Newcastle player. It's the third time they've had him on the bench this season as a substitute from the start. Anderson has been selected to start the other games, but a really strong start, John Anderson, to the second half by Newcastle.
Yeah, bright start. More tempo to it, more pace to the game, pinning Forest back.
Dominguez going to have to go off far side of the pitch. It's going to be a double Nottingham Forest change actually. Jota Silva scored in the cup tie, took it to penalties. He's coming on as well. Portuguese winger. Newcastle still losing 1-0. They've taken the throw, and Joe Linton 35 yards out to Longstaff, through for Livramento. First time cross straight back out to Livramento from the clearance from Murillo. Joe Linton whips it in. Milenkovic, the big man, with a header. Hall for Gordon, back to Hall. Forest sort of penned in as Bruno shifts it, thinks about another shot, instead lays off to Longstaff. Willock and Isak, edge of the area, and the quick clearance from Forest, and they're away. There's an opportunity for them to run into the penalty area. Elanga in the middle, and then Pope with a save at the near side from the effort, which was from Dominguez, who'd just come back on.
Chance, wasn't it? Got caught.
Well, I was so surprised that it was him, didn't realise he'd come back on, and neither did Newcastle. They used that rule about going off and then coming on to their advantage because he was free. Got into the box, shot saved. Now Gordon at the other end, corner. Gordon getting a big reaction from the Newcastle fans as he puts the ball down to take the corner. Forest wait to make their double change. 54th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. To find a way back into the game. Here's Gordon's delivery, looped into the 6-yard box. It's hit off the post and in. They have made something count, and Alexander Isak has scored again. It's 4 in 4 for Isak. Couple of players threw themselves at the ball in the box, and it just dropped 6 yards out for Isak, who smacked it against the inside of the post, and then it rolled into the net. Just what they needed, and a reward for a great start to the second half. A goal, an equaliser that has been coming. It's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 1.
Well, they just didn't deal with the corner, Nottingham Forest, and it just bounced down, and his reactions are brilliant. Snapshot in off that left-hand post. Ball just drops down, they don't clear the lines, he reacts first, in off the post. 1-1.
Isak, who scored twice here 2 seasons ago, gets the equaliser. Right foot off the base of the post and in. Nobody on the post. Maybe Forest could have prevented that if they'd had a player in that position, but Isak was there with the quick reaction to score for Newcastle and make it 1-1. There is a discussion in the centre circle. Now, we're not being told of any VAR check, but the match hasn't resumed. Now, what's happening here? Forest are waiting to kick off, but the referee is waiting. VAR is having a look at a possible handball. No, it's a goal. The goal stands.
That's unbelievable, honestly.
Anthony Taylor confirms goal. Tim Robinson's the VAR. Don't blame the referee for that one. He just has to announce the decision. So it is 1-1 at the City ground, and let's see where they can take it from here, John Anderson, after a strong start after coming back out.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good start to the second half. A lot livelier, a lot more pace to it, to the game.
Forest forward ball up the near side. Pope leaves the penalty area to take a touch and then hammer it forward, straight out of play, straight at Jason Tyndall.
They still haven't made a substitution, Forest.
Well, Nicholas Dominguez looked like he wasn't going to be able to continue.
Two players are still stood there.
He now appears to be fine. Elliot Anderson and Jota Silva wait. Hall and Elanga battle for the ball. Elanga comes up with it, taking on Hall, cuts inside. Fabian Schär intercepts, steps forwards, and now the ball in behind from Schär. Isak on the chase with Murillo. The Forest defender gets there, then slips, and Isak's onto it in the corner. Willock in the box. Murillo with a good recovery challenge, but then Isak wins it back again. Does he get a free kick? Isak has gone down. Referee says play on. Newcastle with Longstaff. 30 yards from goal, left of centre. Bruno at the back of the box. Bruno towards Willock, cut out, and Forest can break now. It's exciting stuff, but Newcastle have got to watch here. It's an overhit through ball. Lewis Hall is onto it, tries to clear it up the line, but straight back to Gibbs White. Wood edge of the area. Elanga in the wide position, and it's Elanga who gets it, passes it to Yates, and now Dominguez back to Yates, 30 yards from the Newcastle goal, centre of the half, 1-1. 58 minutes have been played. Murillo with a clip ball into the area. Byrne with a header clear. Willock lets it bounce and lets it run. Gordon on the move. Willock's ball intercepted by Aina. Defender was always favourite to get that one. He's trying to set Gordon away. And possession for the home side, close to halfway. Milenkovic goes long in behind Hall. He's got to be careful. Elanga hasn't given it up. Hall happy that it's going to go behind, but there's an offside anyway. Now the Nottingham Forest changes. Newcastle have got themselves level through Isak's goal. Morgan Gibbs White is coming off. It was about this point in the game against West Ham that Nuno made the change, bringing on Elliot Anderson for Gibbs White, and that's what he's doing now. And Jota Silva is replacing Callum Hudson-Odoi on the near side.
Yeah, it's like for like, isn't it? They've waited quite a while to make the changes.
One apiece. City ground. The only time Newcastle lost to Forest in the Premier League was on Boxing Day. It's quite an incredible record, really, from the 90s and last couple of seasons, including this one. Harvey Barnes, Miguel Almiron, Sandro Tonali, Jacob Murphy warming up. The Forest team now then: Sells, Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo, Alex Moreno. They've got Yates and Dominguez in the middle, Elanga, Anderson, Jota Silva and Wood up front. Newcastle think they should have a throw near side of the pitch, close to the halfway line. Forest have been given the decision. Lots of arguments and complaints going on. The referee speaking to Joe Linton, but it's Forest throw. Half an hour remaining. Alex Moreno stopped by Joe Linton, definitely Forest's ball this time. Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall patrolling the technical area. Wood comes into a deep position, passes it back to halfway to Milenkovic. Aina up the line. They've moved Elanga to the left side. This is Yates with a deep cross from the right. It's taken a touch off Bruno, and it'll be a corner for Forest. And the substitute, Jota Silva, is on the right. However, Elanga's gone back over to the right to deliver the corner. Swedish international. Scored in this match last season. Now he's looking to create a goal from the corner. Chris Wood round the back, moves into the middle. Nick Pope makes a save.
Comfortable
header in towards the near post, and a quick throw out to Willock, left wing up the line and out of play. Gordon was free and Isak was...
Yeah, looked to do it quickly, didn't they? Just got it wrong, Joe Willock.
Isak was making good progress, unchecked through the centre. Byrne, strong play with Wood, no foul, and then Dan Byrne rides a challenge inside for Bruno. Got to be careful, there's two on him. He's lost it. Longstaff recovers possession, and now Bruno can get away. Isak just inside. Joe Linton right wing. Still Bruno holding off Yates, and finally Ryan Yates is penalised for a foul.
How many fouls is he going to give away?
No caution. The Forest captain gets away with it in that regard, but Bruno wins a free kick. I think they just wanted him to release the ball sooner, didn't they? Joe Linton inside to Longstaff, dispossessed. Wood, bit of space, left of centre, tries to drive it through the middle straight to Dan Byrne. Longstaff back to Cher from halfway, 1-1. Isak scoring the equaliser in the second half. Cher over to Byrne, and Hall back to Byrne. Forest standing off. Fabian Cher back across to big Dan Byrne. This is Cher's 199th Newcastle game. Joe Linton's just one behind him on 198, so double century coming up for those two. Joe Linton now for Longstaff to the right of the centre circle. Byrne for Willock. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Willock left of the centre circle. Total Sport back tomorrow every weekday evening from 6 until 8 on BBC Radio Newcastle. You can catch up any time on the BBC Sounds app. Anthony Gordon has tried to beat his man, but the challenge from Jota Silva saw it rebound off him and go for throw, and Forest ball in their half of the pitch. Long throw into the Newcastle half. Wood tries to flick it on. Hall and then Bruno away. Hall then with a good header for Bruno. Bit of space now, approaching the centre of midfield. Cher sends it through the middle, but Sells lets that bounce up into his hands. Came off the outside of his right boot, Fabian Cher, so it was always swinging away from its intended target, which was left of centre. Byrne with a powerful header forwards. Willock on towards Isak. Alex Moreno straight to Bruno, and now Joe Linton, and it might open up for Newcastle. Into the box, Joe Linton for Isak, hangs up the cross. Gordon's header saved by the near post.
Got no power in it. Couldn't get any power on it. Simple save in the end.
Had to take a couple of steps back, Gordon, and really stretch and strain his neck muscles to direct the ball back towards Sells and the Forest goal. It was down towards the near post, and it was a comfortable save for the Forest keeper. Elliot Anderson away from Fabian Cher, but then loses out to Joe Linton, and Isak in the middle. Gordon to the left. Isak pulled down surely by Yates, and now eventually he gets a yellow card. 65 minutes
That's all
in.
he's done.
Don't know if Isak saw the run of Gordon, but Gordon, even after the whistle went, really frustrated that he wasn't played in because he was away. And after Anderson going back to that bit of play, Ando out-muscled Fabian Schär. He wasn't getting past Joe Linton.
Just wanted too much time on the ball.
Sandro Tonali's getting some instructions from Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall, and the numbers board is being prepared. Only a third yellow card of the season for Ryan Yates.
Don't know how.
That's how he plays.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Some generous refereeing. He could have been off much earlier. 25 to go, 1-1. The free kick's a long way out. It's more than 10 yards from the edge of the penalty area. Lewis Hall and Fabian Schär are next to it. Gordon jogs out to the left wing. Bruno, Longstaff, hands on hips either side of the D. Don't know what they're going to do from this. Could Schär try and go for goal? Hall passes it to Gordon, completely free, far side. He delivers the cross, sells punches. Longstaff tries to win it. Forest come away with the ball, and it's Jota Silva. Bruno following him all the way, but he's into the final third. Dan Burn makes the challenge, but it's a foul. Burn puts his hands on his head, can't believe the decision. Forest defending a free kick at one end. Now
they want a card as well.
They want a card for Dan Burn. He's not going to be shown a second yellow. He walks away. Well, it can't be booking Burn for both challenges and letting Yates get away with several before he finally remembers where his yellow card is. But it is a foul from Burn.
Yeah, he just checks back, doesn't he? I don't think there's any doubt it's a foul.
Harvey Barnes comes back to the bench. Lewis Miley goes to warm up. Sandro Tonali is going to come on. Lloyd Kelly also warming up. May just be in case Burn edges closer to a second yellow. Well, it was a free kick that led to Nottingham Forest's goal from a completely different position. But Newcastle have to defend better from a set piece than they did midway through the first half. Here, midway through the second half, as Alanga curls it in. Burn header. Willock nods it back straight to a red shirt, though. Jota Silva cuts inside. Gordon dispossesses him. Gordon then drops his shoulder and gets away. Anthony Gordon into the Forest half. Support from two. It's Isak who he plays in, and he leaves it for Willock. Isak in the middle as Joe Willock takes over, crosses it to Isak. Oh no! Isak's dragged it wide when he should have scored. He left it for Willock, who picked him out and side on. Tried to wrap his right boot around it from 6 yards. It's a glorious chance, and it should have hit the net, but he's instead smacked it against the advertising boards behind the goal.
Oh, you'd put your house on him, wouldn't you? The ball's just hung up. Willock just hangs it up. He's waiting for it to drop. Oh, it's not far away. Shinned it, didn't he?
And they've just made the change. Joe Willock, that cross for Isak was his last involvement in the match. He's been replaced by Sandro Tonali. Looks like Tonali might have gone into the centre with Longstaff to the right and Bruno to the left. Foul by Bruno, clear foul on Yates, who now has a problem and is sitting down, might need some treatment. Will they get a better chance than that? Oh,
unbelievable chance. Great break. Great
Gordon
pace.
was fantastic, wasn't he, with that run? They couldn't keep up with him. The ball that he played, I think you could describe it as overhit, because Isak couldn't run onto it, but they had Willock coming in on the outside, so Isak left it, got into a great position, and you would back Isak every time to dispatch that, to stick it away. It was off target. Forest free kick, Schär header. Ball clears the box. It's Anderson back to Dominguez. And now Murillo on the left wing, forced backwards by pressure from Joelinton. Alex Moreno across halfway to midfielder Nicolas Dominguez. Ola Aina steps onto it, gives it straight to Lewis Hall. Forest say it was handball, nothing given. And a forward pass for Hall, who's carried on his run. Furthest man forwards, Lewis Hall. Aina defended well, got back and played it to his goalkeeper, and Sells with a big clearance. Burns header, Forest throw, out of play on the far side.
Yeah, they haven't taken to this referee, have they?
Definitely bounced up and hit Hall, but from our position it was on the far side, we can't be certain. 20 minutes of normal time remaining. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV, we're on BBC Sounds as well. And Aina picks the ball, spare ball up off a disc, off the pitch. We're playing again, it's Yates. Tonali at his shoulder, ball inside to Dominguez, and now Anderson on the right side of midfield. Back down the line to Aina, and Anderson comes to get it again from him. Elanga, nice first touch, and a bit of space, chance to deliver the cross. Pope makes a comfortable catch as Wood and Byrne challenge in the middle, and Wood hits the deck. Nothing in that for the referee. Lewis Hall was given the ball that he didn't really want. He's come inside, played it up to Bruno, on for Tonali. Chance for Newcastle to break. Tonali to Isak, Gordon to the left, Joelinton free on the near side. Isak finds Joelinton, now into the penalty area. Joelinton onto his left.
Oh, what a goal!
Joelinton has bent one into the far corner. Fed by Isak, he took it on into the box, cut inside, and Joelinton left-footed has beaten Matt Sells. And brilliant scenes as the players celebrate in front of the away supporters. Newcastle, from a goal down at half-time, have turned it around. Joelinton in the 72nd minute. It's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 2.
What a break it is again, though. He just picks it up, they back off, and he just cuts inside, opens himself up, left foot strike. Great goal.
Joelinton off his left foot and into the far corner. Sells stretching out his arm, couldn't get anything on the ball, and as he approached the box he could have rolled in Livramento, just a little nudge
goal
inside to deceive the defender. Concerned, both of them, Murillo and Alex Moreno, about the run of Livramento. And Joelinton, not only is it a shot that's heading for the corner, there's a bit of dip on it as well as it curls away from the goalkeeper. Really, really nicely put away by the big Brazilian, and Newcastle lead by 2-1. And their second half performance has been excellent from the first whistle. Isak should have made it 2-1 a few minutes ago. He set up Joelinton to do just that, and now they have to make sure they at least protect this lead if they can't extend it. Forest have just made a change, and they put Ramon Sosa on for Nicolas Dominguez. Ramon Sosa, a Paraguayan international forward. Oh, here is Sosa just on into the penalty area, blocked shot. Bruno for Newcastle, up to Isak, dispossessed by Murillo, and Forest trying to respond quickly. I think Elliot Anderson's gone to a deeper central midfield position alongside Yates, following that change to put another attacker on. Here's a cross from the right, good header. Livramento under pressure, Gordon hooks it away. Isak beaten in the air by Milenkovic near the centre circle. Newcastle 2-1 up, quarter of an hour to go. Ramon Sosa back to Elliot Anderson, takes a touch 5 yards outside the box, clips it in straight to Pope, and that's exactly what the Newcastle keeper was hoping for.
Yeah, it was really not too sure what he was trying to do, Anderson.
Eddie Howe walks to the edge of the technical area, fires some words in the direction of his midfielders. Forest have just won the ball back. Livramento's seen it out for a throw. Eddie Howe speaking to Sean Longstaff now, who gives him a thumbs up. As Kelly, Barnes, Murphy, Osula and Almiron warm up. Tonali, the only player they've brought on, forwards towards Isak. Murillo wins it. Tonali then intercepts. Tidy play back to Livramento. Not a lot of space, but up the line and out of a red shirt. Newcastle ball. Nottingham Forest. Only one Premier League defeat in their first 10. Third in the table. Newcastle have turned it around to lead 2-1. Livramento looking for Joelinton. Elliot Anderson wins it back, rides a couple of challenges, keeps it in on the line. Looking determined, Anderson motivated against his former club. Over to the far side, Ola Aina goes for the cross. Pope off his line, grabs it with one hand and then gathers properly at the second attempt. It was a long right arm and a long reach from Nick Pope to claw it down and then grab it as he was falling. Good handling.
It was right. Good hands, wasn't it? He needed all of that big frame, didn't he?
Chris Wood was right beside him if there was going to be any mistake, but no mistake from Pope. Up the line there from Hall. Bruno left wing wins Newcastle a throw. We're going to see Harvey Barnes next, and it looks like it's just Barnes at the moment. Spurs have pulled one back against Ipswich. Tottenham 1, Ipswich 2. Rodrigo Bentancur for Spurs, and Manchester United still 2-0 up, aren't they, against Leicester at home. Bruno onto a ball from, 35 to 40 yards out. It just dropped in midfield. Forrest backed off, then went to close him down, and it just
toe poked it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to shoot, but he just put his boot through the ball and it went behind a long way wide. It's a strange action. Goal kick. Bladen races being belted out by a few thousand away supporters. All the goals have been at that end today. Harvey Barnes is ready to come on. Murillo in the first half, Isak in off the post, and then Joelinton bent into the far corner. And because of the position of the goal relative to the away section, they must have thought Isak had scored when he put it wide, when he lashed the ball just past the post at 1-1. Here's a Forest cross from the right, headed over across the 6-yard box by Elanga, and two players in the middle, Chris Wood and Alex Moreno, couldn't get there. Longstaff for United, for Joelinton. The space opening up because Forest have to chase an equaliser. Joelinton switches the play, but Aina wins a header. It wouldn't come for Gordon, and Aina links up with Jota Silva and then tries to give him a return pass from central midfield, and Newcastle with a throw, but Anthony Gordon's gone down as Harvey Barnes prepares to come on. Gordon might need treatment. I don't know if he is the player coming off anyway. They've sent the physio running on.
Tell you what, this is a chance.
Going back to the Forest cross, Elanga's header across goal.
Yeah.
Alex Moreno in the middle.
The header's a chance. If he gets something on that header, what is he, 8 yards out?
Anthony Gordon looks like it's an issue with his left hip. He is the player coming off, with Harvey Barnes being introduced in the 79th minute, or 80th minute now. But Gordon's still on the floor, he can't possibly go off. They haven't moved him. It's his left hip. They are moving his leg and checking the range of motion. He's pulled up to his feet, Anthony Gordon. He's had a bigger influence in the second half, particularly on the break. They could have had him in a couple of times one-on-one, or even there with Joelinton's ball that was...
I know he can play on that right side, and he stuck that cross in last week, but he just looks so much more comfortable on that left side, didn't he?
Barnes wants to play on the left, and he will do. Gordon has gone off. Barnes is on. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 2. Bruno for Longstaff, middle of the park. Over to Livramento, drags it across his body, starts to move. He's on the run, Livramento, and he's got the legs to get away up the pitch, and that's a foul by Ramon Sosa, who's barged him over close to the assistant referee. All day long, free kick. Right hand side, 30 yards out. It's been a great turnaround, John Anderson. 2-1 up now, 10 minutes to go.
Second half performance has been so much better because they've upped the tempo, they've upped the pace. Forest haven't been able to live with it.
Opportunity to go and increase their lead. Tonali's free kick on this near side, curled in, away by the first Forest defender. There's been a bit of that today. It's frustrating, but they've still got it. Livramento to Bruno, holding off his man, then floats across in towards Isak, headed on. Byrne went for it and hit the deck. And it's supporters rather than players who are appealing. And Forest away, straight to Longstaff in the middle of midfield. Byrne, that got away from him. Had he not been on a yellow card, he might have slid in there to slide tackle Elliot Anderson, but he let it run, knowing he's got to be really careful. Anderson for Forest, up to the left wing. Joelinton in the way. Puts it out for a throw. Anthony Gordon's made his way around the pitch behind the goal towards the tunnel, and he's going straight along the tunnel towards the dressing room. We'll speak to Eddie Howe at full time and find out more about that knock that he's taken. Get our post-match interviews on X at BBC Newcastle or on BBC Sounds. Aina just keeps that one in on the line, far side of the pitch. In the final third, Forest, chance to cross. It's blocked by Barnes, gets it from Hall. Barnes again. Now Hall to Barnes, little flick round the corner for Bruno Guimaraes. Up
Brilliant.
to Sandro Tonali, 3-on-3. Newcastle left-hand side in the Forest half. Tonali edge of the area, into Barnes. Isak in the middle. Harvey Barnes goes for goal and scores! Harvey Barnes cut inside and drilled a shot past Matt Sells at the near post to extend Newcastle's advantage. And it looks very much like 3 points are coming from Trent's side back to Tyneside. Barnes involved in the break, linking up with Tonali. 83 minutes, Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 3.
Well, he's just given the keeper the eyes, hasn't he? Not a great deal of power in the shot. I mean, Sells shouldn't be beaten at that near post like that, but yet again, it's another great break. Forest just didn't have the legs to go with them.
Unfamiliar territory for high-flying Nottingham Forest, but Newcastle United, what a second half. 1-0 down at the break. Isak, Joelinton and now Barnes with goals to give them a 3-1 lead, and Tonali carried it, played in. Barnes took a touch, then a couple of others, and it looked like he was about to roll it back to Tonali, but he just managed to squeeze it through the legs of Milenkovic and past the right boot of Sells. Not a lot of space to work in, but accuracy from Barnes, and 3-1 now the score. Instant impact from the substitute, Nando.
Yeah, I don't think the keeper's going to be too happy when he sees that, beaten at his near post like that.
Well, Nottingham Forest haven't given it up. Dan Byrne with a clearance that almost ended up in the river. There's a gap between the two stands, and it just about, I think, went through it. Forest have taken a throw, got it back in play with Murillo, clipped over to the far side. Double Nottingham Forest change is coming. Dangerous ball in from the right hand side. Byrne with an acrobatic clearance.
It's a great clearance, brilliant defender.
Unbelievable from Byrne. Flying clearance away. They're going to bring on James Ward-Prowse and Taiwo Awoniyi, midfielder and a striker. Now Elanga in the box, caught by Pope at the near post. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall once again ignoring that rule that they can't stand next to each other, having a conversation. Fourth official tells them to get back, so they step back together and have the conversation closer to the bench. Pope kicks from his hands, edge of the box. 3-1, Newcastle now lead. Barnes, bouncing ball, beats him. Milenkovic into midfield, Longstaff onto Isak, chested down to Tonali, whose performance has been impactful since coming on. As has this man, Barnes, back to Hall, stabbed forwards but straight to Yates. Milenkovic here to the goalkeeper, Bruno closing down, sells away first time. Newcastle might make some changes if they get the opportunity. Wood straight to Tonali, Fabian Schär fancies a run, gives it to Isak, carries on that run, Fabian Schär into the area, stopped by Murillo. Could have been a Fabian Schär special, give and go, but Murillo, important challenge. Now 4 minutes of normal time to play on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Elliot Anderson across central midfield to Ryan Yates. Now Alex Moreno, the fullback, who narrowly missed a cross in the box, could have got Forest level before Newcastle got their third. Delivers from the left side, cleared by United. Murillo driven back in, headed on, Schär away. It's come to Anderson, 25 yards out. No route forwards, back to Aina. 3-1 now for Newcastle. Barnes with the third goal. Aina scored from this distance last weekend, doesn't shoot, gives it to Yates. Now Milenkovic, it's opened up, he's going to hit it straight against Tonali. Barnes with a header. Bruno down to Tonali. That's a foul. And Newcastle free kick, edge of the area. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 3. Coming up at 4 on BBC Radio Newcastle, Simon Logan will be here with his brilliant 80s versus 90s show. A later start for Simon because of the football, but don't worry, he'll be here at 4, and you can catch Simon's full 4-hour programme later tonight. Songs from the 80s and the 90s exclusively on the BBC Sounds app. Nottingham Forest double change, Alex Moreno off, Anthony Elanga off, James Ward-Prowse and Taiwo Awoniyi on. 3-0 now to Manchester United against Leicester. (3-1) here, and Ipswich winning still at Spurs, 2-1 in Ipswich's favour. 4:30 Chelsea versus Arsenal. Tonali with the challenge, wins a throw, it's out on halfway, and the last touch came off Ramon Sosa, Paraguayan. Newcastle's Paraguayan has spent pretty much the entire second half warming up, and he hasn't been called back to the bench. There's a few of them out there. Eddie Howe has only used Tonali and Barnes so far. Livramento with the throw to Isak, back to Livramento, gets away, Longstaff, great knock over towards Barnes, lets it come up onto his chest, inside for Bruno, under some pressure here. Bruno still got it, still going, free kick. 3 minutes to go, looking good for 3 points, Newcastle with a turnaround, take them to within a point of Forest, climbing the Premier League table. It's still tight though, lots of teams separated by just a few points, but it's progress going in the right direction up the league. Bruno from Longstaff on this near side, Anderson wins it back, but a through ball that Awoniyi and Wood kind of left for each other. Fabian Schär has it. Isak is the target. Murillo's header goes up, doesn't go away. He wins a second one. Tonali with a nod out to the right to Joe Linton, onto Isak. Beautiful first touch.
Unlucky.
Out from Isak, and it's Nottingham Forest ball. Newcastle going 8th in the standings. If they can get another goal, it might take them above Fulham. Had a a good week with a couple of wins. Matt Sells out from the back. We are almost at the end of the 90 minutes, and Michael Salisbury, the fourth official, says there'll be a minimum of 7 additional minutes. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle 3. This gives the home fans, and to their credit, not many have left. Not many at all have gone early. Here's a cross from the far side. Dan Burn rises to head behind.
Oh, what an important header that was.
Awonyi was ready to nod it in behind him.
Yeah, huge touch that.
Forest threatens to take a quick one. Sandro Tonali got out there to stop it. It's Elliot Anderson, near side of the pitch, to stick it in. And he does towards the near post. Livramento saw what was happening, got across to the near post area, headed it clear. He's trying to whip it in straight from the corner, and Nick Pope wasn't necessarily getting there, so Livramento had to defend it and did well. Ola Aina, the right back from left wing, with the long throw into the box. Barnes and Cher go for it. They both miss it. Awonyi keeps it alive. Back to James Ward-Prowse. He's played it against Barnes, and then Hall with a clearance. Barnes trying to chase, but Aina is back in a good covering position, and a pass inside to Murillo. Second minute of the 7 added on, straight to Joelinton. Chance to go and wrap it up, maybe Newcastle. They've kept possession in midfield, and Forest managed to reset and get players back, but now Newcastle are on the move up the right wing with Isak to Tonali. Isak could get a return ball and does. 3 red shirts with him, still Isak. Tonali's onto it. Tonali's done really well in the corner. Kept them in possession. Tried to win a corner kick, but it's
all right. That's all right.
It's eaten into the remaining time. Used up some more seconds. Newcastle from 1-0 down, lead 3-1 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Closing stages also live on BBC Sounds. Remember, Total Sport tomorrow and every weekday evening from 6 until 8 with the latest from Newcastle and Sunderland, and you can phone in to have your say with former players from both clubs. James Ward-Prowse on the halfway line to Murillo, right of centre, across to the far touchline. Only Isak ahead of the ball. Yates for Ward-Prowse, and Yates again. Back it comes to Murillo. Livramento keeping an eye on Ramon Sosa on this near side as Murillo, rather than pick out a teammate. That was a thunderbolt from a long way out from Murillo. He is very capable. That was hit so firm. It was so firm and so true, and it went just over the top of the crossbar.
He's a mile out, isn't he? What a strike that is. Nick Pope always knew it was always going to be that fraction too high. Just watched it sail over the top of his bar.
Pope's goal kick straight out of play on the near side. No further Newcastle changes. 94th minute now. They showed 7 on the numbers board. Joelinton's caught Murillo. It's accidental. He's just checking on his Brazilian compatriot. Ball's back in play with Nottingham Forest at the back. 3-1 Newcastle. Isak with the equaliser. Joelinton put them in front, and Barnes extended the lead. All the goals in the second half after Murillo had headed Forest in front midway through the first. Cher with a header away from the edge of the box. Tonali to Joelinton. Bruno through the centre. Joelinton still carrying it. Turns, then goes forwards again. Anderson's pulled him down. It's been such a good second half, hasn't it, Ando?
It's been brilliant second half.
In every regard,
yeah,
I think.
Absolutely brilliant second half. The intensity and the pace just wasn't there in the first half. Second half, they've been outstanding.
Cher clips it forwards towards Isak, headed inside, but it's Milenkovic who's able to clear under no pressure. Then in midfield, Longstaff tries to win a challenge. Anderson over towards the far touchline, and Jota Silva gets the better of Lewis Hall. Jota Silva still going, and still towards the goal line. It's a great run, the cross to the far post. Wood heads it back over, and Pope.
What a bad header that is. Well, great header really for us.
He's tried to loop it inside the far post, I think. The Premier League's player of the month, Chris Wood's hardly had a kick.
Hasn't had a kick.
Up against Dan Burn and Fabian Schär. No repeat of his Boxing Day heroics for Forest. Big kick up into the attacking half. Isak can't hold it. Forest forwards. Hall, that's brilliant. He was falling and he was slipping, but he managed to volley it away. Bruno on the left wing trying to get on the inside of Aina. It's a throw on halfway. 90 seconds remaining. Newcastle with a 3-1 lead. Bruno waving his arms up and down in the direction of the travelling fans. I think they're going to try to bring on William Osula for the last few seconds. He's taken his bib off and his training gear. It'll only be for a few seconds if he does get on. The ball's back in play. He'll have to be very, very quick. Longstaff on it, on halfway. He slips. Forest regain possession. Ward-Prowse on the centre spot. Newcastle close to securing a big away victory from behind. Here's a cross into the penalty area. Scher's header. Bruno gets away from Anderson. Isak to his left. Bruno still with it. Finds Isak. Barnes goes beyond. Played in by Isak. Harvey Barnes now into the area. Harvey Barnes has missed the target. Oh, he should have made it 4-1. It was a great break, but Barnes couldn't finish.
What a chance. What a break that is. Yet again, Forest just haven't got the legs to go with them. And he gets clean through. It's on his left side. You fancy him all day long, don't you? He just puts it wide.
Could even have had a look and roll it back to Tonali, but he had to take the shot on in that position. And he knows he should have doubled his tally for the afternoon. He's on to 4 this season. Isak's the top scorer with 5. 3-1 the lead. William Osula comes on for a few seconds.
Isak's been brilliant second half.
Isak,
they've all been brilliant second half.
Murillo under pressure from Osula, straight to Joelinton. Oh, no chance of another break, because there is the final whistle. What a second half. 1-0 down after 45 minutes. An absolutely superb performance. Every player that was involved played a big part, from defence through midfield to the forwards, in turning this match around in Newcastle United's favour with 3 goals and a few more that they should have had on top of that. Probably their best half of football of the season against third place Nottingham Forest. Newcastle have come to the City ground, and after not the best opening period, a superb response after half-time to win by 3-1, John Anderson.
Been brilliant second half, absolutely outstanding. Everything that was missing in the first half just appeared in the second half. That intensity, the pace, moving the ball quickly, getting it forward quick, getting players forward into areas, into space. Was missing in the first half. Second half it was all there, and to a man they were outstanding second half. Absolutely brilliant.
When the goal came, it was Isak off the post after a corner. They'd had a few moments before that, and that, I think, from that moment the confidence just grew, and you probably felt that this turnaround was going to come and they were going to go on and complete the job, which they did.
Yeah, they did. I mean, getting the equaliser was massive, because all of a sudden you could see the rise in the temperature from us as well. You know, that gave us a massive lift. Won it by 3, could have won it by more. Had other chances in the second half, but the turnaround was huge. The turnaround was absolutely huge. As I say, second half they were outstanding.
The away fans serenade the players as they make their way towards the goal at the right hand side. They had a great view of all 3 of Newcastle's in the second half. Joelinton's, I'm sure, will be your favourite, the way he cut inside and hit the far corner.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great break. It was just a fabulous goal. The pace at which they moved the ball and got forward so quickly. And he's just cut inside, he's opened his body up and he's just curled it in. Great goal, brilliant. Great team goal. As much as the goal itself and the strike was excellent, the movement and everything else about it was brilliant.
Harvey Barnes should have wrapped it up with a fourth right at the end there, shouldn't he, when he went through. They broke on Forest, well, relentlessly in the second half, but they did it with such conviction and purpose. You felt every time they were going to go forwards, they were going to score. This result, 3-1 winners, made it 3 victories in a row in all competitions, 2 in the Premier League back-to-back, and having won just 1 in 6, with being the Arsenal match. A corner has definitely been turned, you would say. Now there's enough evidence there across 3 games to suggest that in terms of results, but performance levels too.
Yeah, without a doubt, performance levels have gone through the roof. All of a sudden you're back scoring goals as well. Confidence is obviously high. One thing you didn't want was this international break to come along. Unfortunately it has, but okay, you would hope that's it. They're up and running now. They were absolutely brilliant today, second half.
It's an excellent result, a great second half performance, and an away day to savour. If you had to finally, Ando, pick out one player, I know it's hard because they all played so well. Is there anybody that...
I thought Isak was his movement again and his pace. Boys in midfield, because they just give you something different. Joe Willock's energy levels and his pace are getting you up the pitch. But I thought Isak was brilliant today.
Newcastle players making their way off the pitch. Bruno and Joelinton waving to the fans, the last to leave the away end after some celebrations together. Simon Logan's 80s and 90s on the way next on BBC Radio Newcastle. 1-0 down at half-time here at the City Ground. Isak, Joelinton and Barnes with 3 second-half goals to turn it around for Eddie Howe's team. And they leave with 3 points. The final score here at Nottingham Forest City Ground. Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 3.
Newcastle were up against former players Chris Wood and Elliot Anderson at Nottingham Forest, but another former Magpie, keeper Matt Sells, was perhaps the most active of the trio in the end, picking the ball out of his net 3 times.
Players in the 6-yard box. The cross from Elanga is headed in, and it's Murillo for Forest who gets to the ball first, and into the corner it goes. The free kick just teased in there, and a very simple header from Murillo across Nick Pope, and it's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 0. Hall for Gordon, back towards Hall, fires over the cross, Sells has cleared it, flicked it away, and Joelinton diving in at the back post, just missed out. Livramento for Bruno, close to the penalty area. Bruno gets it back from Joelinton, goes for the bending shot. Joelinton, that would have been an unbelievable goal. Rolled it to Joelinton, corner of the area, first time return, outside of the right boot, just over the top. What a try from Bruno.
What an effort.
Here's Gordon's delivery, looped into the 6-yard box. It's hit off the post and in. They have made something count, and Alexander Isak has scored again. It's 4 in 4 for Isak. Couple of players threw themselves at the ball in the box, and it just dropped 6 yards out for Isak, who smacked it against the inside of the post, and then it rolled into the net. Just what they needed, and a reward for a great start to the second half. A goal, an equaliser that has been coming. It's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 1. Jota Silva cuts inside. Gordon dispossesses him. Gordon then drops his shoulder and gets away. Anthony Gordon into the Forest half. Support from 2. It's Isak who he plays in, and he leaves it for Willock. Isak in the middle as Joe Willock takes over. Crosses it to Isak. Oh no! Isak's dragged it wide when he should have scored. He left it for Willock, who picked him out and side on. He's tried to wrap his right boot around it from 6 yards. It's a glorious chance, and it should have hit the net, but he's instead smacked it against the advertising boards behind the goal. Isak finds Joelinton, now into the penalty area. Joelinton onto his left. Oh, what a goal! Joelinton has bent one into the far corner. the box, cut inside, and Joelinton left-footed has beaten Matt Sells. And brilliant scenes as the players celebrate in front of the away supporters. Newcastle, from a goal down at half-time, have turned it around. Joelinton in the 72nd minute. It's Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 2. Harvey Barnes goes for goal and scores! Harvey Barnes cut inside and drilled a shot past Matt Sells at the near post to extend Newcastle's advantage, and it looks very much like 3 points are coming from Trent's side back to Tyneside. Barnes involved in the break, linking up with Tonali. 83 minutes, Nottingham Forest 1, Newcastle United 3.
A hard-fought win. I thought a deserved win, though. I don't think anyone can come here and say that we didn't deserve the 3 points, although it was never comfortable because Nottingham Forest took the lead and they're a dangerous team, difficult team to play against. They defend so well and have defended so well all season that you fear the worst when you go 1-0 down against them. Almost plays into their hands and how they want to play. So credit to our players for finding the answers when they needed them.
Yeah, Forest were riding high in the league. That was an excellent result and a good performance as well.
Brilliant. First half played well, but that energy and that zest, that pace wasn't there. But whatever was said at half time had the desired effect, because second half they were absolutely
big
brilliant.
Improvement, wasn't there?
The way they played, the pace they played at, the intensity they played at, they were outstanding to a man. I think Willock and Joelinton on that left-hand side are just the pace and strength of that they've got. Willock's come back in, he picks it up, he's direct, he gets at people, he frightens people because he's quick with the ball. Joelinton's physical presence there, and to be fair, the goal he got was, it was a brilliant finish.
So there's a blend of different styles of play there now, which I think you've always said is something that they had been lacking previously.
I think, look, this is a conversation we've had many, many times about midfield three. Guimaraes, Tonali, Joelinton in there. I've always maintained I don't think it works. People have got different views on it and they're entitled to those views, but I don't think that it was a midfield three that complemented each other. I thought there was players in there who wanted to do the same thing and wanted to play in the same areas. Willock's come in and he gives you something different because he picks it up, he's direct. Longstaff, as we spoke about, he's like Marmite, but he does the dirty stuff.
Yes.
He does that horrible stuff that he doesn't get enough credit for, to be fair. And it was great again at the weekend.
And the other thing with Willock, I guess, and then Joelinton playing further forward, is that they do interchange, don't they? And they work well together.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where they just interchange all over the place, especially down that left side. It's not set in stone. You play here, you do this, you do that. The two of them intertwine and they change areas. Anthony Gordon started again on the right, but second half moved to the left. He's got that many options. He can play so many.
It makes it a bit more fluid.
Yeah, it's
keeps
very
the opposition
fluid. It's really fluid. Isak again. I mean, the reaction for the goal is brilliant. A ball just drops and he bang. Yes. No backlift, just hits it. We spoke about Joelinton's goal, which was the break and the pace of the break was just magnificent. And then Barnes comes on and does what he does when he comes off the bench. Usually scores. Doesn't do it too often when he starts games.
I'm sure we'll talk a bit more about him and how Newcastle can get the best out of him. Let's hear a little bit from Eddie Howe, with players coming back from injury, others simply getting back to form, it seems. Are we seeing, I wonder, the Magpies returning to their best?
Yeah, I think we're improving, and I had no doubt that we would this season, in the sense that I thought we started from quite a low base. We had a lot of players that were in different patches of form, different fitness levels, although it took us a while to get our momentum and rhythm. I hope we're getting there now. The only disappointment for us now, we're going to a 2-week break again, but which is a shame after 3 wins, but it is what it is. I just think we need to keep our players in the moment that they're in and continue to build confidence.
Yes, a rather frustrating international break. Another
it's
one.
funny, isn't it? Because the last international break, we said, "Oh, we need this break,"
but not.
no, we don't need this one.
Not
We
this
don't
time.
want this one, because all of a sudden we've won 3 in the trot.
And that's made the table look a lot different. I mean,
it's so congested. That table is unbelievable.
So Manchester United are 13th and they have 15 points. Chelsea are 3rd and they have 19 points.
Yeah.
So 4 points separating all those teams in between. And of course, Newcastle have 18 points, so they're kind of top end of that. But you're right; it just takes a little run like Newcastle put together now, and you can shoot up that table.
It just shows you how important those 2 league wins were.
Yes.
If you'd have lost both of them,
yes,
you're in the bottom half of the table.
I mean, Liverpool are 5 clear. City have stuttered as well, of course, haven't they? So I mean, even they have,
and Arsenal as well. Arsenal only drawn again yesterday with Chelsea. It's going to be an interesting league.
So Newcastle a point behind both Arsenal and Chelsea, and only 5 points behind Manchester City as well. So what are your thoughts on the last few games and the game yesterday in particular? Have they changed your thoughts as to where Newcastle can finish this season? 0800 234 6565 is the number. Love to hear from you tonight. Eddie Howe was asked after the game if the second half was perhaps Newcastle's best and biggest 45 minutes of the season.
Yeah, it probably is. Scored 3 goals. Looked like we could score more. Had really good energy and discipline within the team. I felt that we should have started the game in that fashion. I thought we were okay in the first half, but we weren't dynamic enough. I don't think we were direct enough with our attacking, not so much our passing, but just turning down opportunities to get at people and attack more. But the second half was much more like ourselves.
A little croaky, wasn't he, after the game? A lot of shouting had gone on, I imagine. Alexander Isak then has scored in each of his last 4. And Razor put it to Eddie Howe that it feels like the Swede is almost at the high level we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think he's been a player that is so important to the team. He had that quality that very few players in this division have got, in my opinion. When he's at his best, he's very elusive and difficult to mark. He pops up all over the place. And he's a natural goal scorer. So the way he took his goal again today, I mean, it looks an easy finish, but it's clearly not. And he couldn't have hit it more into the post and into the goal. But it was a big moment for us. We needed that first goal. So I'm delighted when he plays well. He adds another layer to our team.
Yeah, he's scoring goals regularly. Is he at the top of his game? I mean, you see more of him than I do. Or is he still scoring goals even though he's not quite at the top of his game?
I think he's getting there. I think he showed yesterday. I thought he was great yesterday. I thought his movement... he's been a little bit static, I suppose you could say, this season, but his movement was there again yesterday. Some of the positions he picks up, he's got great feet. He's got, he's got a quickness about his feet. He drops his shoulder and goes the other way. And
it was that goal last season that kind of that he set up. It was Everton, wasn't it? Yeah, Murphy scored it. But I mean, that is what you kind of he can't do that every game. But that's the kind of thing that perhaps people
that's what he's capable of.
Been seeing so much of this season, but you saw a bit more of that.
Yeah, seen a bit more of that yesterday, and I think it's been coming in recent games. I mean, you know what I think about? I think I love watching him. I think he's brilliant. I'd hate to be chasing him, I know that much, but he's a fabulous player, I think.
And so, what are your thoughts on Isak and the form that he's showing at the moment? Let's hear a bit more from Eddie Howe. Dan Burn was shown his 5th yellow of the season, so he will miss the visit of West Ham, which is next up for Newcastle.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the downsides of today. We lose Dan. I mean, I suppose the good news on that is we haven't lost Fabi and Joelinton in the same game, because those 3 are walking a disciplinary tightrope at the moment. So we're going to have to do that throughout the season. I'm sure we'll figure out a way to compensate for his absence, although I will say he was outstanding today.
At one point, it looks as though Byrne might get a second yellow as well, didn't it?
I didn't necessarily think that initially. I didn't think it was a foul, actually. I thought Dan got the ball. So no part of me thought it was a yellow card. And then, of course, when you hear the crowd, you think, please no. But I think we had a referee that was experienced to manage that situation very well.
So he'll be suspended.
I like that. An experienced referee.
Yes.
All right.
And was your heart in your mouth there? Do you think he might be getting his
it was a little
orders?
bit. It was a little. I thought he was very unfortunate with the first one, actually, because I thought Yates caught Sean Longstaff with a flailing arm, and it should have been a free kick to us on the edge of the penalty area, but the referee allowed the game to go on, and I suppose a little bit of frustration from Dan Byrne, he's taken the boy out. I think it was one of those where he's always going to get a yellow card, but I thought he was a little bit unlucky with it. And then when he's made the second one, you think, will he, won't he? Thankfully he didn't, but the yellow card means that obviously he's going to miss the West Ham game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would have wanted him in this game up against Chris Wood, someone that, you know, there was a good physical battle when those two came up against each other, wasn't it?
It was a no-brainer. There was only one winner yesterday.
But he will be out for the next game, so they'll have to reshuffle things.
Yeah, they'll bring Lloyd Kelly in, you would think, naturally left-sided, play on left-sided centre-back. I mean, Emil Kraft would have come into contention, you would have thought, but he's done his shoulder.
Reportedly broken his collarbone, actually.
Is it his collarbone?
In the Telegraph is reporting, yes.
Yeah,
so nothing official on that just yet.
Yeah, but Kelly's naturally left-sided anyway, so...
Yeah, so that would be the obvious choice for that suspension for Dan Byrne. He'll miss one game, then be available again. And so, yeah, I would love to hear from people on the game yesterday and what you thought of it and the congested league table and what you think it means for Newcastle's prospects for the remainder of the season. Let's have a chat to Steve, who is on the line. Steve's a Newcastle supporter. Hello, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Evening, John. Evening, Danny. Evening, Flipper.
Hey, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. I'll take that as a compliment.
We've probably had a few names like that over the last couple of days. But the game on, I keep on forgetting what day it was. Weekends getting cleared on Saturdays, Sundays and Fridays and Mondays.
It was yesterday, Steve. It was yesterday. Even I can remember that.
Yeah. But the thing I got confused about during the game, especially the first half, Joe Linton and Joe Willock swapping positions everywhere. I was thinking, that's strange. But I was thinking, if it's confusing me, well, then you look to be confusing the opposition as well, because it was working, I thought.
Yeah, they do it on a regular basis, actually. They interchange quite a bit. They've obviously got a real good understanding with each other. I thought they were both, especially second half. I thought second half we were brilliant. I really did. I thought the tempo that we played at, the pace that we played at, Nottingham Forest didn't have the legs to go with us. I mean, every time we broke, the pace that we broke at, it was brilliant. And we got so many people forward into advanced positions as well. Look, it was 3-1. It could have been more, to be fair. The second half, I just think the second half's the best we've played this season by a long way. That energy, that desire, that willingness to get forward, the pace we played at, it was all there in that second half.
It's taken a while to get back into shape. The former were last season, the season before, but it's starting to work again. But it was like Eddie's interview straight after on the TV. He said the same thing. First half, not as much as what we usually are. Second half, much better.
Yeah.
Sharpness there, the pressing, the passing as well. But yeah, and someone was always very impressed with his game is Joe Linton. He's a man mountain. He keeps on getting better and better. But the 4 seasons ago when we had him as front number 9, most of the time he couldn't hit the opposition end and the opposition goal. Now he's one of the first names on the sheet.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, the turnaround. I mean, you're going back then, Steve, and people would have taken Joe Linton anywhere he wanted to go to get rid of him. You know, yeah. And as you say, he's now one of the first names on the team sheet. His goal was brilliant, great technique. He's used the defender to just bend it round the defender, and the keeper had no chance. I thought him and Willock just, since Willock has come back into the side, he gives you something that's different in that midfield. It's his energy levels. As soon as he gets on the ball, he wants to get into advanced positions, and he gets you into those advanced positions very quickly.
Yeah, I really like what they were doing, swapping positions.
Yeah.
1 minute, Willock's on the wing, and Joe in the middle, then the swap in the other way around. I thought it was working very well. That looks like a training ground move that has been practiced a lot to me.
Well, look, it's not something that just happens. You know, it's something that they will have worked on day in, day out. And I think it's great for the manager because all of a sudden he brought Tonali on, who I thought did well. Barnes came on and obviously scored. But are they going to be in the starting 11? You know, big decisions for the manager, because I just think since he's changed that midfield, Longstaff does all the dirty work in there, and he did it again yesterday. Guimaraes gets on the ball and he can make things happen. And as I say, Willock is just a different dimension. I think that the balance in that midfield is just so much better now because they complement each other. But look, we need to kick on from that second half performance. We've shown that we're getting back to where we were. You know, I thought the first half we didn't play badly first half. Don't get me wrong. You know, even though we were behind, I didn't think we played that badly. It was just that pace and that intensity wasn't there, and they came out like a different side in that second half.
Yeah, I'll leave you with some of the chairs up. I've got scaffolding up outside mine, pools of water, scaffold boards dropping down. During watching the T20 last night, a mate I haven't seen for a while, it's because he's over in the West Indies, he's watching it, and he's sending us photographs of him in a pool outside the ground with a pina colada or whatever in his hand. Really want to shake his hand or throat.
Thank you very much indeed, Steve.
Cheers, Steve.
0800 234 6565 is the number that Steve called. Let me do a couple of Newcastle messages now as well. Jeff's in Newcastle. Jeff says, a cracking away day for Newcastle. I thought that the second half was the best that we've played this season, Ando, and could have scored a couple more, to be honest. Even our bench looked strong too, so long may it continue. Performance of the weekend must go to Joe Linton. And Anthony Taylor wants Hoyne in the river for another shocking refereeing performance, says Jeff. We don't hoy people in the river. We can hoy his performance in the river, make it slightly more abstract.
Yeah.
So I'll put that on the list, Jeff, but not him. So, yeah, don't know what you thought of those comments, Ando.
Yeah, look, I've already stated I thought that the second half performance was the best that we've played this season. You know, I thought the energy levels, the desire, the willingness to get forward in numbers, running off the ball, the angles that we made, everything was there in that second half, and hopefully that's something that we can kick on with. It's taken a little bit of time to get there, but it looks like we're back to that now. I thought the referee yet again was poor. As I say, I thought he missed the Yates on Longstaff, and which led to Dan Burns booking as well. You know, it looked like a blatant free kick right on the edge of the penalty area, and he would have been in trouble as well.
Was that not Livramento that was on?
Oh, it was Livramento. Sorry, It was Livramento. Yeah, it wasn't Longstaff. It was Livramento, and I mean, he's length with his forearm.
Yeah, no, and then looking back at it, and you wonder why. You know, bearing in mind some of the things that VAR got involved with again over the weekend, why they wouldn't get involved in something like that?
Can they get involved in something like that? It's got to the stage now where you don't know what they can get involved with and what they can't.
Clear and obvious error comes into play there. Well, if he hasn't seen it or he doesn't give it,
it was a clear and obvious error. Yeah. I mean,
that's what they keep throwing out.
The umpire's gone down, and I'm not too sure whether
I think for a possible red card, for a straight red, they can go back to it.
But Yates got away with murder all day.
Well, he had quite a action-packed game, didn't he?
I mean,
politely.
You see referees go to players 1, 2, 3, and booking you. Yates must have had a dozen before he got booked. And all he did was just keep wrapping his arms around people. I mean, I know we've got somebody who does that as well, but you know, but he got away with it all afternoon.
Steve in Washington has messaged as well. He says, "Evening lads, it was a brilliant performance by Newcastle yesterday, but my only complaint is how the heck do we get Harvey Barnes into this team regularly? He's never let us down, Nando, when he plays. He could walk into any team outside the so-called Big Six. What do you think, lads?" says Steve.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, perfectly honest, I mean, this is just my opinion. I don't think he's been as effective when he started games. I think he's had more of an impact and more of an effect when he's come on in games, like he did yesterday. I mean, you can talk about him, you can talk about Tonali, because Tonali had an influence. You know, he played his part in the 2 late goals, or the second and third goals yesterday as well.
Good problem to have, though, isn't it? You know,
it is a good problem to have, Dan. But you just wonder, them being the players of the calibre they are, how long will they put up with staying on the bench. They won't want to stay on the bench all season.
Rotation comes back into it again.
Yeah, rotation. Yeah,
not dropped.
Yeah.
If you'd like to come on tonight, there are some lines free now. We have Liam and Callum taking your calls, 0800 234 6565. Where do you think Newcastle's victory yesterday leaves them in terms of their ambitions for the season? Because they're not far away from third place after all. You're starting to think Champions League again after maybe not the start that you were looking for, Newcastle fans. Give us a call tonight. Sunderland supporters still top of the pile despite 3 draws in a row. So what are your thoughts going into the international break as to how likely promotion is? 0800 234 6565. That's the number to call. It is free to call that number as well. Let's have a chat to Newcastle fan Johnny, who is on the line now. Evening, Johnny. How are you doing?
Good evening, gents. How are you all?
Yeah, Johnny.
Very well, Johnny. What did you make of yesterday, Johnny?
It was all right, wasn't it? No, it was a really, really good performance, and you have to say, even at 1-0 down yesterday, I thought Newcastle were unlucky to be 1-0 down. I think on the face of it, it was a soft goal in terms of how easy it was for Nottingham Forest to score yesterday. But I thought the way Newcastle responded, particularly second half, I thought it was absolutely outstanding. I know Joe Linton got man of the match, and he deserved all the plaudits, of course, but I thought Dan Burn was exceptional yesterday, keeping Chris Wood really, really quiet. I don't think Wood got much joy at all. And like you say, didn't get much change out of Shah or Dan Burn. But I think, everyone saw that. Obviously, I know you just mentioned before about Harvey Barnes, but who are you dropping Harvey Barnes for? Seriously, can you drop him for Gordon right now? I know he's got the injury, but if he's fit, he doesn't get in front of Gordon. And Joe Linton's probably the first name on the list, along with Bruno at the minute. So it is difficult, but I think it was a bit of a statement when I know obviously Ando was there yesterday, but I think the question I probably had for you, Ando, is that because the Premier League is so tight right now, and the fact there's probably 6 or 7 teams separated by a point or goal difference, whatever it is at the top right now, I think the fact that we haven't got European competition, and along with Brighton, is probably the biggest factor of us maybe getting into that top 4 or top 5, and that might be Champions League, because you're not playing every single week or every 2 or 3 games a week.
Yeah, I think that will play a part in it. I think the sides that are in Europe, we know from experience it takes its toll on you, especially if you haven't got the depth of a squad, especially if you pick injuries up as well. It's difficult then, but I think not being in Europe this season is going to help us big style. I really do. I thought the energy levels yesterday was back to what we've seen in the past, especially second half. I'm not saying we played poorly first half. I thought we played well, but we didn't play with that intensity and that pace that we played with in the second half. The second half, they were brilliant. They won 3-1. It could have been more because Forest couldn't get out of their half in the second half. And they didn't have the legs to stay with us either when we broke on them. There were so many pluses in that second half. Joe Willock coming back in has given us a new dimension as well, because I don't know how you feel about this, Johnny, but a lot of people were saying when Tonali's back, the midfield of Guimaraes, Joe Linton and Tonali's going to be the best in the Premier League. And I just think there was too much of a likeness in there. The players, they wanted to do the same thing. And I'm not saying that, look, that they're not bad players, individually bad players. They're not. They're very, very good players. But you need that balance. You need players that are going to complement each other. And I just think with Willock being back in there, he complements the other two as well, because he's a different type of player. His first thought is to get it and get up the pitch. He runs quick with the ball. He stretches the game. And I think the last 2 games since Eddie Howe changed it around, I think that midfield's been brilliant. But look, there was a lot of top performances yesterday. You can see the win against Chelsea in the Cup and the win against Arsenal. You can see the confidence levels have grown with those 2 wins. The confidence that they played with yesterday, especially in the second half, was brilliant. Really enjoyed watching them second half. I thought the energy and everything about them was great.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Ando, regarding the midfield. I think you're quite right. All 3, Tonali, Bruno and Joe Linton, are fantastic individually, and you could arguably say every one of them deserves to start in the midfield, but with Newcastle United, Eddie Howe's Newcastle United, you need that energy. You need a Longstaff. You need a Willock. I think Willock's been absolutely phenomenal since he's come back into the team and scored against Chelsea. I thought he was influential against Arsenal. I thought he was quite high in terms of against Arsenal. He was like almost a left-handed attacker at times against Arsenal. And I thought yesterday he does link up pretty well with Joe Linton and Isak, which we've seen before. So. I can only really echo what you're saying, and about the midfield. I think Joe Willock was phenomenal, but have we lost? When was the last time we lost the game with Sean Longstaff in the middle? I know it's an unpopular opinion at times, but at the minute he's so vital because of what he allows the other midfielders to do, and it was fantastic. It's
a little bit like when Cantona referred to Deschamps and that French side. I mean, Deschamps was a great player, but Cantona referred to him as the water carrier. Yeah. And you could, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Sean Longstaff at all. I definitely wouldn't be disrespectful to Deschamps because he was a great player. But Sean Longstaff does all the dirty stuff that some people don't see, because the players that catch our eye are always the players who get on the ball and do something, and you go, "Oh, that's brilliant." Yeah. But you don't see the dirty stuff off the ball and the tracking back and the running and a little toe poke here, a little toe poke there that breaks play up. And I just think he does it so well. And I just think that combination in midfield, I just think they complement each other so well, And I know people will be going, "Oh, well, Tonali's a better player than Longstaff." I'm not saying that he's not, but it's that combination, isn't it? It's that balance that you've got to get right. And I just think at this moment in time, that balance in there is spot on.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the biggest key word is the balance in the midfield. You've got a little bit of everything with that midfield, but I think the fact having a centre forward. I know Alexander is a fantastic centre forward, but he's an out-and-out centre forward, and we've seen Gordon having to play up top a few times. He just makes a difference as well. I'd say not a striker scored what Isak scored yesterday in terms of just getting his foot in the right area to make it 1-1. Massive goal.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, the thing about Isak, as good of all-round player as he is, his movement and everything's exceptional. He's a natural goal scorer. He didn't think yesterday. That ball's just dropped in the penalty area and he's just bang. Yeah. No backlift, whoop. Straight across the keepers, hit the post, ended up in the back of the net. It was a great finish, but it was instinctive. You can't. That's why these guys cost the money that they cost.
Yes.
Because Anthony Gordon's played up there, and when he's played up there when Isak's been out, he's had a couple of great chances to score goals, but he's not a natural goal scorer where Isak is.
Okay. Just before you go, Johnny, do you think that Tino Livramento should be in the England squad?
Oh, that's a great trio because I've literally got the TV in the background. But no, do you know what it is? I think his performances have been outstanding. And look, he's been in the England squad before, but not getting a game. And look, as much as I'm not a massive fan of this Nations League, I think they're just glorified friendlies. But if you're going to play new players, this is the perfect game to play them. So start against Republic of Ireland. What you're going to lose?
Yeah, so he is in the squad. He's been called up along with some others because of withdrawals from the national team. Thank you very much indeed, by the way, Johnny, for coming on tonight.
Cheers, Johnny. Take it easy.
Along with James Trafford, Jared Branthwaite, Jared Bowen and Morgan Rogers, he's been called in because of 8 withdrawals, actually, including Trent Alexander-Arnold. All these injuries pop up, don't they?
Gordon?
Gordon's still in the squad as it stands. Yes, here's the list of withdrawals: Trent Alexander-Arnold, Levi Colwill, Phil Foden, Jack Grealish, Cole Palmer, Aaron Ramsdale, Declan Rice and Bukayo Saka have all withdrawn, but not.
What have they all got in common? They're all from Arsenal, Liverpool, and Manchester City.
Getting the curly finger off the gaffers there, aren't they?
So I think certainly with Grealish in particular, that was I don't think Guardiola was very happy about that.
I think these two games that England are playing, the opposition are ideal. The blood new camps. I really do.
Yes,
especially against us. Love a field day.
So both Lewis Hall and Tino Livramento now in that England squad. Mark in wide open. Newcastle set pieces are the worst, or one of the worst, in the Premier League.
Scored from one.
First goal from a corner this season, says Mark.
Still scored from one.
But I think that's 50. Of the season.
Yeah, what was it? somebody, was it last week, Simon was saying that we'd gone 50 corner kicks or whatever without scoring a goal.
People count these things, yes.
Yeah, well, we scored one at the week. Scored one yesterday.
So I have to start at zero
so
again now.
Yeah, exactly.
But progressively better with varied play and not so predictable, says Mark in Wide Open. Thank you for your message. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Start your message with the letters BBC. Graham is on the line, Newcastle supporter. Hello, Graham. How are you doing?
Hiya, Simon. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Hiya, Danny and John, of course.
Hey, Graham.
Hiya. John, I think it was roughly 2 weeks tonight I was last on. It was straight after the Chelsea defeat. And obviously everybody was doom and gloom. And, you know, I even said, look, as much as it hurts to say it, if we had lost to Chelsea and been knocked out of the Cup, and then obviously with a big game against Arsenal coming up, that obviously the manager's position may have been in serious question. But you've got to give the guy full credit. I mean, he's come through it with absolutely flying colours. Beating Chelsea, obviously, on that Tuesday or Wednesday night, whatever it was, to beat Arsenal, and then to get arguably the best result of the season yesterday. You know, absolutely fantastic. And then you look at the next two games coming up against West Ham and then Palace. You know, what could potentially be certainly a top 6 spot by the end of November. So, you know, a fantastic turnaround. Yesterday's game, I know Joe's getting all the credit, and rightly so, but I've got to say, you know, the two Geordie lads, Dan Byrne and Longstaff, I thought really did particularly well as well. And again, Longstaff, as you've already mentioned, no frills, gets on with it, and he's proved once again, he's brought it back into the team, and hey presto, what happens? We've gone through, basically 3 really good results.
Yeah, look, the last 3 results have been massive. You know, the cup win against Chelsea was huge for Eddie Howe. I mean, I remember you coming on and saying if he was to lose those 2 games, you know, the pressure would have been on him. And I think the pressure would have been on him, you know. But I think the players have got to take a great deal of credit as well, because I think what the manager did against Arsenal, because Tonali against Chelsea in the Cup was great. You know, you seen him playing in that central midfield role, and you went, that's his best position. And everybody thought, he'll play there against Arsenal. But the manager then changed it, and he played Guimaraes and he played Longstaff, and Willock came in, and it was a master. I mean, it was a gamble, and I'm saying it was a gamble. He sees these players every day, and he obviously felt it wasn't a gamble because the balance just looked so much better, you know, and he's got it spot on, and full credit to him. And yet again, yesterday it looked so much better. The energy levels, and look, he obviously had a word at half time and saying we're too slow in what we're doing. You know, we need to up the tempo of this, and that's exactly what they did, and they were magnificent second half.
Yeah, no, I agree, John. And like I say, you know, I mentioned obviously the engine room is the midfield, and he had to get the midfield right. And in doing so, I think that's transformed the whole team. It really has. Bruno, I think, has been back to arguably, I think yesterday was definitely his best game this season. And then, like you say, you look at the bench and you've got Tonali to come on, Barnes, and I did mention, I think a few weeks ago, Barnes' best position is probably as an impact player. He seems to really revel in that sort of position of coming on as a sub with 20 minutes, half an hour to go, runs at people when defenders are a bit leggy, and he's a hell of a player to have on the bench. You know, it's just that bench again. You look at it, we've got strength and depth all of a sudden. And all of a sudden, there's, you know, we just look like a good side. Just, you've already mentioned it, John, but that Yates guy, how the referee and how, you know, VAR don't pick up. I mean, he actually looks at the player before he sticks the elbow in his face. It's so it was a blatant for me. He was very, very lucky. Then he does Longstaff and gets away with it, probably because Longstaff was honest enough to stay on his feet. But if that had been some other players and they've gone rolling around like they normally do, and I remember in the cup game as well, he's just a dirty player, you know, without
Yeah, he's a walkie ticket. There's not. Yeah, I mean, he's a walkie ticket in there. He puts himself about. I mean, how it took so long for him to get booked, because
unbelievable.
His fouls just kept racking up, and you're going, how long is the referee going to let him away with it? I mean, the one on Livramento was, for me, he's lent. With his elbow, knows what he's doing. With his forearm, he knows what he's doing, and it's right in front of the referee as well. The referee's not too far away from it, and of course that led to Dan Bourne then picking up a yellow card, which means he gets a suspension.
That could easily have cost. Well, I mean, Dan Bourne then is, for 75% of the game, is then sitting on the yellow card because the referee doesn't pick up, like you say, on something that was done to Livramento. 30 seconds earlier. It was just, I don't know, it was a disappointing performance by the referee. And just finally, the goal that they did score, I've got to say, the centre forward, I don't know why we'll have a centre forward in that position in the box. For me, the centre forward should be on the halfway line. I don't know why. What Isaac's doing in that position, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Isak just let him get away from him, didn't he? He just got a run on him, and it's a ball just dinked into an area. It's a good header, to be fair, but yeah, he just got a run on Isak, and it's a free header for him.
Yeah, we should have defended better. But listen, I'm just so pleased that we're back on track. Full credit to Eddie. He's come through a little sticky patch. And it's game on, and I'm so much looking forward now to the rest of the season again, and obviously the January transfer window coming up. Yeah. If we can, bring in one, possibly two players and strengthen certain positions, the way the league is at the minute, if you take Liverpool out of it, then
and Liverpool could still come back to the pack as well. You never know.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Anyway, okay, lads.
Thanks, Graham.
Cheers, Graham.
Thanks for your call tonight. 0800 234 6565. There are lines free now if you'd like to come on between now and the end of the programme. You can message 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your message with the letters BBC. We're going to talk about a rather bizarre game in the second division of the Northern League shortly. It's 7:33 now.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So the Premier League referee David Coote has been suspended after a video allegedly showing him making derogatory comments about Liverpool and the club's former manager Jurgen Klopp was circulated on social media. The refereeing body, the PGMOL, says the suspension comes into force with immediate effect and is pending a full investigation. The video, widely shared on social media, you may well have seen it, has not been verified by the BBC. It is unclear when it was filmed or indeed its authenticity. A source has told the BBC that PGMOL's inquiry is treating the video as genuine. More news on that story as we get it. The Newcastle defender Tino Livramento has been called up by England. Morgan Rogers, Jarrod Bowen, Jarrod Braithwaite and James Trafford have also joined up with the squad because 8 have pulled out. Trent Alexander-Arnold, Levi Colwill, Phil Foden, Jack Grealish, Cole Palmer, Aaron Ramsdale, Declan Rice and Bukayo Saka. None of them will play in the upcoming internationals. The Newcastle head coach Eddie Howe says he hopes his side can pick up where they left off after the international break. That's after that 3-1 win at Forest yesterday. The Magpies are 8th in the Premier League table, but as we've been discussing, they're just 1 point behind third place Chelsea now. Sunderland's head coach Regis Lebris, meanwhile, has urged his players for consistency and to remain committed to the project. That after they squandered a 2-0 lead to draw with Coventry on Saturday. The draw for the third round of the FA Bars has been made. North Shields are our only side left in the competition. They face a trip to Northern League rivals Redcar Athletic. Bit of a tough tie, but hopefully one that they can win. They beat them earlier in the season at home, actually. Ruben Amorim has taken charge of Manchester United today. It has been confirmed this afternoon that interim manager Ruud van Nistelrooy won't be staying as part of his coaching staff. In snooker, Gary Wilson from Wallsend has lost in the first round of the Champion of Champions match to Jack Jones. Jack Jones by 4 frames to 2. In cricket, India have informed the ICC they will not be travelling to the Champions Champions Trophy next February, according to hosts Pakistan, that is. Ongoing political tensions mean the two countries haven't played each other outside of men's major tournaments since 2013. India haven't played in Pakistan for 16 years. And in tennis, Carlos Alcaraz was stunned by the Norwegian 6th seed Casper Ruud in straight sets at the ATP Finals in Turin. In Rugby League, the former Great Britain centre Gary Schofield has revealed that he has been diagnosed with brain damage. The 59-year-old made over 250 appearances for Leeds. He scored 31 tries in 46 caps for Great Britain. So this is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Simon Pride, Danny Collins in for Marco this evening. Danny's back tomorrow as well, and Joel Anderson is here too. And we will choose a performance of the weekend winner before the end of the programme. Has to be an individual rather than a team, remember. Keep your nominations coming in. Has to be somebody with a North East connection as well. And something to be hoyed in the river too. Now then, when Sunderland West End went 5-2 up on Yarmouth Eaglescliffe in the second division of the Northern League with just 9 minutes left on the clock, you would think, wouldn't you, it was done and dusted? I would have thought so. As the match drifted into the second minute of injury time with no further goals, so still 5-2, you could probably be forgiven for heading for the exit, quite confident as to how the match was going to end. However, 5 minutes and 4 goals later, the final whistle blew on an extraordinary game with Yarmouth Eaglescliffe coming from behind to run out 6-5 winners. We thought we'd better get a fan on from each side tonight. So on the line now, Sunderland West End supporter James Rain and James Gilroy, who is a fan of Yarmouth and Eaglescliffe. So two Jameses. James Rain, good evening to you.
Good evening, thanks for having us on.
And James Gilroy, good evening to you as well.
Good evening, thanks for having us on again.
Well, good to have you both on. Remarkable stuff. James Rain first. I mean, it was looking like you were on your way to what would have been an excellent win over a side that is, after all, riding high in the table.
Yeah, I mean, I think James will agree. I think the first 80 minutes, really comfortable, and it's quite strange because we actually missed a one-on-one chance to make it 6-2, I think about 80th minute, yes. And then the substitution started, and you just see the game tried to change a little bit, and I could see a little bit right on the wall, a couple of goals coming, but wasn't expecting what we seen.
So was it the sort of substitutions that you get, just to waste a bit of time and that sort of thing, and thinking the game was over?
Yeah, I think it was 5-2. Make a couple of changes, get a couple of lads on who hasn't had much game time, just give them a bit of run out. Yeah. But it seemed to change the flow of the game for us, and I'm starting to get back in the game at that point.
James Gilroy, I suspect you had long resigned yourself to defeat, had you?
Oh, totally. I think that was the worst we've played all season, to be fair. Probably the worst 90 minutes that we've had, and then followed by probably the best 7 minutes we've had of the season. It's just mental. I mean, credit to West End, they were head and shoulders above us, better than us, across the 90 minutes. They dominated the midfield. They had plenty of pace. They're number 6, 7 and 8. Apologies, I don't know the names, but they were absolutely superb. They kind of ran the game and bossed it, and we couldn't get close to them. We got 2 goals, and when our second goal went in, I put on the supporters WhatsApp group. I was like, we've just scored. Tom Atkinson's got his second. We couldn't do this, could we? And then, as James said, 5 minutes later, they scored their 5th. And you think, oh well, here we go. Let's maybe get one back and do a bit for the goal difference. But it just kind of escalated like nothing else I've ever seen, or I don't think anybody else has ever seen. Really, it was just crazy, to be honest.
Yeah, so staying with you, James Gilroy, so it still must have felt like a consolation when it went to 5-3. When did you realise that? I mean, because you're probably looking at your watch as well. I mean, it must have been like a goal a minute, though, was it really?
It was. I couldn't keep track. I was trying to update everybody on the WhatsApp group, and I just didn't know what was going on. I was like, who scored that? Couldn't quite see. It was just going crazy. I mean, Steve Roberts got one 92nd minute, and I just put a muted kind of goal notification on the group chat, and then the ball comes up with Tom Atkinson. He drives into the box, gets fouled by their keeper. I think it was a blatant penalty. There's no argument there. He steps up, rifles it home. You're thinking, hang on a minute, 5-4 here, we could probably sneak something in, and then just the ball goes up right hand side. Joel Dalton cuts back onto his left foot, and I'm literally right behind the cross. He dinks it over with his left foot, and Steve Roberts, who's not exactly the biggest player on the pitch, just manages to get a header and just like it flicks it back and it goes in, and then it's like absolute pandemonium, 5-5 with a point.
And probably thinking, we'll take a draw here, and probably thinking there won't be much time for the game to restart again. But then what happened?
Well, they kick off, we get the ball, and it comes back to our centre midfielder, Joe Hillaby, and he just puts the ball up. Again, it was just in front of where I was stood with my son and my mates watching the match. And he comes into Steve Roberts, and he does this Rabona, and you're like, what the hell's he doing? And, at this point in the game, just hold the ball up and just get it in. And he puts this Rabona in. It's absolutely inch perfect, falls beautifully into Tom Atkinson, who was our striker. He's the league's leading scorer, and he just takes one touch and just rifles it home. And you're like, I just couldn't believe it, to be honest. It was just crazy because to get the 5-5, it's kind of like the emotion of getting there and rescuing a point was something. But then you didn't quite know what the hell was going on when the 6th went in. It was just unreal.
So James Gilroy, you've heard it all from the other James's perspective there. Your emotions in complete opposite to those, I would have thought.
Yeah, it was quite strange. I mean, obviously the score left United 5-3, and I was standing with Mick, one of the fans I normally stand with, and funny enough, I said I would take a draw now, and he kind of said, "What you saying?" And we've seen so many collapses, a lot of great comebacks on both sides, really. But the next goal goes in, the next goal goes in. And it was quite strange, well, because a lot of the subs that came off that actually went in the change room to get changed. So I think even when the 6th goal went in, they came out, thought they won the game, and they were actually telling that they're getting beat, and I don't think a lot of them believed us when they came out of the changing room. But yeah, I just couldn't believe what we were seeing, and it was a tough one to take as well for both, for the West End and for myself, because I usually take my video camera down for the North East Non-League show, and unfortunately I didn't take it down that day, so we missed a great comeback. So I know a lot of people have been asking for it since we've the full-time whistle as well.
No, I know my colleagues on Look North, who's sitting there, a desk just next to us, where they say, well, who's got the footage? They were wanting to show it tonight, but unfortunately, yes, there wasn't any. Danny, Ando, anything you want to put to either of the lads, bearing in mind the spectacular nature of the game?
I'm not sure what the crowd was, but I'd imagine a lot of the Yarm fans had gone by then. Generally, your team's getting beat like that, you're not hanging round, are you? Thinking, it's a heavy defeat, but credit to the ones that have stayed behind it and witnessed it,
Did a few leave, did they, James?
No, we all stayed to the end.
Ready to boo them off.
We've had a few games. No, we're back them 100%.
Yeah.
But there's been a few games we've had this season. I mean, 3 or 4 games ago, we won with a last-minute header from one of our strikers, Josh Larkin, to beat Sinners 1-0. We beat Bedlington Terriers earlier in the season away with a last-minute goal from our captain on the day, Ross Harrison. Last season, we came back from 3-1 down with 2 really, really late goals to beat Newcastle Blue Star 4-3. So we've got a bit of history in terms of getting late goals. So no, but I think the rule of thumb now is never ever leave a Yarmouth Eaglescliffe game early.
So listening to everything you have said there, it sounds like you are both defensively sound.
Well, to be honest, Ando, we are. We'd only conceded 17 goals in 21 games up until Saturday, and then we let 5 in. It's our worst defensive display of the season. But I'm sure the manager Jacko will be having words with the lads, because we got run ragged by West End. I mean, as I said before, they were quality. But there'll be some work on it. We've got a game on Wednesday night against Billingham Synthonia again, so hopefully we'll a more mundane 1 or 2-0 victory would do us for that, I think. In the clean sheet.
Can imagine it's a bit hostile in the changing rooms from Sunderland West End at the end. And the strikers are looking at the defence saying, "What are you lot doing back there? We're doing our job, hey?"
And James Rain, I guess you're never going to watch the game again and count your chickens and think, okay, well, we've got this one in the bag. You probably didn't even do so at the game at the weekend, but you will never do that from now on, will you?
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, like you say, we went into the game, and obviously Yarn, great side, and like you say, I've got a lot of respect for the fans and a lot of them in the Facebook group and stuff now, and it was always going to be a tough game, and we've lost a lot of players. We seem to have any players that do well, they seem to be transferred away in the next few weeks, just kind of keep hold of them, so it was kind of a depleted squad, a few of the players at the Sunderland match as well, so when we actually got to 5-2, it was great to see, but like you say, the comebacks, it's killed us, but we can always put on our adverts now. We've got a lot more fans coming through the gate. I mean, we had over 300 fans down Washington the game a few weeks ago, so it's building some great relationships in the community. So hopefully it'll be a good advert to get more people down now as well.
And indeed, if that's the sort of entertainment, I'm sure it will be. James, both of you, both Jameses, thank you very much indeed for taking some time out to speak to us.
Cheers, lads. All the best.
So that's James Rain, who's a supporter of Sunderland West End. He's taking it well, isn't he? James Gilroy is a fan of Yarm and Eaglescliffe, who are doing well up towards the top end of the division. But there are some managers that you two would have played under. Imagine what they would have done if you had been if you managed to concede 4 goals in
short space of time,
a very short space of time like that, to lose a game in injury time. What would they have? What would Peter Reid have said to that? What would Jim Smith have said, Ando?
Well, you know what it is. We played a QPR.
The QPR game. Well, it's not too dissimilar.
Yeah, exactly. We were 4 up at half time and ended up drawn 5-5. And if it had gone on a couple of minutes later, we probably would have got beaten. But Big Jack was manager then. He kicked the wall down at the dugout.
Did he?
Yeah. And he disappeared. When we came in, he disappeared. He was cooling down. But even when he cooled down, it was...
Yeah, I'd imagine Roy wouldn't have took it too well. Or Steve Evans, I played for Steve at Rotherham as well, and he'd have been hair dryer, full whack.
Yeah, I mean, really, really old school.
Yeah.
Put your tin hat on before you get back in.
What about some of the other games over the weekend? Well, in the National League, Gateshead have a bit of a bogey club in AFC Fylde. They lost to them again. They can't. They were beaten 3-0 on this occasion. So that's now 10 consecutive defeats to Fylde over the last 6 years, and the Fylde aren't even that good. They're always struggling towards the wrong end of the division. Don't know what's going on there. South Shields made it back-to-back wins in the National League North. They beat Kings Lynn Town by 2-1. The Mariners 2 up through Paul Blackett and Kyle Crossley. The away side pulled one back, and in injury time Tom Broadbent was sent off. Kings Lynn were awarded a penalty, but thankfully for Shields it was missed, so some late drama in that one as well. In the Northern Premier League, Hebburn are up to second, 2-0 win over Prescott Cables. Amapurawal and Jack Donaghy with the goals. They're behind runaway leaders Macclesfield, who beat Morpeth 2-0 yesterday. Blythe Spartans losing streak extended to 7 in all competitions. A 2-1 defeat at Warrington Rylands, so hopefully maybe things starting to head in the right direction again there now with new ownership and new management. In the East Division, Heaton Stannington ended their 5-game winless run with a great win, 3-0 over Ossett United. Consett squandered a 2-goal lead to draw with Sheffield, and Dunstan had a goalless draw with Grimsby Borough, who were your old rivals once upon a time when you played for Grimsby Town, I guess, Danny. Ashington were beaten 1-0 by second place Belper. Did you ever have anything to do with Grimsby Borough?
No.
You were never sent out on loan there?
No, Grimsby cricket team though. We played them in a bit of a charity match in pre-season, and we actually beat them. So the football team played the cricket team. We beat the cricket team. Yeah.
Good on you. Yeah. Good on you. Are you playing tonight, by the way? Playing in the
late shift, 9 till 10 tonight.
Oh, so you're on the late. Okay.
Yes. So don't have to dart off tonight.
More of the same then, in terms of you. In terms of Collins smashing the ball all over the place.
We'll try.
Doing your best.
Who are you playing tonight?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked at the opposition tonight yet. But
doesn't care, does he?
I beat top of the table last week, so he's on a high. Confidence is high.
No matter what they've got to chuck at him. Whoever's going to be bowling, he might be listening now.
Yeah. Come on, get the tin hat on.
Yeah, give it your best. Give it your best.
As far as the FA Vars is concerned, North Shields are our only representatives left. They beat Charnock Richard 3-1, thanks to 2 goals from Dan Walden, 1 from Jamie Holmes. So they will face at Redcar Athletic away in the 3rd round, and they have beaten them at home this season. So you never know. BBC Radio Newcastle's non-league reporter Paul Dixon was there on Saturday. Well, where else would he have been? And he caught up with the North Shields manager Brian Smith afterwards.
Really good second half. Really impressed with the lads. It was just how it should be and how we've known it to be here for years, Dicker. Second half was just we blew them away a bit. It was good.
So the form of your team over the last few weeks has been very, very good, and I know you love the FA Vars. You've been to Wembley, they've won it, and it's exciting times at the minute at North Shields. Good crowd here today, thoroughly enjoyed. Clapped you off the park there, winning 3-1.
Just changed a lot. It took a bit of time because it took ages in August. It's just a bad month and inconsistent in the team that we've got, but we've settled down now. I think it's since Shildon. There's about 15 or 16 games now. I think we've only been beat 2 or 3 times.
So that was Brian Smith speaking to Paul Dixon. Wycombe are out, lost to Redcar Athletic, Brighton and Crowcook Albion, lost 2-0 at home to West Didsbury and Chorlton. Now in the rugby, the Falcons, I don't know if you saw this.
I was there Friday.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
There was almost a remarkable comeback there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I guess at half-time, 28-0 to the Falcons against Doncaster in the Premiership Rugby Cup. You were probably thinking this is only going one way.
Yeah. Well, they got over the line. I think it was a penalty. It was only at that end of the pitch. They only sort of points at that end of the pitch, so I was actually towards the other end of the pitch.
So you've seen all the tries?
Yeah, it was going on at that
was
end.
Was the wind going that
way? They were
hanging
on. No, I just think our game can turn. Game of 2 halves, wasn't it? Indeed. And then right at the end, Doncaster were pushing. They were like 2 yards from the line over the far side of the pitch, and to be fair to Newcastle, stood strong. They worked it right the way across the pitch in front of us, and then that was the end of the game.
That
so
was
they,
the end.
they held on well.
31-28 it was. So basically they lost the second half 28-3, but led 28-0 at half time. That was enough. So an extraordinary game there. In basketball, the Newcastle Eagles lost 89-79 at London Lions yesterday. Lions are a strong team, so they've won one and lost one so far in the league. We will be there on Friday for their first home game in the Championship. They face the Surrey 89ers, and Ando was due to be there, but upon being told that he was going to be doing a free throw shoot-off with Benno ahead of that match, he's now bottled it. Haven't you?
You think?
So Lee Clark's doing it instead.
Well, there.
And he says he's got bad arms, injured arms. He can't do it.
He'd be all right, Clarky.
Think?
Yeah.
I told him he could kick it if he wants.
He's probably better off throwing it.
He'll have heard you say that. And in ice hockey, Whitley Warriors won 7-4 at Widnes Wild, having trailed at the end of the first period. Now then, have you heard about Gary Lineker's broken this news?
Yeah.
Gary Lineker, he's going to step
match
down
of the day, isn't he?
As host. I mean, there was a lot of talk earlier in the season, wasn't there? He's going to leave as host of Match of the Day at the end of the season. It's expected to be announced officially tomorrow by the BBC, but the BBC, being the BBC, has broken the embargo on the BBC announcement by reporting it and saying the BBC understands. The BBC understands that the BBC will tomorrow make an announcement. That's the BBC fee. The 63-year-old is one of the corporation's best known presenters, isn't he? Highest paid star as well. Gets more than £1.3 million a year, so it'll save a bit of dosh anyway. I'll miss him though. Will you miss him?
Yeah, no, I think
he's been doing for ages, isn't he?
So is that his choice to step down, or have they...
I don't know what the negotiations were behind the scenes. So I don't know what he'll do next. Whether he'll be broadcasting elsewhere.
Does he need to do anything?
Well, he might want to.
Yeah, true.
I suppose. And who will take over? That's another question, isn't it?
Who do you think? Who's favourite?
I mean, Mark Chapman does Match of the Day too, doesn't he? So he does.
Chapman's is alright.
Yeah, so he might do, but they might want another former player. So I don't know.
Need to get Chris the Bookie on, see what the prices are.
See what the prices are, yeah.
I think they perhaps had Jermaine Jennis lined up for
That's
it.
Not going to happen now, though,
it's
is it?
not. I don't think so. No, what happened? But yeah, I think he was the one that was sort of lined up for it. Really does the one show and a few bits, doesn't he? So, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, interesting
else.
That. Joel Linton taking on Ola Aina. Puts over the cross deep beyond everybody. Hudson-Odoi has presented it on a plate to Willett now with a header on the edge of the penalty area, and Willett curls his shot wide. That's 2 nightmare moments for Callum Hudson-Odoi. First with the crossfield ball right across, well, sort of an imaginary line, 25 yards in his own half to give possession away, and then even more dangerously, a cushioned header almost backwards for Willett to get a strike on goal. Free kick is 6 yards out and 2 or 3 yards outside the right edge of the penalty area, and it's going to be taken by Elanga and headed in. It's a goal for Forest, and it's Murillo scores for Forest with the header from the free kick. And finally the Brazilian gets his first Forest goal. He's threatened to do it in all sorts of spectacular ways, but it's a little deft header across the face of the goal from Elanga's free kick, which gives Murillo his first Forest goal, and he celebrates in front of the A block and celebrates a Brazil call-up by getting Forest in front after 21 first half minutes.
Oh, absolutely buzzing for him. You can see how much it means to him. He's over the moon. It's a great header, and you can see how much it means to the rest of the team. They all ran to him. I've actually got goosebumps because you can just see how much that goal means to him. It's a special moment for him.
Willock, and now Bruno near the top of the D, curls one, good save. Matt Sells had to move his feet quickly and then dived full length across goal to parry it away two-handed towards the corner flag. Lewis Hall though is quick enough to recover possession for Newcastle, pings it forward, Joe Linton nods it down, edge of the penalty area, plays a 1-2 with Longstaff, now it breaks for the shot at the back post from Byrne, to be well saved by Matt Sells. Close range at an angle, almost the corner of the 6-yard box really, when it fell to Dan Byrne, went for the near post, blocked by Sells, cleared by Murillo. Stayed in play again right hand side. Livramento turns it backwards for Bruno Guimaraes. He's 20 yards out, plays a 1-2, edge of the box, curls one with the outside of his foot towards the top corner and over, and only just over. Shaved the roof of the net as it went over the crossbar. Really good effort from Bruno Guimaraes. Outside of the right foot curler, was going top corner, was just too high. Newcastle have started this second half a couple of gears higher, and Forest at the moment are struggling to keep up with them. Yates with a good challenge on Isak, and now can Forest break? That's a good ball from Chris Wood to Nico Dominguez. Dominguez wide right towards the penalty area, still going, tight angle, saved with his legs by Pope. And now Newcastle can try and go on the counter punch. Gordon to take a corner for Newcastle from their left hand side, right footed, high in swinging, and it's going to fall 6 yards out to be put in off the post. It's Alexander Isak who scores, and Newcastle are level. It's 1-1, and it had been coming since half time. It's come in an unusual fashion for Forest this season. It's come from a set piece, Gordon's corner, and it fell kindly for Alexander Isak 6 yards out, and he stuck it in off the post to make it 1-1 to Newcastle. 9 minutes into the second half. Jota Silva wins it well. Jota Silva then chases away towards halfway. Good pace from Jota Silva. He's holding off Bruno Guimaraes, even though he's got the ball, and then he turns and Dan Byrne brings him down, and Dan Byrne has already been booked. And the Forest fans are on their feet yelling for a red card for Dan Byrne, for a second yellow, but Anthony Taylor has waved Byrne away. And there will be no second yellow card for that challenge from Dan Byrne. Silva trying to turn, fashion a shooting opportunity, but Anthony Gordon nicks it away from him, and Gordon is chasing forward now. Gordon up to halfway, and then he sends it forward towards Isak. Isak leaves it actually for Willock, who's also forward. Right hand side of the penalty area, he crosses for Isak to volley wide. Huge chance for Newcastle on the counter-attack, and it looked like they'd got everything right. Isak probably even had time to take a touch and find his spot, but he went for the spectacular volley, and he sends it wide across the face of goal. Forest stretched again defensively. Livramento outside him. Joe Linton curls it in the far corner. It's in. Joe Linton scores. Even he looked like he was surprised to see that one go in. He's curled it left-footed. And Newcastle are 2-1 ahead. They've turned around a half-time deficit into a second-half lead. 72 minutes. It's the left foot of Joe Linton, curled it round bodies, round players, and inside the far post from just inside the penalty area. It's Forest 1, Newcastle 2. Neatly worked by Barnes to nick it away from Yates, and suddenly it's 3 against 3 as they work it forward. This is Tonali. Tonali with Barnes to his left and Isak to his right. Here's Harvey Barnes into the penalty area towards the 6-yard box and fires in. He's fired it between Anderson and Milenkovic, and beaten Sells as well. And Newcastle have a third. 3 against 3. They've been utterly ruthless in this second half of Newcastle, and Harvey Barnes, having just come on the field, has probably taken all 3 points for the visitors. Back to Murillo once more. Murillo with some space to run into. Going to shoot. Oh, and did shoot. And he was only 5 yards outside the centre circle, and it goes only just over the crossbar. Pope would have had it covered, to be fair. He just raised his arms up just in case he needed to tip it over. He didn't have to, but he only just didn't have to. And Bruno gives it to Isak, who rolls it into the path of Harvey Barnes. It's lovely football again. Barnes inside left channel, fires wide of the target. And Forest get away with not conceding a fourth, and that is full time. Anthony Taylor blows his whistle. Forest beaten for the second time this season, and for the second time here at the City Ground. After Fulham beat them earlier on, it is Newcastle who have recorded what in the end has been a comprehensive victory over them today here at the City Ground.
So Forest suffering their second league defeat of the season, ending a run of 4 games unbeaten for the Reds. The Reds dropped to 5th in the table, but they are level on points with Arsenal, Chelsea and Brighton. I think we would have taken that a while ago, wouldn't we? Well, head coach Nuno said there's a lot of lessons to learn from yesterday, but says the defeat won't derail the hard work that's given Forest such a good start to the season.
First of all, we played a good team. It was a good game. We played a good team, a team that was strong, created a lot of problems even in the first half with their possession. They created chances. We defend well, but we're not able to go out and produce. And in second half, I think we started well. We had a good moment, but then in the corner, and then after that, I think we taste something of the things that we've been doing. So I think we lost the game, but we learned lessons that we always have to be organized, balanced, to not allow the counter-attacks that Newcastle made that were lethal for us.
I guess you'll be disappointed. I guess your defenders and your team will be disappointed at conceding from the set piece, because you've prided yourself on that so far this season.
It's important. We've been solid, we've been compact. We have to realize that the game changes. We had the rush to go and get the goal, and that naturally. Sometimes the decisions are not in the right moment. We threw crosses and allowed Newcastle to face forward and counter-attack, and they have the good players, and they were very effective in the transitions that killed us. A lot of lessons to learn. Nothing to say about the effort of the players, the help of the fans. And this is a tough league. It's a tough league. We must recognize that it takes a lot of effort to win matches in the Premier League. We did it, and we're going to regroup, and we're going to go again.
I was going to say, that's the important thing, isn't it? I know it's into international break now, and it's never nice to lose just before international break, but important that this doesn't derail what's been an incredible first 10 games.
And you want. I think the international break for us is a moment that hopefully we will have time to recover players that have been dragging some situations, have them 100% ready to go against Arsenal. That's the next one, and the next focus. Take time to prepare well, work hard. Nothing to say about our amazing players. They give everything. We lost the game, but we learn.
You mentioned, I think in the press conference before this game, that international break might be coming at a good time, really, to get some players. There are some players that have been playing through some pain and some knocks.
Yeah. It's there for everybody to see, and we have to be very thankful for the effort they've been putting, always trying to be available for us, to help the team, and this is the spirit. We need everybody.
I know that last week you mentioned that you used Morgan Gibbs-White and Elliot Anderson in the way you did because both of them have been struggling. Is that the same again today?
And you can see in the pitch you have to manage, but they played, they tried. The defeat cannot take away the work that these players have been putting through, sometimes beyond our expectations. So we have to be proud, regroup, thank the fans. I understand if they are sad. Today we didn't give them that moment of happiness that we've been looking for, but that shows that it's a very tough league. It's a very tough league. And this spirit that we have to compete and to fight and to go again will bring us better results.
Just want to mention one moment that was great for the fans, and it was good for Murillo as well. I know he'll be very disappointed that his goal has ended up in a game where you get no points, but that was a marvellous moment for him, and just because you've lost today, we shouldn't let that go without commenting on it. A first goal for the club for a very popular player.
And a player that since he arrived at Forest has been huge, and is growing, and his improvement is for everybody to see. Now he goes to national team. He was looking for this goal. It's good for him and shows that we can get goals from all over the team. This is important.
Former Forest and Newcastle defender James Perch joined us for commentary at the City Ground yesterday. He was delighted to see fellow defender Murillo grab his first goal for the club and hopes that others can chip in with a couple more too throughout the season.
He tries a spectacular because he's got such a strong left foot, but the goal he scored today took really well. Like I said, 5 yards out, he just a little glancing header into the bottom corner, and like you said, there's not a more popular goal scorer than Murillo.
And it deserves it as well, doesn't he? He's played so well for Forest the whole time he's been here, and we've been waiting for him to get that first goal. So delightful for him. The fans obviously clearly enjoyed it. He had about 4 or 5 different celebrations. I don't know if you know, but he sort of went from a machine gun, then a samba dance, and then he held his hand over his eye. I think maybe he'd got so many celebrations ready, had to let them all out in one go.
He needs to score 10 a season if he's got all those all those celebrations lined up. But yeah, you could just see it. The emotions just took over, and he was absolutely buzzing, and we're all buzzing for him, just like the Forest fans all, and his teammates all ran over to him. So everyone knows how much it means to him, and everyone knows how much of a good player he is, and he does deserve it.
And it's good for Forest to be getting goals from players at that end of the pitch as well. We've talked this season about perhaps an over-reliance on Chris Wood, who's doing brilliantly well, and then we've got Ryan Yates on the score sheet at Leicester, Ola Aina on the score sheet last week against West Ham, and Hudson-Odoi as well. But Milenkovic was up a lot at the end of the last game against West Ham, desperate to try and get on the score sheet. Put a brilliant save from Fabianski at one point, and went close with another one as well, and Murillo was up there trying to get on the score sheet last week. So on a serious note, they do need goals from elsewhere on the pitch, so it's pleasing in that sense as well to get a goal from him today.
Yeah, it's good to see that he's got his goal, and hopefully that can lead into, I don't know, 5 goals for Murillo this season. Milenkovic will score goals because he's so big and aggressive, so I'm expecting him to chip in with a few. Aina scored a worldie the other day. Don't know how many of them he'll do a season, but it's just nice to see other players chipping in, because it is a big expectation on Chris Wood to score the goals for us, and when he's not firing, it does help when the others do chip in.
And they're a bit of a threat from set pieces as well. You know, we talked before the game about how Forest had tightened up on the whole defending set pieces. The other side to that, and Nuno talked about this in the summer as well, when he talks about improving on set pieces, it's not purely about defending them, it's about becoming more of a threat from them as well. And we saw the benefit of that, for instance, at Chelsea with James Ward-Prowse's free kick headed on by Milenkovic, and Chris Wood scores. And there, I know it's a simple one, it's just a ball into the box, but it's well delivered by Elanga, a big defender in there, up on the end of it. And if you can be effective at that end of the pitch from set pieces, it's such a huge plus.
Oh, it's massive. If you can be one of the best teams in the league for scoring set pieces, you can contribute to 10-15 goals a season. Like you said, you rely on a good ball into the box. The defenders and the attackers will make the runs and hopefully get the head on it. Forest are very strong. They've got Milenkovic, Murillo, Chris Wood. Who else is 6 foot plus? They've got a couple of others.
Well, you've got Yates who can get in there. You would want him to score more goals from that kind of situation.
Yates, he does get a lot of first contacts in the box, which is surprising because he's not the biggest, but he is aggressive. Like you said, you would want him to score a few more because he does get in some good positions. But it can be huge, and it can get you up the league a couple of positions just by set pieces. And you hear managers banging on about it, saying how important it is. It is. In every level of football, from Premier League down to the Northern Premier League where I was playing.
That was the thoughts of James Perch. Now to get the thoughts of Fox and Freebs. Lisa, if you would have swapped all of this around and say Forest lost at home to Newcastle but then went on to beat West Ham, Leicester and Crystal Palace, sit 5th in the league, join 3rd, only on 5th on goal difference, you would have taken it, wouldn't you?
You've been spending the afternoon on social media, haven't you, Aaron?
Do you know what? I said that to someone else and someone else said that back to me, and I'm just like, I think sometimes it works though, doesn't it? Because that narrative is completely true.
Completely, 100%. You know, if we'd have played Newcastle and lost to them, and then taken these 3, the 3 wins that we've had, and said, we're going to be sitting 5th behind the likes of Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Man City, you'd snap their hands off. I'm positive, that we have had a good run. We've had some good results. We've picked up some decent points. Now we're in that second batch of games, and let's see where we are at Christmas.
Yeah, top two probably. Freeves, you look at this momentum, you look at where Forest are right now and going into this international break. International breaks have often been a horrible period of time. Do you know where you go, oh, what's going to happen after this? Please don't get any injuries. We need to get back. This seems a perfect time for Forest to get some players back, take stock of where they are and really push on. Well, I don't know if you can push on any further.
I'm just trying to look through this book of football here to see how long a manager's the month curse lasts, and I think it's 2 weeks. So hopefully that should have gone. It's. I don't know. I just don't feel at the minute how the club is and how the squad is and everything. But in the past we might have lost the game just before that, or you guys were just saying, been on a bad run before that, and you sort of, oh no, what's going to happen when we come back? I think they'll be geared up. I think, as Lisa said before, Arsenal are potentially doable. Liverpool, I mean, the thing that's always going to stick in my head all season now, whenever we have an away game that I would have in the past just gone on Instagram and put free swing, is I've seen Liverpool. No one's done them. And we did them at theirs. And so I'm confident the lads will hopefully come back from international break without too many injuries or any knocks, anything like that, and we go again.
Let's take stock of the first 11 games then, because it is going into a nice break before it gets very, very busy. Not as busy as the Football League back in the day where you'd play about 200 games. We'll get into Stags and Knots very shortly. But Lisa, first 11 games, what's impressed you most?
Just the togetherness and how quickly the new signings have slotted into our team. Moreno and Milenkovic are just absolute quality, and that's what we needed. How Murillo's like a new player. Everybody's been galvanised by just putting two new faces into that first 11. Matt Sells does not get the credit that he deserves because he has been fantastic, and he made some really crucial saves again yesterday that kind of kept us in the lead at half time, up till half time, and then that kind of went by second half. But the togetherness just really does impress me because Nuno has got that team playing the way that we want to see them, and it's exciting. There are going to be results that we don't expect along the way. We've had some yesterday. I don't think the positives amongst the positive people amongst us would have said, "Oh yeah, we can do Newcastle." I think a draw for me was the realistic option, but ultimately, they were the better team on the day.
Yeah, you say that, but Newcastle, languishing mid-table, not really challenging for Europe like the likes of us. I know. There's 1 point in it. Freeves, out of everything you've seen, who has impressed you most in the first 11 games?
I'm just going to go with the man I got on the back of my shirt, Milenkovic. I think he, for the price, it shouldn't really be a factor in it. It should just be all about on the pitch. But I think for the price of him, Serbian captain Fiorentina there, and he's just been that. I mean, that makes it sound like there was a problem with like Willy Bolly or anyone at the side of him before, but there wasn't, because I still think Bolly would come in and do a job if needed. It looks. I think I said this before. There was a post. Try not to go on Facebook, by the way, because it's some of the stuff on there. It's people have just been waiting to have a go at one player for a defeat, and it's just, if it's any of you doing that, just give your head a wobble because it's ridiculous.
Are you speaking to Lisa and myself? We ain't done it.
No, it ain't you doing it, but it's just like I was on there today. I just saw something pop up on a group, and I was like, what was nice to see is that people underneath were going, do you actually support Forest? I mean, are you actually all right? But someone's on about Murillo being the best defender since Des Walker and all that. But I think Murillo and his career and where it'll go will be very similar to like how Dawson's career was helped with Des Walker at the side of him. I think Milenkovic, he's not even an old guy, is just shown. It doesn't surprise me about the goals we're not really letting in from set pieces. I know.
Are you saying you think Murillo is going to go on to be a Hull City captain?
Yeah, I think he'll end up being a Sky Sports pundit. That's why I think he's going. Yeah, and he's going to be a meme going. I love to see that. I think for me it's Milenkovic. So yeah, I think Milenkovic is. I used to be an up-front player when I was a kid, so I used to like the strikers more than anyone. But at the minute, I'm in love with a 17-foot Serbian centre-back.
So you say you've got him on the back of your shirt?
I have.
Yeah. Lisa, what do you think of people Freeves' age getting players on the back of their shirts?
You've done it as well, haven't you, Aaron? I just know what's coming.
Yeah, Aaron's got Aaron number 1 on the back of it.
No, I haven't. Do you know what? I haven't. I wanted to have a serious debate about that because there's a few players I quite like on the back of my shirt.
You know what it is, Aaron? Really quick. It's because I like replicas. You know, when people have that was done by this. I don't get to as many games, so I'm often sat wearing it in a front room in West London, and it's just like that for me is ridiculous that I'm doing that, and I quite like it.
Interesting. Neither of you said standout performances, which I think have been there from Wood and Yates, but is that because we know what they can do? And Wood, I don't know, Lisa, does Wood get the praise that he deserves? I know he got Player of the Month and so forth. He got PFA Player of the Month as well, voted for by the players. But he quietly goes about things, and I think he sometimes gets missed in these conversations.
It's an interesting one because I was sat talking to the old chap at the side of me yesterday, and I said, just watching. We always pick a player to watch during the game, and yesterday it was actually Wood. And whilst he didn't get any chances whatsoever, apart from one dubious penalty shout, that was because Newcastle knew what he was about and they closed him down very, very quickly. His movement off the ball is sensational, and I agree with you that they don't get the praise that they deserve. Yatesy has been phenomenal in that middle. So has Nico Dominguez. He has come in and he's a new player again. We're seeing things from him that we didn't expect, based on what we saw last year. And I agree with Freebs there about, as soon as something goes wrong, as soon as we have a result that doesn't go our way, the straight on Yates' back, and that's just ridiculous because he didn't have the best of games yesterday, but then you could have picked out 10 players that didn't have the best of games yesterday.
It just felt like one of those games, didn't it? It was. I was thinking about that, and a lot of people said it as well. They just went, do you know what? Newcastle were just better. They were better at everything yesterday, and sometimes that just happens in elite level sport. Just finally, Freebs, when you look at this international break and you've got the likes of Danilo now back training, we don't know how far away Sangare is. Out of all the players that are not playing at the moment, who would you like to see banging on the opportunity to start a game come 2 weeks' time?
Stan Collymore, if you two.
Freebs, come on, mate.
Yeah, I've got it. Do you know what, Aaron? This is probably sort of testament to how the squad is. I don't really look at it that much. I know Danilo, obviously, injury first game. I know Sangare sort of just, that was a bit more quiet how that came about. I don't genuinely look at the squad at the minute. We've done it in seasons past, haven't we, where we've had big injuries. We've had quite a lot of injury lists, about 10 players at times. At the minute, with that squad, and including the bench, I don't, when a squad is, come out on a match day, go, it's a shame so-and-so isn't making the bench, or it's a shame so-and-so isn't starting. And that's probably just testament to how good they've been. That's not a cop-out answer. I just generally think at the minute, the squad, we can always add to it. We can always make it better as long as the harmony's correct. But for me, I'm not really missing anyone at the minute.